Good morning. It's 8 a.m. sharp, and we are all set to start Spine 20 2023. I think it's a wonderful example of an advocacy initiative which knits together not only societies, but people from all across the globe for a cause. And for what a wonderful cause, for something which is the commonest cause of disability in most countries across the globe. If we are able to alleviate this, that's a big achievement that we will be able to achieve. Whatever we do, we know that there's a lot to be achieved, and such initiatives are the need of the hour. Just some housekeeping announcements. We have a very tight agenda. As Koji also said it may be a tight agenda, but at the end of the day, if we are able to achieve what we going for, that's what we are here for. And there are some very important discussions during the day. Each and every symposium is very important, but if ultimately we go back home and are able to convince our respective policymakers to have or strengthen a national spine care program, I think that's what we are all working for. So, in the interest of time, in the interest of importance of each of the topic of the day, it's very important that we run the sessions as per schedule. Notwithstanding, we understand that it is also very important to have brainstorming and discussions amongst us. So, any queries that you may have for the speakers, any comments or suggestions that you may have, kindly jot them down on the question pad slip, which may be there in your registration kit, and hand it over to one of the floor managers whom you will see around. And those will be then passed on to the chairpersons and moderators, and these will be addressed during the panel discussion of the session. Of course, it's not only the symposia which give us time to interact with each other. The tea breaks, the lunch break, and the evening provides a wonderful opportunity for all of us to network and to carry forward the agenda with which we have got together today. In fact, it is not today. You are all aware that we've been working since December for this symposia. The D-Day has arrived. I won't take much time from all of you, only mentioning that it is our privilege and honor to have you all with us here today. You have spared valuable time to be with us, and we will leave no stone unturned to try to ensure that you achieve the objectives of your visit, whether it is scientific advocacy or networking or the social cause. So in the evening, friends, from 6:15 onwards is a wonderful opportunity for us to network. Be there. We have some interesting initiatives for you. Life, as you know, is one of our symposia. So the Indian way of wheelchair yoga and wheelchair dance. Friends, be ready. We are going to have an exciting evening with enough opportunities to network and also to have a taste of the Indian culture, Indian aspects of whatever are the themes of G20, Spine20, and the cause for which we are there. So anything that you would require, please get in touch with any of the organizing committee members, be it shopping, be it a tour around Delhi or nearby. We are there for you. With these words, we welcome you all once again, and I'm very sure that by the end of tomorrow, we'll all be going back fully convinced and charged up to have a national spine care program going full throttle in our countries. Thank you. May I request the chairs for the session, Professor Bambang Darwano and Professor Giuseppe Costanzo to be on the dais, please. And may I request the organizers to have the first talk by Professor Thomas Brattert, Spine20 Purpose and Projects Overview, which is a recorded talk played here for all of us.
Welcome to Spine20, New Delhi, India. My name is Thomas Brattert from Germany. I'm a member of the Spine20 Executive Board, and I have the honor of opening the scientific part of our annual summit with my talk on Spine20 Purpose and Projects Overview. What is Spine20? Spine20 is an advocacy group involving international spine societies who strive to optimize spine care on a global level by recommending new spinal health policies at each key G20 summit. Spine20 has 4 founding societies, which is BWG, the German Spine Society, Eurospine, North American Spine Society, NAS, and the Saudi Spine Society. The inaugural meeting we had was in November 2020 in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Spine20, of course, has a mission and a vision as well. The mission is to optimize treatment in the global community to ensure patients have access to the best spine care possible in their respective regions. And the vision is a world where appropriate spine care helps minimize global disability and dramatically improves the lives of those suffering from spine problems so their families and communities can thrive. What sets us apart from other medical societies? First of all, we want to open doors for international advocacy. Second, our mission and vision, as you heard, is to improve spine health care on a global scale. How do we think we as Spine20 can help governments to alleviate the burden of spine disease and disability? We want to serve as a resource for governments. We want to advocate for the prevention of spinal disorders. We seek to advance through spine research. We would like to stimulate innovation with what we do, and finally facilitate access to spine care and treatment. This is how Spine20 is organized. You see the executive board, see that we have different committees, and also annual meeting chairman, which is Dr. Chhabra this year from India. And then we have task forces that also serve for all events that we have year-round. I would like to put your focus also especially on the Partnership Society's Advisory Board, which is responsible to integrate new interested partnership societies. I will talk on that in a few minutes. How can partner societies get involved? All you need to do is to submit an application for review to the Spine20 Executive Board and to fulfill the eligibility criteria that you can see here. I don't read them to you. You can also review them on our internet site, Spine20. If you are an academic entity, you can consider to be part of Spine20 as a partner society. This is just an overview of all the partner societies as academic entities we have already accepted. This is certainly a list that is not full, because basically we're getting new applications on a monthly basis or on a weekly basis. So do not hesitate to consider simply applying as a new academic entity if you so wish. Also, if you are a patient entity or a commercial entity which is education focused, you might also be eligible as a partner society. So please go ahead and apply with the Partnership Advisory Board or directly with the Executive Board with the form you can see on our web appearance. What are the advantages if you consider to be a member? If you finally get a member in this advocacy group to promote spine health. All partner societies can promote, and we expect them to help us promote spine health and needed care both on their national, if they are national societies, or international, even global level, to actively shape the future of the Spine20 mandate, to review and vote on the recommendations that we annually put forward to each G20 group. So we do this year. Recommendations will be a big part of the annual summit in the next few hours and the next 2 days. Participate in writing, editing national or international policies for improving spine health, and obtain endorsement from national and international spine experts and colleagues. So I wish all of you participating in this annual summit of Spine20 a very fruitful symposium and good new experience, so that we all live up to the motto we have chosen for this year: one Earth, one family, one future without spine disability. Thank you, and enjoy the next 2 days.
Thank you very much, Professor Thomas Blattert. We invite Professor Koji for the next speaker about recommendation and publication.
And good morning, everyone, and good evening and good day in the screen. And this is Koji Tamai from Japan. I'd like to have some minutes talk as a chair of the Publication and Recommendation Task Force. I have nothing to disclose, and publish a recommendation is a core project of the Spine20. And we have published 3 sets of the recommendation from 2020. And now we have the 7 statement proposed recommendation 2023. And this, the summary of the recommendation is published, uploaded on our website. Now you can obtain that one. And this is the process to develop Spine20 recommendation. We have a 7 process to develop the recommendation. And after collecting the team, and this, we say the domain, we had the first consensus meeting on January. And finally, we could identify the 6 important themes for this year's summit and also this year's recommendation, including the implementation domain as a recommend section from the India. We had 7 symposium this year, and we have assigned 3 writer and symposium chairs in each domains. And they finally provided 2 or 3 recommendation proposal, and we had the second consensus meeting on June. 49 international from 19 countries multi-professional experts were participated as an experts. And in the results of the consensus meeting, we could select each one recommendation statement, and this is the proposed recommendation. Now we say this is a tentative, because now in this session, discussion modification step, so we need to discuss about the recommendation during whole this summit. And the final step of this meeting, of this summit, we had a 1.5-hour discussion time to finalize our recommendation. And then we can call this would be the not tentative, the official recommendation set from Spine20 2023. And finally, we will publish our recommendation statement as a 2-shape long document and short document to G20 Sherpa by many ways to communicate. So your opinion and your discussion would be very important. So highly appreciated to finalize our recommendation. So if you have any comments or opinions to our recommendation or another 2 symposium, you can email me or email Spine20 using this address. And finally, I would like to deeply appreciate many contributors who involved and who worked so hardly. We have 73 contributors from 20 countries to develop the recommendation this year. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Koji. Thanks. And it's my pleasure and my honor to introduce Professor Manabu Ito, who will speak about Partner Society of Spine20.
Thank you very much.
Professor Ito, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. This is Manabu from Japan. And thank you very much for invitation. Please start my pre-recording material. I just already uploaded, and please start my my talk. Good morning. This is Manabu Ito. I'm the current chairperson of a Partner Society Advisory Board of Spine20, and I'm representing JSSR. Spine20 is a global community to ensure patients to have a great access to the spine care in the respective regions, and we have several objectives. Number one is education for spine patients and also the healthcare practitioners, and enhance support of the spine care providers and improve research in a global scale, serve as a source of governmental agencies using an extensive international network, and improve access to the spine care globally. We are not a single professional society. We have a multi-professional societies, including surgeons, nurses, private practice, even the commercial companies and also patients' organizations. The difference between Spine Society and other medical organizations, we are open doors for any societies, international societies who are involved in spine care. And eligibility of the Partner Society with Spine20 is not so difficult. And multidisciplinary spine society was a society with major interest in spine-related ailments, and just 3 years after its establishment to be registered as an NGO and willing to pay support financially for the representative to attend the annual Spine20 meetings. We have 3 categories of partner societies. Number 1 is academic entity, category 2 commercial entity, which is divided into 2 types, education focus, treatment focus, and category 3 is a patient entity. We had 12 approved partner societies as of December 2022, and including founding society, we had 20 societies last year. But now, and as of August 5th, 2023, just before this meeting, we had 24 approved partner societies, which is doubled from the last year. And the total societies on the Spine20 right now is 32 societies, which is growing. And category 1 is 22, category 2, 1, category 3, 9. Thank you very much for active collaboration with Spine20. This is the logos of the partner societies, which is scattered all around the world. We welcome other societies who, if you have any association with other agencies and associations, please recommend them to become our partner society of the Spine20. Roles and contribution to partner societies. 1 is a committee and a task force activities, and a chairperson or co-chair of the symposium, speakers of symposium, and contribution to recommendation statements, and vote for recommendations, and to attend regular PAB meetings, and propose any items for the partner society advisory board meetings. This is one result of the online survey of Partner Society this year. What role would your society want to take for Spine20 Brazil next year? A lot of active responses from many partner societies. Thank you very much. I really appreciate for that. And another question is that how do you assess the activities of Spine20? Many societies responded, which is very valuable. Thank you very much for a positive response to the Spine20. But still, we need a lot of support from other organizations globally, and to create better environments of the spine care internationally. We need more support. So if you take a look at this the video, please go to the website of Spine20 and fill out the application form today. We are very looking forward to working with you in the future meetings. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Professor Manabu-Ito, for your excellent explanation. We invite Professor Margaret Nordin. In the future, where do we see Spine20? Thank you. Please.
Thank you so much. Please show my slides that you have over in India. If you could pull them up, please. I start slowly. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all. I'm Margarita Nordin, and I'm the Spine speaker, the Spine20 speaker from 2020 to 2020. May I have my slides, please? So Spine20, let's hope that they can find my slides. If you can put up the first slide, please. Spine20 is doing very well. We have been in existing since 2020. As you know, Spine20 started over a cup of coffee with Eric Milbauer, Dr. Sami Al-Asa, and myself in Osaka 2019. And we were not so happy with the way that spine was presented for the global community. And that's why we started Spine20. Spine20 now has, as Professor Ito just mentioned, now has more than 30 international and global societies, and we almost have one application at least every month or every 2 months to ask to join Spine20. We have, during these 4 years, we have had a very strategic planning on slow growth and good growth, which has happened. So we now have a very stable organization showed by Thomas Blattert, and we are continuing this organizational format with task forces and committees with Spine20. We have accomplished 4, this is a 4th summit, the first one in Riyadh, led by Dr. Al-Asa, the second one in Rome by Dr. Costanzo, and the third one in Bali by Dr. Darvono, that were all very successful. So Spine20 is doing well, my dear friends. And this is an organization that hopefully in Brazil 2024 will become a federation or association of spine societies around the world. So we are looking forward to that, and this endeavor is led by a legal counsel from North American Spine Society and from, of course, Eurospine and other legal councils as well. So from being, we also have close collaboration with WHO through many of our members. And I want to really say thank you, namaste, to all people that have contributed to the success of Spine20 during its 4 years of existence. So with that, I want to gracefully bow out. This is my last year as the Spine speaker, and hand over to Dr. Sami Al-Asa. I had a beautiful photo of you, my dear friend, but my slides have not appeared. So Dr. Al-Asa, known as Sami by everybody, has a distinguished career in Spine20. He's a pediatric orthopedic surgeon from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, and has organized the first summit in Riyadh of Spine20, has been the chair of the scientific task force and the publication and recommendation committee, has been an enormously effective fundraiser, and is just a person of excellence, and who will be a formidable spine speaker from now on and for years ahead. So thank you so much. All my friends over in India, I'm sorry I'm not with you, and I wish you the best of conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Margareta. We apologize for the technical glitch in somehow not having received your slides. They are looking for it, but profuse apologies for somebody who has contributed so much to the society. I think Margareta deserves some more thunderous applause from all of us. You may not be with us here today, Margareta, but you have continued to guide us, counsel us, lead us forward in this initiative, and we are so ever grateful to you for all that you have done for Spine20, which we are sure you will continue to do for a long time to come. Thank you, Margareta, and apologies once again for the technical glitch. This should not have happened, and we profusely apologize. We'll circulate the slides to all the participants. May I have my slides, please? So friends, now it is time to have the symposia that we have been waiting for in Spine20 to carry the discussions further in order to crystallize the recommendations as Koji talked to you just before me. So he outlined also the various steps that every year Spine20 takes in order to ensure that we have evidence-based recommendations as far as possible which go out to the G20 countries. And this is quite a process. If you all have been involved with it, you very well know that it was initiated back in December, and January 16th we had the first meeting in order to carry things forward, and 6 to 8 p.m. Mondays have been reserved for meetings of Spine20 for persons who have been here in India. Of course, it has been a global initiative. Timings have varied, and we thank everyone for having taken out time for their busy schedule to contribute to the discussions. So like every time, the task force was constituted. Chairs and co-chairs of symposia were involved in the task force along with co-chairs of education committee and other people of eminence who were involved in it. Again, January 16, 2023, as we talked about, through a Delphi consensus, domains were selected, and we thank Koji for the wonderful work that he has been doing in order to get a Delphi consensus amongst all of us. So friends, like every year, 6 topics for symposia were selected based on the Delphi consensus again. Every year, the host country can choose one topic which they would prefer, and this year we thought that what's the use of recommendations if they are not implemented? So we are going to have an exciting session today where the Sherpa G20 will be joining us live virtually sharp at 11:30 a.m. to give his version on how we should go about implementing the recommendations. Friends, as you know, G20 is in process, and a week later, is the G20 Health Ministers meet. So even though the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare have been fully backing us and have been asking for a national spine care program presentation to be given to them, they are today in another part of India for another event that they have, will not be able to join us, but we have the full support. And again, like every year, Aug', who is representing the education committee, we have an education committee symposia tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. sharp. So every year we choose chairs, co-chairs, and for the first time, thanks to Margareta and all concerned, we also have observers from the Partnership Advisory Board who have joined in the program. So the process of selection, as you can see here, from founding societies, you have one chair, co-chair. Thanks also to let the partner societies come here with chairs and co-chairs. And again from Partnership Advisory Board, it was a wonderful initiative to have 5 co-chairs from them and also 3 observers, making 24 overall, trying to streamline the program. And as you can see here, the various chairs, co-chairs and observers for the various symposia which are there were finalized, representing societies from across the globe. So friends, Spine20 has 37 societies in all, various in the Partnership Advisory Board, and I am happy that 20 countries are represented in the discussions which are going to take place today and tomorrow. So this has come, this has happened because of a wonderful team from across the globe which has worked, as I talked to you, for months altogether for the conceptualization and the implementation of the Spine20 2023. And as I talked to you, Marco, sorry Marco, I missed your name before, Marco and your represent education session, education committee, and please join them tomorrow morning 8 a.m. sharp, because they are going to discuss on how to take projects in order to get evidence-based recommendations for the G20 countries forward. So Koji has talked to you about how the recommendations have been framed. They will be handed over to the G20 Sherpa for circulation amongst all the G20 countries as soon as we finalize them tomorrow evening, and hopefully we should go about in getting them implemented in our respective countries as we talked about. So friends, 59 contributors, 20 countries, and all of you. A wonderful initiative. Let's join hands together for this wonderful initiative and get the recommendations implemented in our respective countries. Thank you, and we start with the next symposia. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Alvinder and Professor Koji. So we close this session and with thank you to all excellent speakers. And we will start with the first symposium, Impact of a Healthy Lifestyle on a Healthy Spine and Living. We ask Dr. Rumaisa. So I and Dr. Donalahe and Dr. Rumaisa will chairing this symposium. The first we invite Dr. Donalahe to give the introduction of impact of a healthy lifestyle and on a healthy spine and living.
Good day, good evening, good night, wherever you are in whatever part of the country you are listening to this from. My name is Donna Leahy. I am a registered nurse first assist research nurse and CEO at the Spine Institute of Arizona, which is a multidisciplinary clinic. I am part of the NAS, North American Spine Society Board of Directors, and I also am heavily involved in advocacy with our local organization in NAS and with coding, also serving on multiple other committees. There are my slides available. Good day, and welcome to Spine20 and our symposium, Impact of a Healthy Lifestyle on a Healthy Spine and Living. My name is Donna Leahy. I'm representing the North American Spine Society and the Spine Institute of Arizona in Scottsdale, Arizona. Today, I'd like to talk a little bit about the impact of a healthy lifestyle on a healthy spine and living. As we all know, in every part of the world, spine care is one of the most disabling, common, and costliest disorders in our healthcare system today. As the structural center of the human body, our spinal column protects our spinal cord, which allows communication between the brain and the rest of the body. It's this relationship that makes it easy to understand why taking care of our spine is so vital. A healthy spine helps to make for a healthy life as it contributes to our overall health and well-being. Taking preventative measures to minimize the chances of developing debilitating spine problems is therefore crucial in preventing disability. The Global Burden of Disease Study in 2021 is the largest and most comprehensive effort to quantify health loss across places and over time. This study showed that low back pain remains the leading cause of disability across the globe. In 2020, 619 million people suffered from low back pain globally, accounting for a total of 69 million years lived with disability. This is a measurement of years lived in less than ideal health conditions. By 2050, this number is projected to jump to 843 million. 2/5 of this burden of low back pain has been attributed to modifiable risk factors, the main ones being smoking, obesity, and occupational ergonomic factors. These risk factors make up almost 40% of years lived with disability of low back pain cases. It is our goal in this symposium to further examine the risk factors of smoking and obesity, as well as to examine the role of exercise and its relationship to not only low back pain and a healthy spine, but to our environment. The environmental effects comes from increased greenhouse gas emissions, from driving when you can walk, from toxins from nicotine, as well as its production, manufacturing, and transportation, and food waste and its increased production from our different food sources. These types of human activities have raised the atmospheric CO2 by 50% since the 18th century, resulting in severe climate change issues from the increased greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere. By examining the synergistic relationship between our lifestyle choices and the environment, we will better define the changes that need to be made to protect our spine and our environment, leading to a healthier life, spine, and world. We have an esteemed group of people on our symposium today that will also take part in our panel discussion at the end of the symposium. Dr. Rajesa Karan will be talking about the carbon footprint of obesity and its impact on spinal mobility. Dr. Rajesa Karan is chairman of the Department of Orthopedic Trauma and Spine Surgery at the Ganga Hospital on Coimbatore, India. He is currently president of the Asia Pacific Spine Society. He was previously the chair of the AO Spine International Board and chair of AO Spine International Research, amongst many other organizations. Next, Dr. Rita Roy will be talking about how promoting physical activity can impact spine health. Dr. Roy is Chief Executive Officer of the National Spine Health Foundation, leading the only patient-centered 501c nonprofit dedicated to improving spinal health care through education, advocacy, and research. With decades of medical and entrepreneurial expertise, Dr. Roy oversees the Foundation's mission to help patients overcome debilitating spine conditions. Next, Dr. Edward Doring will be talking about the worldwide socioeconomic, environmental, and human health impact of the tobacco supply chain. Dr. Doing is the past president of the North American Spine Society. He trained at Yale Medical School and the Spine Institute of New England. He is founder and medical director of the Interdisciplinary Spine Institute of Arizona, where he has trained over 30 spine surgery fellows. He is dedicated to education and has been on the ACGME, ABOS, AOS, and NAS Spine Education and Surgery Residency Fellow Education Committees, and was recently elected to the membership of the American Orthopedic Association. Next, Dr. Darwano will be speaking about the wellness challenge in the face of global warming. Professor Bang Bang is a senior lecturer faculty of medicine at the veteran Pangbangunan National University and the Tarumanagara University. He is head of orthopedic sections at Pluit Hospital and Gading Pluit Hospital in Jakarta. He obtained his medical degree in 1975 from the private University of Unisula Semarang and the general surgery from University of Diponegoro Semarang in 1986. He became an orthopedic surgeon in 1990 at State from University of Indonesia in Jakarta, and he also has achieved his PhD from the State University of Gajah in Yogyakarta. He is involved in many professional and consulting activities. He was president of the Indonesian Spine Society and is currently a council member of PASNES. Again, thank you for taking part in our symposium, Impact of a Healthy Lifestyle on a Healthy Spine and Living. We appreciate your attendance today, and with that, we will go ahead and start our symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Donalahe, for your nice introduction. We invite Dr. Raja Sekaran to speak about the carbon footprint of obesity and its impact on spinal mobility. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Darwano. Thank you, Dr. Chabra, and I would like to thank all of you for this privilege and honor to be with you here in person and delivering the talk. I would also like to thank Donna for giving me this topic, because it was quite educative for me, because before I started preparing this topic, I thought obesity is a personal problem. And actually looking at how obesity can affect the carbon footprint of the whole world was really educative for me. Now we all know the WHO definition of obesity. A BMI of greater than 30 is defined as obesity. If it is between 35 to 39, then it's called class 2. Above 40 it is morbid, and above 45 it is super obesity. But what is very important is that it is not equally distributed. There is a huge preponderance of some of the areas of the world where super obesity and morbid obesity is really high. But the most important thing is that the cost of obesity actually accounts for almost 3% of world's GDP, while unmitigated climate change may exceed 7% of the world's GDP by 2100. Now in 2016, more than 1.9 billion adults were overweight, but obesity has nearly tripled since 1975. And it is predicted that 57.8% of the elderly population will be overweight or obese by 2030, which means obesity is now a global epidemic. Now the proportion of adults with a BMI of 25 or greater has increased by 29 to 37% in men and 30 to 38% in women. And these are preponderantly in a few countries. But worldwide, it is becoming a problem. Now, why should we be concerned about it? And this topic of carbon footprint of obesity was really educative. Because obesity is no longer restricted to an individual problem. It actually has a multivarious influence. It has an effect on the global carbon gas emissions. This was educative for me. It has an effect on global climate change, global healthcare economics, global spine health and spine surgery outcome. Now, this is because of this phenomenon of global syndemic. Whenever two or more diseases or phenomenon which are working at the individual level, they co-occur at the same time, then they produce a massive effect. And obesity and climate change are well known and proven to be a global syndemic at present. Because exactly the food that we eat actually is responsible for obesity. And the food that we eat is also plays a tremendous effect on the climate change and global carbon emissions. Now, if you look here at the top of the food pyramid, the red meat, sweets and cheese and eggs and chicken, or invariably if you talk about the non-vegetarian food, then they also actually are the top which are affecting the global climate and environmental problem. Now, when you talk of the environmental indicators, we talk of the carbon footprint, that means the greenhouse gas emissions of human activities, and this is expressed in terms of the amount of carbon dioxide equivalent. Carbon dioxide and methane are the two important gas emissions which we are worried about. We also have to look at what does our food have on the water footprint. That means the total volume of fresh water consumed to produce that specific food product, and the ecological footprint, that means different ways in which the environmental resources are used. So these are actually looking at it. You also have to look at the life cycle assessment. How the impact of each food type considered is from the material extraction, processing, packaging, use and end of use processing, and if it can be reused or recycled. If you look at all that, you will find that livestock accounts for almost 15% of all man-made greenhouse gas emissions, with cattle the biggest contributor. Of daily human diets, meat accounts for 56% of emissions. And what is most interesting was that livestock generates 18% more greenhouse gas emissions than the transport sector put together. We always think of transport sector, but actually the livestock emissions are 18% more. That's a very big number. Now, red meat we know is the most important source for gas emissions, but this has actually increased 71 million tons annually from 1961 to 318 million tons in 2014, and it is projected to increase to 455 million tons by 2050. Which means that the food we eat is actually going to be the most important source than what is going to be here. And what we eat actually matters a lot, because if you look at the gas emissions per 2000 kilocalorie diet, which is actually what is meant required for a person, the vegan diet is only 6.4 emission compared to almost a triple of it when there is high in meat. So this is another thing showing the huge difference between what will be the gas house emission differences between the beef and also between a vegetarian diet. So it looks very important that we need to be careful about what we eat, because that is going to be, because every diet calorie is equivalent to 2.21 grams of gas house emissions, and the total impact of obesity on climate change may be an extra 700 megatons per year of carbon dioxide emissions. This is completely baffling, and we really don't know. And here, this is an important slide, and the interplay between obesity and climate change. Now, obesity, because of all these, plays a problem on the person, but because of the obesity and the way we eat, what we eat, and what we need to produce to become obese, is actually a lot of emissions over here, and that impacts on the climate change. So it is very surprising that obesity actually plays so much. What is worrying is that the incidence of obesity in children is also on the increase, and if we do not take care of it, in 20 years' time, obesity is going to be a very global problem, because it has a huge effect not only on spine care, but the entire medical care. And you can see that obesity accounts for more than 2/3 of all treatment costs for diabetes, almost a quarter of treatment for cardiovascular conditions, and 9% of cancer cases. So this is going to be a major socio-economic problem. There is also very good proof that if you take the total problems of most of the important illness, taking total mortality, coronary heart disease, colorectal cancer, diabetes and stroke, all of these are the major killers, and you will find that there is a whole difference of how much they influence this, from whole grains, fruits and vegetables to, you can see, unprocessed red meat, processed red meat. You can see that there is a huge effect on that. So makes you feel that it's so important, looking at the differences of the average relative environmental impact of processed meat to vegetables. There is such a huge difference. I think there should be a global consensus on what you eat. So I can see Frankie looking at what is going to eat from tomorrow. So it's going to change a concept. Now, what about spine itself? Now, we know that obesity contributes to the increased rates of low back pain, disc degeneration, spinal and facetal arthritis. And there is a concrete proof that low back pain is a common complaint in obese patients. And the association between overweight and low back pain was found to be stronger in women and in patients with abdominal and generalized obesity over here. So, a lot of proof to show that there is a definite incidence between low back pain, spine disc health, and also the weight that you are. So, there is also proof that continuous spinal loading from body weight may result in deformation and damage to the spinal structures, and the metabolic process leads to the breakdown of spinal tissues. There is also a change in the way that the spine physiologically functions and in the movements, because on an analysis of sit to stand movements, they found that in compared to the normal, obese people have limited truncal flexion. The pattern in which they move also is different, which leads to an altered physiology. There is a difference in the way that they are able to stand erect. The cadence and step length is altered. There is an alteration in the hip and knee flexion, and also in the way that the foot works. And there, because of the anterior displacement of the center of gravity and the increase in lumbar lordosis and the anteversion of the pelvis, these people are not able to compensate for maintaining their normal center of gravity, and that actually leads to a lot of disc degeneration. There is a lot of documentation on the variations in spine alignment between a normal person and an obese person, and all these biomechanical changes does have a huge influence on the spinal health. Now, apart from this, there are many more of these. You can see that there is a lot of shear stress. But what is most important is, if you can see over here, there is a gross difference. There is a maximum of 592 Newton increase in the L5S1 compression as body weight increased by 68 kg from 51 to 119 kg. So if you can see the way the newtons increase in the pressure on the disc and in the spinal structures gradually increases, and also to alarming levels as the weight of the person increases. This is again the same group which are publishing about what happens in forward flexion, and here you can see that the effect is much more. The differences in their compensatory mechanisms and their inability to extend the hip actually increases their forward stooping, and again leading to So what about surgery? Definitely when you have a bad spine health, when your disc degeneration is more and more of these patients get into surgery. Now the surgical outcome actually itself, the length of the stay, and fortunately well done, the ultimate functional outcome between a normal and the obese person has been found to be the same. But intraoperatively they all have an increased surgical blood loss. The operative time is more, and the complication and the reoperation rates are actually increased. There is multiple publications to show that there are higher rates of perioperative complications among obese patients, especially when a posterior approach is used, which is prompting that minimally.
We have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, it's over here. Yeah. So in a retrospective review of 270 patients, there is also a growth that the functional scores or better in non-obese patients compared to the obese patients. And so there is a lot to say about staying thin and staying fit. Now, overall, in the economic considerations of the expenses, this is very interesting. One BMI point above 30, every BMI point is associated with a 2% decrease in outcome, a 3% increase in social transfer payments, and a 4% increase in health costs. Now, this is really alarming. That means every bit of 1 point of increase in BMI has done. Now, we don't need to think that this is a problem of the developed world, because even in a developing country like India, I think more so in developing countries like India, the impact of obesity can be very high. The estimated in the India Times in 2023, just a few weeks before, is the report. The estimated economic costs of obesity for India by 2035 is said to be 8.43 billion US dollars as direct healthcare costs, while others comprise 109 billion USD in premature mortality, 176 million as direct non-medical costs, $2.23 billion in absenteeism, and $9.10 billion for reduced productivity. Now, this looks an astounding figure, and we need to realize that obesity is probably one of the single most important factor which is going to affect our health, our mental health, our physical health, the preponderance for back pain, and the poor results over here. Lastly, you can see over here that it is just not only individual health, but also the country's health and the climate change. And as I was reading and through the reports, I thought, as the world becomes obese, everyone suffers. It's no longer a personal problem or a patient problem. It is almost like passive smoking. Somebody smokes, you suffer. So many people are obese, the climate changes take place, carbon emissions take place, and everybody suffers. So thank you very much for this opportunity to be with you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raviskaran, for your excellent presentation. Next, we invite Dr. Edward Doring with the topic of worldwide socioeconomic, environmental, and human health impact of the tobacco supply chain.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I've been asked to speak on the topic of tobacco and the spine, the human health and environmental impact of the tobacco supply chain. How does smoking affect back pain? Well, it's in many ways, as we will see. But when we start by looking at the individual, we can see that the primary contributing factors are that tobacco and nicotine damage the spine, contributing to degenerative disc disease and also osteoporosis, both of which contribute to pain. Specifically, we've known about this association for many decades. One of the most important sentinel studies was Michel Battier's 1991 Volvo award-winning study on smoking and disc degeneration and associating MRIs in identical twins. And what she was able to demonstrate is that there was 20% greater disc degeneration in the lumbar spines of smoker as compared to with non-smoker identical twins. This effect was systemic and was present throughout the entire lumbar spine, not just in the lower or upper spine. And interestingly, she later won another award for a study which showed that heavy lifelong mechanical loading, where one twin was experiencing much more mechanical stress than another throughout lifetime, only accounted for 3% of degenerative disc changes on MRI. Why does this occur? Discs are avascular and depend on the vertebral body for blood supply and nutrition. Tobacco and nicotine cause injury and inflammation of the blood vessels, and therefore decreasing blood flow and nutrition to the disc. This reduced blood supply and nutrition causes discs to degenerate prematurely. In addition, there are multiple toxins in tobacco, and these cause annular and nuclear cell damage, impact the functional ability of the disc, and lead to accelerated disc degeneration. Smoking causes disc hypoxia and low disc pH and impairs collagen and proteoglycan production. Smoking also causes disruption of the disc cell architecture and contributes to annular fissures and tears and fibrotic hardening of the nucleus. All of these adverse factors cause disc desiccation and disc height loss and promote earlier and more severe disc degeneration and vertebral spondylosis. Disc degeneration is believed to be a major factor in causing spinal pain, and spinal pain is one of the leading causes of disability worldwide. Therefore, tobacco is a major cause of spinal pain and disability. When we look at tobacco and its association with spine surgery, there are many, many studies that have been performed. And in some, they lead to the conclusions that smoking not only leads to the possible earlier need for surgery due to the disc degenerating at a younger age, but also to failed fusions, to more common reoperations, and even to chronic spinal pain. There are multiple toxins in cigarette smoke which increase surgical complications such as skin wound dehiscence, delayed wound healing, and infection. And clinically, even when there are no complications, smokers show less improvement than non-smokers 2 years after surgery for lumbar spinal stenosis. If we look at another issue with tobacco in the spine, we look at osteoporosis. Smoking causes estrogen imbalance, kills osteoblasts, impedes calcitonin, decreases oxygen supply, decreases calcium absorption, and reduces bone density and blood supply to the bone. This, therefore, in some causes increased vertebral porosity and decreased bony thickness. In one study, women who smoke more than 1 pack of cigarettes a day have a 5 to 10% lower vertebral bone density than non-smokers by the time they undergo menopause. Smoking delays fracture healing, and even secondhand smoke can affect bone mineral density. In some, smoking significantly increases the risk of lumbar spinal fractures, and there's a strong association between smoking and not just osteoporosis, but avascular osteonecrosis, the compression fractures, and impaired bone healing. Vertebral compression fractures are the most common osteoporotic fractures, and vertebral compression fractures can be very painful and disabling. Therefore, once again, tobacco can be seen as a major cause of spinal pain and disability. Well, most of us are aware that tobacco has an effect on the health of each individual patient. In addition to spinal diseases, we know that tobacco use increases the risk for cancer, lung disease, heart disease, stroke, and depression. Roughly 1 in 8 Americans are currently smokers, and half will die prematurely from smoking-related causes. But there's also a critical compounding effect to this effect on individual patients, on their health and function caused by the environmental impact of tobacco. The United States Center for Disease Control report on tobacco and our health summarized that tobacco, pesticides, and fertilizers expose farm workers to hazardous chemicals, and that emissions produced by the tobacco manufacturing process is equivalent to approximately 3 million transatlantic plane flights every year. In a single year, cigarette smoke contributes thousands of metric tons of cancer-causing chemicals, other toxins, and greenhouse gases. This point was accentuated in 2022 when the World Health Organization issued its report, Tobacco, Poisoning Our Planet. The World Health Organization raised an alarm on the extent to which tobacco damages both the environment and human health, and that the tobacco industry's carbon footprint from production, processing, and transporting tobacco is equivalent to 20% of the CO2 produced by the airline industry, therefore greatly contributing to global warming. The World Health Organization further stated that each year the tobacco industry costs the world more than 600 million trees, 200,000 hectares of land, 22 billion tons of water, 84 million tons of CO2, and 8 million lives. Other facts from there: cigarette filter microplastics are the second greatest cause of plastic pollution worldwide. Tobacco products are the most littered item on our planet, containing over 7,000 toxic chemicals. In India alone, every year is spent about $766 million to clean up littered tobacco products. When we look at the synergistic detrimental effects of tobacco on the spine, human health, and the environment, we must note that each year 6 trillion cigarettes are produced and consumed by 1 billion smokers worldwide, and that unfortunately global cigarette consumption continues to grow as a result of increased use by young people, especially in developing countries. The resources used in the production of tobacco and the resulting post-consumer waste end up severely contaminating the environment. So in sum, the synergistic detrimental effects on spine health include degenerative disc disease and fractures and the associated pain and disability, on overall patient health with lung and heart disease and strokes, and on the environmental aspects of health with chemical toxin pollution, plastics pollution, greenhouse gas pollution, and global warming. So what can we do? Well, in the US, for many years, there have been graphic health warnings on all cigarette cartons. And in addition, since a 1998 legal settlement with tobacco companies, the tobacco companies have paid over $200 billion over 25 years for tobacco education and healthcare. There's also no longer allowed for there to be tobacco advertising on TV, nor any marketing aimed at children or other young people. There's also a high taxation of cigarettes. And this has indeed been effective. In 1965, over 40% of US citizens smoked. And while in 2023, it's estimated that only 12% still smoke. But as I mentioned, this is a growing concern in developing countries. As I was researching some of the possible ways to approach this, something caught my eye, and that was the Lifestyle for Environment movement. In June 2022, Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched this global initiative in India. During his speech, he recalled that Mahatma Gandhi talked about living what we might now call a zero carbon lifestyle. And he described, along with other speakers at the launch, about how life is all about changing behavior on an individual basis, hopefully leading to market change and then policy change. At the Life launch, Professor Cass Sunstein discussed his nudge theory. I love this concept, and it's something I've always thought about a lot when we're trying to get people to change behavior. A nudge is an intervention that maintains freedom of choice, but steers people in a particular direction. An example would be a choice architecture where people must opt out instead of opting in. In the United States, on a driver's license, if you have to opt out for organ donation on your driver's license instead of opting in, this actually causes more than double the number of donors to be present in the system. There are 3 phases of the Life mission. The first is change in demand, and it really focuses on nudging individuals across the world to practice simple yet effective environmental friendly actions in their daily lives. The second phase is change in supply. Having changes in individual demand will hopefully gradually nudge industries and markets to respond and tailor what they produce as per the revised demands. And then hopefully this leads to change in policy. By influencing the demand and supply dynamics of India and the world, the mission life vision is to trigger shifts in industrial and government policies that support both sustainable consumption and production. And thinking about the Life mission and seeing that it was linked to the goals of the India presidency of G20, I think this can be an inspiration for our own Spine20 advocacy. I'm very much looking forward to the session later this morning, which talks about how we can implement our recommendations. I enjoyed seeing that the quote that the Prime Minister Modi had during his June 22 talk is so similar to our Spine20 model. He said, our planet is one, but our efforts have to be many. One Earth, many efforts. And our motto is one Earth, one family, and one future without spine disability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Edward, for your excellent presentation. Now we invite Dr. Rita Roy to speak about how promoting physical activity can impact spine health. Please, Dr. Rita.
Hello, distinguished guests and fellow panelists. I'm Dr. Rita Roy, CEO of the National Spine Health Foundation. I'm honored to be invited to speak on the topic of how promoting physical activity can impact spine health. There's a common expression that captures the essence of this talk. Motion is lotion. This is a powerful metaphor that helps people understand that in order to feel good, to get out of, or to avoid pain, and to live your best life, you have to keep moving. Central to all movement in life is our spine. It literally supports everything we do. At the National Spine Health Foundation, we invest tremendous institutional energy with a broad content strategy and information about the importance of movement, physical activity, to spine health. And what are the requirements for movement? We can generalize and simplify that to 4 main factors: body weight, bone health, muscle strength, flexibility. Programmatically, to impact spine health, we have to focus awareness and education on all 4 of these broad areas. Throughout my presentation, I'm going to primarily discuss our work in the United States, though all of our information is available to global audiences through our website and on our social media platforms. Of note, we're making some exciting strides to expand internationally, which is dependent on funding and which I'll discuss later. Let's start with factor number 1, body weight. The American Academy of Neurosurgeons reports that 66% of arthritis patients are either overweight or obese, and obese patients are 5 times more likely to be diagnosed with osteoarthritis. There are numerous reasons why overweight causes impairment to spine health. For today, I'll focus on osteoarthritis created from obesity. And why are we focused on osteoarthritis? Because osteoarthritis of the spine, or spinal arthritis, or spinal stenosis, is the leading cause of degenerative spine conditions around the world. Degenerative spine conditions are the leading cause of back pain and disability, not only in the US, but globally. The National Center for Biotechnology Information, updated in March of 2023, indicates that 80% of Americans have low back pain during their lifetime. Global statistics mirror this. In short, spinal osteoarthritis is a primary driver of chronic low back pain, which presents an enormous economic and healthcare burden in the US and globally. A leading generator of osteoarthritis is obesity. So, we're making a connection between body weight and osteoarthritis. And what have we done on this front? Well, we've partnered with the Arthritis Foundation, which is the leading voice for osteoarthritis patient education in the United States. The Arthritis Foundation is both federally funded and congressionally appropriated to conduct public health campaigns around arthritis-appropriate, evidence-based interventions. These AAEBIs are physical activity programs that can be implemented to help people living with arthritis manage pain through movement. What's counterintuitive is that when patients are in pain, they don't want to move. Yet, the well-documented evidence within the AAEBIs proves that the more you move, the better able you can manage pain. Motion is lotion. The Arthritis Foundation did not have adequate information or resources for arthritis of the spine. So we at the National Spine Health Foundation have now partnered with them to share our content. Last month, we conducted an in-service training program for their staff, creating materials for them to use and distribute. So this is great work that we are leading at a national level to get the message out about spinal arthritis, its connection to osteoarthritis and obesity, and how to affect change. Let's turn now to factor number 2, and that's bone health. Strong bones are needed to support our spine and to support movement. Proper nutrition with a diet high in calcium and vitamin D, we all know helps support bone health. But when this is insufficient and medications are needed, there are good options for osteoporosis and osteopenia. Surgical patients often don't realize that they will need pre-surgical screening of their bone health, another reason why preoperative education is so important. NSHF is embarking on strategic initiatives in bone health in 2023 and 2024 to educate patients on the importance of bone health and how to find the best treatment and prevention options and services. We have formed strong partnerships with American Bone Health and the Bone Health and Osteoporosis Foundation, where we are providing content on osteoporosis of the spine and collaborating on patient webinars and podcasts. Some exciting new studies show the impact of physical activity on bone health. There is strong evidence for the impact of weight-bearing exercise, including weightlifting, on bone growth. Dr. Belinda Beck in Australia is one person who has studied this. We collaborated with Dr. Beck through our partnership with the American Academy of Sports Medicine. You can listen to her discussing her research on when exercise becomes medicine on our Get Back to It podcast. Our podcast, available on all streaming services, is another way we promote physical activity for spine health. The third factor for movement is muscle strength. We all talk about the importance of keeping the core muscles strong to support the joints of the spine. NSHF has created a lot of resources on the topic of promoting muscle strength and specifically core strength. Of note, we have partnered with NASS to promote and reimagine the existing patient resources that NASS developed several years ago. Through our partnership with NASS, we are updating content and distributing it in exciting new ways on numerous digital platforms. The new posts use popular list formats, which NASS had originally used, in exciting new ways, such as the 3 most important exercises for your spine, and the 5 things you should do every day to care for your spine. We are grateful to NASS for being the inaugural member of the Coalition for Spine Health, partnering with us to create one strong patient voice to amplify patient education across the entire spine health industry. The final factor needed to keep movement going is flexibility. NSHF has lots of information about stretching, myofascial release, yoga, and Pilates. We go to great lengths to describe the need to keep the muscles, ligaments, and tendons flexible to maximize range of motion and balance. We've invested great effort to establish an authoritative, unbiased source for spine health information through our premier educational offering called Spine Talks. This is produced with our medical and scientific board members. These are a series of patient education videos featuring spine leaders, nationally and internationally recognized, in panel discussions on various topics of interest to patients. We then post these videos on numerous digital media platforms, so they are being seen hundreds of thousands of times. Here are some snippets from Spine Talks, where the experts, some of whom you will easily recognize, are discussing the importance of physical activity.
A constant message weekly to my patients, of all ages really, is to do everything you can to habitualize physical activity, specifically exercise. You know, we all have our habits. I have my own. I like my coffee. I'll spend 10 minutes a day making it in the morning and enjoying it, but I also like exercise, and I'm a very strong believer that exercise is important, and specifically exercises that that work at the core, the abdomen, the back, stretching the legs is incredibly important, but not necessarily, and I'm not saying everybody needs to go to physical therapy, because physical therapy only lasts maybe 6 weeks to 12 weeks tops, but it's really important for patients to take ownership of their life that they're living and make sure that they're doing the things today that's going to get them to where they need to be later. But also, patients come to you and they're in pain, and you say, yes, we have a solution surgically or not, but I also can tell you that your pain will be mitigated to a large degree in the longer term. You will have less spinal problems. Your spine will degenerate at a slower rate if you lose weight, if you stop smoking, if you exercise it, to some degree daily. And those are the sorts of things that I think will lead to a healthier spine and really, and people and patients always chuckle. I mean, the last person you want to see is a person like me. Even though I love seeing you in person, you know, you're better off if you don't have to come to the Cleveland Clinic to see me.
Tom, first of all, my hat's off to you and Rita for starting the National Spine Health Foundation. What a fantastic need there is for information for the lay public out there. Spine problems are so common that virtually everybody's going to be afflicted by some kind of spine problem in their life, right? And you guys are providing a medium by which people can get real information, not some kind of advertisement and whatnot. And I think you're bringing up an important point, which is that the diagnostic and the treatment elements of spine are so complicated. That's why we have experts like folks in this panel.
I remember a few years ago, my wife's father had a very bad spine condition. He could barely walk, and he was in his 80s, and he had seen a spinal surgeon in London who had basically said that because of his weak heart and some of his medical conditions, and mind you, he was in his mid-80s, that he just wasn't a candidate for spinal surgery to fix his problem. And he had a very common condition known as lumbar spinal stenosis, where he had arthritis in his lower back that had constricted the nerves that were going down to his legs, and he just couldn't walk. And so I called Dr. Wang and said, you know, is there something that can be done? And what happened for my wife's father was he went from being inoperable with an open spine surgery to going down to Miami to have a minimally invasive operation through a small scope. And the end result of that was that Dr. Wang's team was able to let him out of the hospital the next day. He used a lot of local anesthetics, so there was very little pain for him. And he was walking on Miami Beach within 3 days of having his operation with absolutely normal heart function. And to me, you know, as I look at that, you know, one as a surgeon, but also as a family member, you know, the opportunity to get an operation done and have, you know, minimal time in the hospital, be up on your feet, walking quickly, is just remarkable. And I think it just says so much about where spine surgery has gone in the last 10 years.
Spine health is a lifetime commitment, and it only happens if you invest in it. And like Lou said, we have to exercise, we have to do fitness. Exercise is medicine. And at the end of the day, if we don't take care of our responsibility of maintaining appropriate body weight, doing our exercise, working on our flexibility, it's hard for us to walk in to talk to a practitioner and expect them to help. And so we have to understand that we all have our own responsibility, and life's tough. We all have obligations, family, jobs, things that get in the way and affect it. We need to be constantly working at this, and if we fall off the wagon, we got to climb back on the next day and keep at it. It's a lifetime commitment. Motion is good. We want to preserve motion. We want people functioning, and so that's important.
So, how does promoting physical activity impact spine health? I've shared some of the strategic partnerships we've created to ensure that spine health is a component of these organizations. We've looked at numerous cross-partnerships in areas that intersect with spine health: arthritis, osteoporosis, sports medicine, and there are others. I've shared how we are amplifying the message across the spine health industry through strategic partnering with premier professional spine societies in our Coalition for Spine Health, including NASS, the Cervical Spine Research Society, the Lumbar Spine Research Society, and we plan to continue to expand and grow internationally. This October, we will host our popular We've Got Your Back 5K and Fun Run. One of our requirements as a public charity in the United States is to offer the public the ability to participate in fundraising activities. Our 5K run and walk is mission-centric. It's all about movement. Movement is the key to staying out of pain, to maintaining spine health, to maintaining your overall health, and to living your best life. Conducting fundraising activities is a critical component of our existence because it not only enables us to fund our programs, it enables us to share our message broadly and to invite anyone interested in our mission to invest in what we are doing. The investment from individuals, companies, industry, pharmaceutical companies, the government, and partnering organizations creates a tidal wave of interest, engagement, and awareness I will close by sharing a video that was created for fundraising purposes, which demonstrates that when we promote our messages about physical activity in the spine, we change the future of spinal healthcare.
A healthy spine keeps you moving, so you can live life on your own terms. But what happens when a serious spine condition strikes?
It was devastating because I was in the middle of grad school. I thought I was doing really well, and I thought, well, where did this come? It felt like it came out of left field.
Having those injuries around those discs, that's like really serious, and the pain is excruciating. That sciatica that you get, and just feeling a little bit helpless.
There were quite a few days that, numerous days where I would just keep to myself because, I hurt.
It is a very dark place to be when you're emotionally broken, but you also feel like your body is betraying you. To put it simply, everything was hurting.
It feels like your life has come to an end. Spinal conditions are a nationwide crisis affecting millions of people. Did you know neck and back pain are the #1 cause of disability in the United States? Create a $250 billion annual economic burden, contribute to the nation's opioid crisis, affect 1 in 3 people. Patients suffering with a debilitating back or neck condition can often feel lost, alone, and overwhelmed, and they don't know where to turn for help. The National Spine Health Foundation is here to give help and hope. When you support us, you empower patients to protect their spine health, end their suffering, and take back their lives. Your dollars go directly towards providing life-changing education, award-winning research, and advocacy to make spine health a national priority. Our Spinal Champions program brings together individuals who've achieved improved quality of life through treatment for their neck or back pain to share their own stories of hope and provide encouragement to other patients. We provide unparalleled access to world-class experts on our medical and scientific board through Spine Talks, where the nation's top 50 spine experts answer real patient questions. Our award-winning research is nationally and internationally recognized, where we present at conferences and in peer-reviewed journals. We critically evaluate treatment choices from a patient perspective. Our in-depth analysis of current and new treatment options is wholly focused on patient outcomes and quality of life. Everyone has a stake in improving spine health across the United States, including patients of all ages and walks of life, their families and caregivers, and employers and insurers. It's time for policymakers, providers, and payers alike to truly understand the importance of spine health and support policies that promote spine health awareness while giving patients access to the best care. We rely on supporters like you to help fund our patient-centered educational resources, our groundbreaking research, and our tireless advocacy. Your support can transform a patient's life, and with every patient we help, we change the future of spine health together. Join us.
Lastly, we welcome to Dr. Bambang to share his insight about the wellness challenge in facing global warming. Dr. Bambang, you have 15 minutes to talk. Time is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests. I am Bambang Darwono from Indonesia. My topic is wellness challenge in the face of global warming. From the WHO definition about health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. And wellness is a state of actively living a lifestyle that helps to maintain health. And global warming or climate change certainly have a negative impact on health and wellness. According to my year, wellness is being a way of life oriented towards optimal health and well-being in which the body, mind, spirit are integrated by the individual to live more fully within the human and natural community and not merely to the absence of disease and infirmity. So it's a harmony of mind, body, and soul, being fearless, exercise, and consume healthy foods, and local wisdom, the nature and meditation, as an approach to healthcare that emphasizes preventing illness and prolonging life, and as an opposed to emphasizing treating disease. The motto is, change your habits will change your life. A lifestyle that a personalized approach to living life at a way that allows you to become the best kind of person that your potential, circumstances, and fate will allow. With wellness, an individual is seen from multiple dimensions to create a holistic perspective. Wellness encompasses 10 interdependent dimensions. The first is physical wellness, concerned with cardiovascular, fitness, strength, flexibility, and so on, involving activity to improve physical health, exercise regimen, diet, weight management, ergonomics, close observation of health indices including stressor, tobacco use, illness, and disease prevention. The second is emotional or psychological wellness, the capacity to successfully manage life pressure and adapt to change in tough circumstances. This is associated with attitude and belief about self and life. When self-view is positive, action, relationship, and autonomy are well influenced, and on the contrary, style have a negative impact on wellness. Social wellness, interaction of the individual with other people, the community, and nature is considered. Being included in the society in which one lives is vital to the material, psychosocial, and political empowerment that underpins social well-being and equitable health. Intellectual or cognitive wellness, a sound intellectual functioning helps to improve an individual well-being on the overall, influencing behavior, especially for transforming negative bad habits into positive ones. This can have a good effect on general health and wellness. And next is spiritual wellness, a continual process of finding meaning and purpose in life which contributes to wellness. This component of wellness may be found alone or within a community. All aspects related to search for meaning and purpose in life fall under the umbrella of spiritual wellness. Option to improve spiritual wellness can have a favorable effect on your general health and well-being. The occupational wellness, concerned with being able to gain personal fulfillment and satisfaction from paid or non-paid jobs. It encompasses one's ability to handle multiple roles and being able to supply skills to meet community needs. It includes all aspects of health and have to do with feeling satisfied in work career. The next is environmental wellness. The environment is made up of individual homes, communities, work, and nature. Concerned with the interaction of an individual with the environment on local and global levels. Eco-friendly practices, active engagement in recycling, and correct disposal of gadgets and medications, energy, fuel, and water conservation, and the usage of sustainable products all are part of environmental wellness, meaning to improve overall health and wellness in relation to protect the environment and natural resources. Economic wellness, this helps with the assessment of institutions and public policies in order to make them more sensitive in inequalities in the population which can affect the wellness of individuals. Cultural wellness, this dimension has subjective impact on wellness. This is seen as individual living in democratic and individualistic setting with freedoms of choice and individual needs have higher levels of subjective well-being than individuals who live in authoritarian and collectivistic cultures. The climate wellness, this is emerging dimension of wellness. It assesses the connection between climatic changes and human well-being. study the consequences of climate and ecosystem change on the wellness of individual and vice versa. The greenhouse effect. Earth is surrounded by the Earth's atmosphere, which is an envelope of gases surrounding the Earth. Sun provides solar radiation to Earth through Earth's atmosphere, but the heat can escape to the atmosphere. Gases such carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, methane could block the heat from escaping and trapping in the heat inside our atmosphere. The trapping heat is called the greenhouse effect and create a global warming. The climate change vulnerability to exposure pathways, vulnerability factor, and health system. So climate is a sensitive health risk. We look again at the history of Earth in 24 hours. Earth formation is 4.5 billion years ago at clock 0. Bacteria and virus 3 and 5 billion years ago at 9 a.m. The green plant at 6 a.m. Dinosaurs 10 until 11 p.m. Where is the human being? This just 7 million years ago, so 1 minute before midnight. So we are new in between all of this. This is Charles Darwin, British naturalist. It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent. Be careful with the human being. It is the most adaptable to the change, that is virus and bacteria until now. Human activities. Human plays the key of role. The strongest dinosaurs that not survive. The most intelligent, be careful. Because human explored the planet Earth, changed the ecology, ozone, forest, wildlife getting less. Human could influence the nature, circumstances, environment, and climate on Earth, either positive or negative way. So this is the global warming from the WHO. Climate change affects social and environmental determinants of health, clean air, safe drinking water, sufficient food, and secure shelter. Between 2030 and 2050, climate change expected to cause approximately 250,000 additional deaths per year from malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. The direct damage cost of health exclude the cost of health determining sector as agriculture, water, and sanitation is estimated to between 2 and 4 billion US dollar per year by 2030. Areas with weak health infrastructure, mostly in the developing countries, will be the least able to cope without assistance to prepare and respond. Reducing emission of greenhouse gases through better transport, food, and energy use choices can result in improved health, particularly through reduced air pollution. Climate change is the single biggest health threat. It has concluded that to avert catastrophic health impacts, and health professionals worldwide and are already responding to the health harm caused by this unfolding crisis. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, concluded that to avert catastrophic health impact and prevent millions of climate change-related deaths, the world must limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. It is now or never. Climate change already impacted health in myriad ways, including by leading to death and illness from increasing frequent extreme weather events such as heat waves, storm, floods, the disruption of food system, increasing zoonosis, food, water, and vector-borne disease, and mental health issues. These climate-sensitive health risks are disproportionately felt by the most vulnerable and disadvantaged, including women, children, ethnic minorities, poor communities, migrant or displaced persons, older population, and those with underlying health conditions. What is on the brink of catastrophic warming? Limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit above pre-industrial temperatures is important by the early of 2030. At our global pace of carbon emission, the world will burn through its remaining carbon budget by 2030. Beyond that threshold, scientists have found climate disaster will become so extreme that people will not be able to adapt. A dangerous climate threshold is near, but it doesn't mean we are doomed if swift action is taken. To conclude, global warming certainly have a negative impact on wellness. A bad habit of lifestyle could contribute to the greenhouse effect on global warming, but a healthy lifestyle of wellness has a positive impact on healthy spine and living. Together, one earth, one family, one future, to challenge in the face of global warming, and urgently need action to swift and control the greenhouse effect that causing the global warming. Take-home message, Spine20 calls for the G20 country to raise awareness of how our everyday lifestyle decisions regarding wellness, physical activity, smoking, and nutrition affect the world resources, and our spine health is related to the United Nations SDGs 3, good health, and SDGs 11, climate and action, and should work together because the human is live on one earth, one family, and one future. Actively propose a healthy lifestyle on healthy spine and living wellness in all dimensions. Exercise, diet, weight management, ergonomic tobacco use, illness and disease prevention, manage life pressure to adapt to change in tough circumstances. Being included in the society in which one lives is vital for the material, psychosocial, and political environment that underpins social well-being and equitable health. Transforming negative health habits to positive ones. Handle multiple roles and being able to supply scale to meet community needs, protect the environment and natural resources. Being more sensitive to inequality in population could affect wellness of the individuals. Being adaptable to climate and ecosystem changes, but action should be done to swift and control the greenhouse effect. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Bambang, for your impactful presentation and on-time presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the question and answer session. We already received one writing question from Sakato to Dr. Edward Doring. The question is, what do we know about the impact of e-cigarette on human health, especially in spine health? Dr. Edward?
Mute. Sorry about that. Thank you for the question. I was answering it and going full steam on mute. So there has not been much research on e-cigarettes or vaping with regard to the spine. We know that we don't have to worry about the tobacco toxins or the chemicals that are typically in tobacco. However, nicotine is a very important component of the causes of problems in the spine, in that it diminishes blood supply to the disc all by itself. So I predict that when studies are performed, we will see similar findings with regard to acceleration of disc degeneration because of the reduced blood flow to the disc caused by the nicotine.
Thank you. The next question to Dr. Bambang. How can implementing wellness challenge contributing to mitigating impacts of global warming? Dr. Bambang.
Thank you. So we know that humans play the important role, even we are the last species available in the earth. But if we do a bad habit, then we will increase the global warming. But if we change our lifestyles and better, then it will improving and protect the global warming. So I think this is very important. In 10 dimensions I already mentioned, we should try to do the best for our earth, because we are all together in the same earth, in the same future.
Thank you, Dr. Bambang. The last question is to Dr. Rita Roy. The question is, how do you measure effectiveness of your program? Dr. Rita, are you there? Already read? Dr. Rita, you're still here?
I think what Dr. Rita explained is about movement has a good impact on the progenitor cell, because every cell has a life cycle, and from progenitor, adult, and then program death, that is apoptosis. And if we keep active physically and cognitive, the impact is positive for the progenitor. But if maybe muted. Sorry for.
Dr. Rita, again? Okay. I think something problem with connection maybe. Dr. Baban, so we have to conclude our session. What is the point?
Can I ask Professor Dr. Rajasekaran about what is your suggestion for the obesity, how to solve that in the future?
If I know a solution, I would have been little more less obese myself. But I think the trick is in education. So just going into the depth of this topic actually was a big revelation. Even for myself, I came to know of so many ill effects of obesity. Till today, I was thinking obesity is a personal problem. I mean, it affects their health, it affects their general well-being, but how it can affect the global health, how it can affect the carbon emissions, how it can affect the climate change was a great revelation. So I think the whole thing is in education, and we have to start it very young. This has to be started in school. However much parents tell the children, it's not so effective as it's coming from the school, from the teachers, and from their educational activities. Because the incidence of childhood obesity is very much on the increase. So we will be facing an insurmountable problem if we don't tackle it at the school at this stage. So I would say that education is the key.
Thank you very much. So it should be from the early beginning of life.
Yeah,
education.
exactly.
Thank you. So, Dr. Edward Doring, you raise your hand, please.
I had a question for Dr. Rajakaran also. I learned a lot from your talk, and one thing I just wanted to verify is you're saying that the animal emissions from livestock that we raise to eat is actually greater than all transportation, cars, planes, everything. That's what your slide said?
Yeah, that was astounding for me to read. So when I first read it, I went into multiple sites to make sure that it was not wrong information. So it is 18% more than all transmissions.
Wow.
And I mean, that's amazing. I mean, that was really astounding for me. That's a fact.
Yes, thank you for that.
It's not just the gas emissions from the livestock, but also the amount of water they consume, and the amount of land, and amount of everything, you know, all put together, it makes a huge amount.
Wow.
Thank
Nice
you.
talk.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. This is one question. How do we engage the general population to be more active when most of our activities are sedentary? Our lifespan 6 hours in school, that lack of proper facilities and personnel for physical education program, most of them seem to play video games or in front of the screens, watching TV and streaming information. I think this question for Dr. Rita, but maybe Dr. Rita is muted.
She is not on.
Yeah, please.
She's not on.
Okay.
Dr. Derwana, It's Donna. I think that, when we're talking directly about how we engage people to become more active, if people would maybe walk to work if their work facilities are close by, instead of using transportation like a motor vehicle, or if they would bicycle to work or bicycle to the store instead of using automobiles, that would help to increase exercise. Additionally, in many workplaces, there are a lot of ergonomic mobility items where major corporations in the United States that, your Facebooks and your Googles and your larger corporations, they actually offer different types of exercise equipment where it's placed under somebody's desk, where there's like a little bicycle pedal, and you're actually, while you're working on your computer, you're actually pedaling a bicycle and underneath your desk. So there's different types of equipment and things that people can use to become more active in life. And I think these are just some of the things that people can do. And again, in developing countries, there's limited amounts of resources, such as playgrounds and different areas where children, especially school-age children, especially in underdeveloped countries, can go outside and play. And, I think that trying to encourage, schools and while children are young to be able to have a recreational area or a place where they can do these things is critical. I know in the United States, they have different type of achievement, physical education achievement awards that children are given in school. Whereas if they're in a physical education class, they compete against each other. And if they document certain types of exercises that they do when they leave school, between, going home and the next morning, they get a certain amount of points for it, which count toward like little awards that they're given from a very young age. And then hopefully this progresses throughout their life, where they actually learn to become more active from childhood to adolescence to adulthood.
Thank you, Dr. Donlahi, for your explanation. So the point is education to change the lifestyle to become more active from the young age. Thank you. There is another question. I think this is for Dr. Rajasekaran. How to calculate BMI for person on spinal cord injury or wheelchair?
So BMI is calculated by the calculations of the height and weight. So the height can be calculated even if the person is lying down, and the weight also can be calculated for any person. So I don't think that should be a major challenge to calculate a BMI. So the weight we all know, so the height can be calculated in centimeters when the patient is lying down.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rajasekaran. The last question is, should we be careful using language and about blaming individual when discussing obesity, smoking, and sedentary lifestyle?
What is the question? If it is too difficult, I'll let Ed handle the question. Should we be careful using languages blaming individuals? Yeah, I'm sure that we are talking this on an abstract level, looking globally and also at the societal level, and not talking about an individual. Yeah, so definitely I think I agree with the statement that we should not be talking about individuals, and I don't think that is the purpose of Spine20 or any of the organizations. I mean, we are looking at it at an organizational, societal, and national level. Ed, you would agree?
You're muted.
You're muted, yeah.
Thank you. You're muted. Okay.
Yeah, I think Dr. Edward is agree. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we in the end of the session, as take-home message is Spine20 called on the G20 countries to raise awareness on how everybody lifestyles, decisions regarding wellness, physical activity, smoking, nutrition effects, the world's resources to our spine health. Dr. Baban, do you want to?
Thank you. The time is up now. So we close this first session, and thank you for all the speakers for excellent presentation and discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, chairpersons, for conducting the session wonderfully and sticking to having it stick to time. And that is the essence of our meeting today. We have a very busy agenda. We'll break for 30 minutes for tea. 10:30 sharp, we will start with the session with the talk by Professor Jerome from Lucerne in Switzerland. We'll move in time because 10:30 we'll start with the keynote addresses. Sorry, apologize for that. And following that, at 11:15, we have the talk by Professor Jerome, and 11:30, the G20 Sherpa will join us online virtually. Friends, the coffee and tea is served outside. Just as you exit the hall, there are some snacks to savor. The exhibition is outside in the patio, just outside here. So please give the exhibitioners also some encouragement by visiting them at any time during the breaks, whether during the tea break or lunchtime. If there are any requests, anything we can do to make you more comfortable during the Spine20 2023, please let any of the organizing committee members know. So thanks. Over to the tea and coffee session in the adjoining corridor. Thank you. We are almost off the threshold of joining with the next session. A few housekeeping announcements for the benefit of our friends on the wheelchair. As you go out into the corridor and turn right, there is another restroom which is more accessible than the one which is on the left. So please see if you would want to use that restroom whenever you need it. If you would need a room, we also have a room available for you to relax. So that was just another housekeeping announcement. Again, reminding everyone that we have a back-to-back agenda, and we'll wish that we move forward on time without compromising on the discussions which are so important for making such a brainstorming event and a summit successful. Our next session is a very important one. It's that on keynote lectures. And I have the pleasure of introducing someone who many of us in India consider as a mentor and who has been like, though he's young, but still like a father figure to all of us. And he has been ably guiding the Association of Spine Surgeons of India which is the host organization. May I have Professor Rajashekharan's profile slide, please? Yep. Friends, if I were to introduce Professor Rajashekharan appropriately, it would take the time of the whole summit. So I'll be very brief in the introduction about Professor Rajashekharan. The profile slide, please. Okay, go back. Profile slide. Professor Rajashekharan is known for his involvement with Ganga Hospital. So he is the chairman of orthopedics, trauma and spine surgery at this hospital in Coimbatore, which has brought this city to the global map. We have people coming from all over the globe to visit this hospital and do an observership and fellowship there. He has various academic qualifications to his credit, and amongst them you can see on the presentation in front of you, including a PhD, FSCS and FRCS. His PhD topic has been the hallmark of many papers which came subsequently and has revolutionized the way we think about management of a very common spinal ailment. Name any spine society across the globe, and Dr. Rajashekharan has provided leadership like chair and presidency to those societies. Whether he's been the chair of AO Spine International Board, chair of AO Spine International Commission, president of CCOT, president Cervical Spine Research Society Asia Pacific, president of the Indian Orthopedic Association. It is one of the collaborating societies here, and it is perhaps one of the largest orthopedic societies across the globe with more than 12,000 members. President of the Association of Spine Surgeons of India, the host of this summit, president of International Society for the Study of Lumbar Spine, and president of the World Orthopedic Concern. Friends, there is a lot more to talk about, but the best way is to hear directly from him. He'll enamor you, I'm sure, and with the Ganga Hospital experience, how that provides us a model for implementation, not only in emerging countries, but countries across the globe in a cost-effective manner. May I request Professor Rajashekharan to kindly come to the dais for his keynote address.
Thank you, Chabra. So whenever you are introduced by your closest friend, you can always be sure that you will get a very good introduction. So thank you very much for this, and also thank you for considering me for this very prestigious position of delivering this plenary lecture. Now, medical costs are a big time topic, because whatever be the advance, if it is not available and if it is not affordable, it is not a solution. And so, low cost, high quality spine care, is it compatible, is it just fact or fiction, is what I would like to talk about today. Thank you again for this great honor. Now, we live in this country, India, where the population is ever increasing. I made this slide a few years ago, and now we are almost touching 1.4 billion, and we are a little bit worried at the speed in which we are actually progressing. But that is not the main challenge, because I read a German philosopher's statement that you don't need to be worried about how many mouths are there to feed, because for every mouth to feed there are two hands that can work. So the problem comes if there is a disparity only within them. The other major challenges other than the numbers are that 70 to 80%, depending upon where you are practicing in India, they are uninsured and they are self-paying. 60% of this population earn below $3,000 per year, and 20% are below $1,500. And as a result, most of them neglect till the disease forces them to seek medical treatment. So late presentations are very common, and they actually are technically more challenging and need the highest quality of expertise and also technological care. And for these, the government reimbursements are very unimaginably low. There are a lot to say about the National Health Service in India too. There are excellent hospitals and great surgeons working there also, but they are not adequate for the 1.5% population over here. So when you are in charge of a medical service in India, everyday surgeons like us have an important job to do. You have a person in front of you with a serious problem, becoming paraplegic, severe pain, or with cardiorespiratory distress, and they are totally unaffordable. And so we have to place a price on the health and well-being of a fellow citizen. I mean, you really need to decide, is it possible to help them or not? So the actual question in front of you is to give up and say, this is not possible, or you have to stand up to the challenge and somehow make it possible. And I come from this city of South India, Coimbatore, which is a third-tier city in, by Indian standards. And this is a private hospital which was started by my parents in 1991. It went through a series of expansions. And now, along with my brother, who's a reconstructive surgeon, this has become expanded to 650 beds, 40 operating theaters, 294 doctors. And last year, we performed more than 28,400 major orthopedic surgeries. That means almost 100 to 110 major surgeries every day. And you can see that over a period of time, it's been really fast expanding. And this is not possible but for the fact that we can make the cost which is affordable by the general population over there. I'm just putting this slide just not to say that it is only the quantity, but also we have been voted as the India's best private hospital for orthopedics consecutively for the last 9 years by these magazines. So some of the principles that we have used over this, I think the first fundamental most principle is to keep the patient's interest first and do only what is necessary. I think if you say this, it looks too simplistic, but actually when you come into practice, it becomes more complicated. Because too often we are always prescribing medicines, we are prescribing investigations, doing interventions and doing procedures which actually may not be necessary for the patient. And that compounds the cost of the treatment quite a lot. For example, in many countries you have to practice defensive medicine, and you can see here, as it was published in JAMA, the cost of defensive medicine itself in USA is just that costs $46 billion annually in the United States. Now this is also actually on the increase in every developing country, and you need to be careful about this. Not doing a procedure which is not required. Now this is, I am just taking the example of spinal tuberculosis. This can be treated, complex operation can be done, many investigations can be done, but if you treat it conservatively, very successfully, the cost saved is very high. Just to carry on with this, you can see this is a huge TB spine. You can see so much of epidural abscess, you can see a lot of abscess in the front, cord compression. And if you have to do the multiple tests which are required for this and also to do a major surgery, definitely the cost for this inaffordable patient is very huge. It will actually take the family by 2 segments below the poverty line if they have to do it. And this patient was treated entirely by conservative method, and you can see that after ATT, there is such absolutely good healing and complete resolution of the abscess and completely normal restoration. The difference in cost of this one single patient to operate is actually the 2.5 months salary of this family person. So you can, by doing a judicial judgment, doing only what is necessary, not ordering extra tests, not doing your favorite operation, not doing the most recent operation with the most expensive equipment, that can actually cost quite a lot. Now, while we all say we do only operate, but you can see that surgeons as a whole, we are trigger happy many of the times. Now, it depends upon region to region, society to society, country to country, organization to organization. And if you can see there, the rate of back surgery in the United States is at least 40% higher than any other country. And it is 5 times than those in England and Scotland. Now, this is the same human population which is living in every country. And why should there be so much of difference? And especially in the US, you can see while the population increased by 23%, spine surgery increased by 137%, and in some states, rate of spine surgery is 20 times more than others. So it is not the spinal disease, it's not the population, it's not the pathology. It always looks that it is the spine surgeons, the number of spine surgeons, the aggressiveness of the spine surgeons as a whole, that actually determines whether you need surgery or not, and that actually influences the economy quite a lot. Now, in our own example, our rates of doing lumbar spine disc surgery and cervical disc surgery fell down tremendously. We were basically very conservative, and even this has fallen down by a huge amount while we have started doing selective nerve root blocks for both the cervical and the lumbar disc over the last many years. So all this goes to prove that cost does matter, and if you don't do the investigations and the surgeries that are not required, this resource can go into other people. The second principle that we follow is we proactively advocate and adopt only time-tested techniques and surgeries of proven low-cost therapies. Now, I would like to say, very sure if we think that something is better for the patient, we would still do it. But if there are two important things that give the same level of treatment, then this is possible. This was not a challenge in olden days when between the surgeon and the patient there was no other stakeholder, no other middleman. But you know, the thing is all totally complicated now. So there is not only the doctor and the patient, there is a hospital policy, there is a lot of other issues. There is the industry, then there is the government, and there is the insurance. And over a period of time, the patient himself has taken a back seat, and the doctor himself also is a back seat. There is the industry and insurance which is actually covering the whole thing. And this, what it means is that the world market volume is becoming huge, staggering. 16.4 billion US dollars is the spine market, and the predicted growth rate is 21%. Now just look at this. Every country like Japan is struggling to grow by 1 or 2%, but spine market grows by 21% every year. So that's the reason why if you just take a smaller thing like the disc problem, there is nothing that we have not done. We have burnt it, we have put enzymes, we have coagulated it, we have electrolyzed, we have done magnetotherapy, we have tried everything. There has been 21 new types of intervention very recently, and outcomes are often no better than conservative treatment. So which actually means between the start of these treatments and the end of the treatment, billions of dollars, millions of dollars are spent before we know that there is no good. So if you are practicing in a situation where resources are important, I do not think that we should actually jump into any of these innovations, because as you know that important potential for contribution to existing therapies is only in 3% of newer things that actually comes. Many are actually for the benefit of the innovator and also for the industry, and we have to be a little careful. We all know the Scout's parabola, and we have been very careful that we don't get into this. We know that many of these newer ideas and instrumentations come as a promising area and becomes implement, and over a few years then many problems are reported, rejected, and not any used. Now it is important that we don't ride this parabola over very high, and we always make sure that we stay behind 5 to 10 years. I sincerely think, I tell all my registrars and trainees, being behind 5 years the cutting edge of spine surgery is not a disadvantage for you, it's a big advantage for your patients. The attraction to use the most common, the latest, and the most interventional is actually one of the things that increases the cost of spine surgery quite a lot. The third principle that has helped us is what I call choosing wisely. If there is a simple procedure that we have been doing and that is doing very well in our hands and has been extremely safe, we think not twice, many times before changing to a more costly, more instrumental, more challenging and unproved procedure. Just this example, for the young spine surgeon, this is the bread and butter, spine trauma. You get a compression fracture or something in the thoracolumbar spine. Definitely there are two easier methods to treat. One is the conservative treatment itself, and for any reason if there is an indication to operate, you still could operate just posteriorly or percutaneously, just 3 simple screws, or you can do the screws posteriorly and then do a laparoscopic treatment and then put in a cage, and the cost difference between these two is almost 12 times. So why not do something that is very simple? Why not first actually think of conservative treatment before you would even think to operate? So the prudent decisions in management costs can cut down the cost considerably. So whatever is the cheese that you have in your pocket, it can be spread to many, many more people if you use your decisions very prudently. With local implants, I think it's very important. Implants are here to stay. It is very important because stabilization of the spine is very, very important. We need to encourage and promote some of the local manufacturers so that implants of very good cost, very good quality can be produced. And you can use it over here because you can see, you can also use some methods of low implant density, and this is from Dr. Shekhar Bojraj. Actually for this, the cost of the implant is less than $100. So you can see what a tremendous difference that this would do. The fourth principle, and this is very important, and this is important as every surgical head, cost cutting comes from high performance work culture. This is extremely important. So you're just tweaking the theater start time and close times, reduced turnaround times, stopping wastages, and being very prudent in your equipment maintenance can make an entirely complete difference to what you can do. If the top operation theater efficiency is increased by 100%, then the total costs come crashing down by 60%. So innovations in administrative and work processes are as important as the innovations in implant and surgical techniques. And I think for developing countries, these innovations in processes and cost cutting is as important or more important when you talk of innovations as a whole. Because resources saved is resources earned. And you can increase your resource almost 4 times by efficient use of your resources. But you have to make sure that the entire team actually addresses this. So you always have a big challenge, and as we became from 32 beds to 650 beds and our staff increased from 426 to 2,826, one thing that I found is increase in facility can always lead to decrease in efficiency. I mean, the culture gets completely disrupted. Increase in staff can lead to dilution of hierarchy and efficiency, and people start talking about the staff rights versus patient care. So all these problems are quite challenging. And if you're the head of the administrative unit, you need to concentrate on all these things also if you're going to actually succeed in low cost care. To bring the entire flock looking at one particular line and to follow the line is one of the challenges that will be. The fifth helped us is the power of large numbers, because cross subsidy is possible when you have a huge number. Now in an efficient system, as your numbers increase, when high volumes are reached, we always found that 20% can be highly subsidized and 5% of them can actually be free. Because you have an operating theater, you have all the costly equipments, which if you do not use after 4 o'clock in the evening, I mean, they are just lying there. The infrastructure costs are just rotting over there. If you can make sure that you can operate more patients and extend your facility, then you find that you can do a lot of surgeries. These costly equipments, however costly they are already purchased. The CMC has already been done. So it doesn't matter whether you use for 100 patients a year or whether you use for 500 patients a year. The cost for the hospital is just the same. So why is a barrier to use these for very poor patients completely free? Because it doesn't add any additional cost to the patient. So we have followed these principles and then these have been very good. The sixth most important principle is cost escalates when you have a complication. And you need to be avoiding it like a poison, because complication steals our resource, occupies our time, saps our energy, decreases the morale of the team, and also challenges the reputation of the unit in the society. So we go and we actually put in a lot of effort, do a lot of audit, and we make sure that the complications are very low. So we have always invested a lot on safety and been very scared to invest on luxury, because our patients who have not come for treatment for many years because of inaffordability, these patients who could not afford the primary surgery cannot afford a cost of a complication. They cannot afford a revision, and you have to be really careful that you give them the best of it. So strict auditing of our results, which is one of the most important things, is always done, and so that we make sure. So by this, it has been possible for us to do more than 200 spine surgeries every year at a very, very cheap cost, and we can see that such complicated cases can be operated for a reimbursement of less than $1,500. So much subsidy is possible for us to give. Now, when I presented it, the Scoliosis Research Society was very surprised in the USA. So 3 of their past presidents came over there to our place, and they stayed with us for some time, and they were astounded that this is possible by a process. And for the first time outside the United States, they awarded the Walter Blount Humanitarian Award to the hospital. Last thing is involve the society. There are lots and lots of people who have a lot of money and who will be willing to give it for a good cause, if only they are sure that it will go for a good cause. So I promoted the idea of power of 5. One day I was traveling from the flight. It was written that if you donate $100 to a society like Red Cross or HelpAge or Cry, 52% of their money goes for administrative and para infrastructure. Only 48% goes actually into charity. So actually that put a lot of thought into my mind, and when I came back, I promoted in our society the power of 4 or 5. Like we found out that if you operate, 25 to 30% of cost is the cost for medical persons. So if we do it free, automatically it is subsidized by 40%. The hospital will subsidize by 20%. We get generic drugs. We have a lot of people to just donate for the implants. And then if people donate to us 200 rupees, we can give them the worth of 1,000 rupees. This power of into 5 actually caught the impression of many of the great people, donors in our society. And then this part of the charity, we did it as a part of everyday work, and that actually was a big thing. So I think it's time that we take a break from many of the places on new technology, recent advances, the latest screws and everything. And we should actually think about affordable healthcare, safe healthcare, and also follow the principle of prevention and cure. So I'll just take 1 minute, because spine rehabilitation is supposed to be the most complex, most complicated thing. But taking inspiration from Chabra and from his unit, we set up a very good unit where there is now 45 beds in patients, and it also has the most sophisticated. We did it along with the Rotary Club. This patient was from this accident, and 2 years later, with a lot of bed sores, he came to us. And we have a facility where we keep them all for 8 weeks, where we make them completely independent, give them all the training that is required. And we bring them to a level where, even though they don't improve in neurology, as we all know, we bring them to a point of independence. And at this time, you can see that he is so independent. From a stage of where he was bedridden with this, we also made arrangements with the Rotary Club in his local place that they donated him an auto rickshaw, and he is now fully working from morning to evening. So he is not only out, he is not only independent, but he is a yearning member of his family, and he is a contributor to the society also. So all these can be got. And if any of you have a doubt whether excellent treatment is possible at low cost, I would actually advise you to read this book by Dr. C.K. Prahalad. He is the Wharton School of Business chair. He is actually from my city. He was born in my city, And this book, The Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid, is very inspiring to know how things can be done at a much cheaper place. So thank you very much for this great opportunity to share our experience with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So what I talked about was only a fraction of what they can achieve. May I request Dr. Rajashekaran to please be on the dais. And as I introduce our next keynote speaker, as she comes up on the bill, I'll request her to be on the dais. Actually, when we were talking about having the keynote speakers, it was felt by the scientific task force that we should have Indians who should be delivering the keynote addresses here. And we wanted to showcase how healthcare and especially spine care is being revolutionized in India. An equally tall figure, I would want to Vasan, founder of Soul Free, an MSc in psychology, PhD scholar and senior research fellow at IIT. So think of any award and she has it there, they're all mentioned here. We will circulate that also to all of you. Talks volumes about her achievements. In fact, Preeti was studying in Pennsylvania and was top ranked when she qualified in 1996, am I right? And she was amongst the top 2% American intellectuals in 1997. She was a national level swimmer, champion in cricket, lot more things to say, unfortunately, or fortunately, as you may say, fortunately to persons with spinal injury in her region, not only her region, but the whole of South, when she had a different experience and is with us on the wheelchair since. She has continued to deliver. She went on to do her PhD from IIT, is a research scholar there. She has been running a foundation and we look forward to hearing from her. So over to you, Preeti. I'm sure you will mesmerize everyone as much. May we have the introductory video of Preeti play?
2012 என்னுடைய BE கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் நான் சென்னையில் ஒரு 2 கம்பெனி MNCல ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஆல்மோஸ்ட் கன்னியாகுமரி டு காஷ்மீர் வரைக்கும் சர்வீஸ் இன்ஜினியராக ட்ராவல் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். 2016ல் தீபாவளிக்காக வீட்டுக்கு வந்துட்டு திரும்பி ரிட்டர்ன் இங்கிருந்து போகும்போது எனக்கு ஒரு பைக் ஆக்சிடென்ட் ஒன்று ஆயிடுச்சு. பைக் ஆக்சிடென்ட் ஆன பிறகு பெட் ரிட்டன்லாம் இருந்தேன். இப்போ ஆஃப்டர் சோல் ஃப்ரீல நான் ஜாயின் பண்ணி ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் எடுத்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் எனக்கு வாக்கரில் ஏஞ்சி நடக்க முடியுது.
2 paraplegic girls I knew. They were cooking, they were cleaning from their wheelchair, but they were told that they are a shame, a burden and a curse, and poison was left next to them and they drank it and passed away. Then I couldn't imagine all over India what must be happening. So I said, even if there is one person that I can help, then I'm going to do that, and that's how Soul Free started. Namaste, I am Preeti Srinivasan. At the age of 18, I had been chosen in the top 2 percentile of the student population in the US. I became the under-19 Tamil Nadu captain in girls cricket. I had gone for a college excursion to Pondicherry. We were playing in about 2.5 feet of water, and I stumbled. I knew I was going to fall, so being a seasoned swimmer, I dove in face forward. Life as I knew it was over in that split second. Training 6-7 hours a day to being told that you're going to be a quadriplegic, you're never going to be able to move anything below your neck is not an easy thing for an 18-year-old to just absorb. If a person with spinal cord injury is given training in how to take care of themselves physically, psychologically, and from a socio-economic perspective, they can lead a normal lifespan. That's where Soul Free comes in. The government of Tamil Nadu has recognized the value of our work. They gave us a building in the old GH compound of Thiruvannamalai. Today we have successfully constructed a 20,000 square feet integrated spinal rehabilitation center. Inspire will provide holistic, integrated treatment options.
இந்த இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட்டு சோல்ஃப்ரீல சேர்ந்ததால மட்டும்தான் எனக்கு இது சாத்தியமாச்சு. நெக்ஸ்ட் பேரா ஒலிம்பிக் கேமில் நான் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணணுன்ற ஒரு தாட்டும் இப்போ லாஸ்ட் 6 months அதுக்கு ப்ராசஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன்.
We need India to join hands with Soulfree and ensure that our ultimate vision, that nobody, no man, no woman, no quadriplegic, no paraplegic, that nobody is forced to commit suicide because of a physical condition they have no control over. Namaste everyone. It's a great privilege for me to be here among such great experts. As an 18-year-old, when I had an accident, never once did I think that I would be in this kind of an August conference and be among such experts on an international stage. At that point, I was just broken. A spinal cord injury can happen to anyone at any time, and as you know, there's no cure for it. It can cause permanent paralysis below the level of injury. In India, the condition is pretty dire in the sense that there is no insurance at all for rehabilitation. There is very few rehabilitation centers, and those that are available are prohibitively expensive. Most times what happens is, first of all, I think we need to start at the beginning with prevention. There is no driver's education in schools and colleges in India. So I think every one of us here will agree that the roads are pretty chaotic, right? Accidents happen every day, people die every day. When a spinal cord injury happens, it's not just the body that gets damaged. Everything is lost. Our sense of identity is lost. Our dreams for the future is lost. How society looks at us changes. How we deal with our family changes. The family has to take on the burden of care here because there are no caregivers. I recently went to the UK and they said that there we get 2 caregivers in the morning and 2 caregivers in the night, sponsored by the state. Here, so far, the government of India has not recognized spinal cord injury as a specific multiple disability. So there is no registry, no central registry, no data is available. So if I should ask in the state of Tamil Nadu or any of 28 states in India, how many spinal cord injuries happen every year? How many to women? How many to men? What happens to them once they leave the hospital? We don't know. We are just easy to discard that way. There's no insurance for rehabilitation. We are just left to die. The social stigma is tremendous. Like I said, many of them are treated as a shame and a burden and a curse, especially women, especially those who live below the line of poverty. If we start with people who are construction workers, there is no thing about harnessing here, no safety precautions. People climb up trees and they fall. And there are a lot of road traffic accidents. The paramedical staff have no idea about spine stabilization at all. There are no spine boards in any ambulances. They are just lifted by the hands and legs and it comes into a U shape like this, which helps gravity break the spine even further. So many spinal cord injuries actually happen post accident that can easily be prevented with proper spine stabilization. If every ambulance in India had paramedical staff that know what a spinal cord injury is and have a spine board to stabilize, many of these injuries would not be happening. And when it happens, what happens to them? Many surgeons, many doctors and hospitals across India have no idea what a spinal cord injury is. They don't know how to treat it. I was taken to a hospital. They put a spondylosis collar around my neck and told me to be taken 4 hours away. That golden hour was totally lost. Would I be walking today if I had been immediately treated? I don't know. But we are never going to know. So there are a lot of things that can be prevented with awareness and knowledge that are not being taken care of at the moment. So what happens to those who are living below the line of poverty, who when they leave the hospital are told that that's it, nothing more can be done for you, go home and wait to die. And they do die. Many of them develop bed sores, many of them fall into depression, many of them commit suicide of their own accord. I tell them, actually there's nothing wrong with you, right? It's just like your body has a Wi-Fi strike today. Your brain is fine, your body is fine, just the networking system isn't working. Moment I tell them, suddenly there is hope. I tell them, you can be totally self-reliant. You can do your own things. All you need is to train in how to live and work in the new body. So actually what we are doing is a complete re-engineering of the psyche. I can give you my example. As you were shown, I was almost Olympic level fit at the age of 18 when I had the accident. And my rehab happened at the Rehab Institute of Chicago, which is considered amongst the top 5 in spinal rehabilitation. I was all of 18. I had a C4, C5 level injury. But you would think I would get something back, right? But I didn't. Because they never gave me a reason to live. They never gave me a reason to fight. And I was heartbroken. I was 18. Till that day I thought, I'm beautiful, I'm smart, I'm this, that and the other thing, right? And then I was nothing at all. My heart was broken. My spirit was broken. But the experts don't see that. They are treating the body as a machine, and as long as you treat the body as a machine, it will not work. If you can't give a person a reason to live, if you can't give them the will to live, the wish to live, to make them feel valued, all the physiotherapy in the world will not have any impact. So the first thing we do at the Soul Free Inspire Center, Inspire standing for Integrated Spinal Rehabilitation. The first thing we do is to give them back their will to live, to give them back dignity, to tell them that we value them. We give them music and dance and joyous things. We give them sports and so many activities, art therapy, Reiki, Ayurveda massages that improve their entire being, entire system. It improves their skin, it improves their blood circulation, it improves their metabolism, it breaks down the weight. And weight is an issue for us, isn't it? The first year itself, food is so beautiful. Food is such solace. For a person in a wheelchair, food is the only thing that can give us pleasure. So we like to eat. And we eat like we used to do before. And you can't do that. Now in a wheelchair, your body burns only 1200 calories. And just maybe one glass of really good chocolate milkshake has 1200 calories. Then you keep putting on weight. In the first year, they become obese. They develop so many comorbidities, right? Diabetes comes, high blood pressure comes. So at the Soul Free Inspire Center, we offer a very, very specific diet, a high fiber, low carb diet that keeps them happy. I made the entire menu for the whole month. Nothing gets repeated. Food is interesting, food is nutritious, food is fun. And yet, it doesn't increase weight. We come with months and months of constipation. Our digestive system doesn't work the same. Our intestines don't move the same. And we just aren't able to do it properly anymore. So we need a lot of fiber in our diet. After coming to our center, in 15 days, all their months and months of constipation goes away. And we use, like Sir said, conservative to the core, in the sense that natural things. We are able to heal grade 4 bed sores with sun baths in the morning from 6:30 to 7:30, Ayurvedic medicated ghees, no chemicals. They completely heal, then they go back to therapy and they're doing so well. People who come to us bedridden for years sometimes, unable to make eye contact, feeling that they're not worth anything. Having been told day in and day out that they don't deserve to be alive. They come to us, within 3 or 4 months, they're walking with calipers. They're sure of themselves. Physically, psychologically, they become self-reliant. And then we train them to become self-reliant from a physiological, psychological, and socio-economic perspective. Financially, once they go back home, they have to be in a position to earn. Because guess what? At least in India, and I think everywhere in the world, the bottom line is the bottom line, right? If you don't have money in your pocket, you're treated like shit. Sorry for that, but that's the truth. So if they are not able to earn, then they go backwards. They go back to their homes, they go back to bed, they go back to the bed sore. So our goal is to ensure self-reliance from a physiological, psychological, and socio-economic perspective. And to a large extent, for the lower level, actually my thought, I don't have actual statistics on this, because statistics we don't have anyway, is that the quadriplegics like me, whose hands and fingers are also impaired, they don't make it very long in India. Within the first year, either the family is unable to care for them or they themselves lose hope, and that's it. Most of them die within the first year. So many of us, when many of them people who come to us are lower level injuries, thoracic, lumbar level injuries, they're able to walk with calipers, and they were told that they can't even live anymore. They're able to go out and earn and lead lives of dignity and purpose. This is our goal at the Soul Free Inspire Center, and we want to become a center for excellence in researching the holistic management of life after spinal cord injury. Yes, it doesn't have a cure, but can we create a functional and experiential framework that can almost guarantee their self-reliance? Yes, we can. Within the first 1.5 years of operation, more than 120 people have completed their rehabilitation. They've gone out there, they're earning money, and many of them in fact are employing others and have become owners of their future. And this is what we want, isn't it? This is a niche workforce. These are people who were thought worthless and left to die, who are now dignified and respectable members of society. A spinal cord injury has been termed by the WHO as the most debilitating condition in the world. And the government of India is yet to recognize it as a specific multiple disability. If anyone from the government is there right now, I beg you, please, this is the most multiple disability you can find. We have no urine control, we have no bowel control, we don't have sensation or function. We need support. Only 6% of girls with disability get to go to school in India. 6%. Without an education, how will we get employment? Without employment, how will we become self-reliant? You saw the video that I was in the top 2 percentile of the American student population. I came back to India after my accident They told me, why do people like you come to study? There are no lifts, no ramps, don't join. This is how it is. Nothing is accessible. There is no hope. And that's where Soul-Free wants to be the change. We're going to complete 10 years of operations very soon on August 23rd, 2023. And we hope that this will be the beginning, that Soul-Free Inspire Center, I mean, it's providing seriously, we have pulse electromagnetic field therapy, we have a fully accessible, there is a ramp inside the hydrotherapy pool. It's temperature controlled, it's beautiful. We have Ayurveda, we have occupational therapy, physiotherapy, you name it, music and dance, and they start being alive again. So if we can do this, if we can give them, we have, one person came to me and he said he was very depressed. The physiotherapist came to me and said, I don't know what to do with him. And so I spoke to him and he said, I'm feeling feverish today, I don't want to talk to you. So then I said, okay, if your fever goes away tomorrow, will you talk to me? And we gave him medicines for the fever, he was all right. Then I said, what's the problem? He said, I don't know how to live. The only thing I know is farming. And I'm never going to put my hands in soil again. I said, you know what? We have India's first wheelchair accessible terrace garden. So you go, you put your hands in soil again and you grow tomatoes for me and I am going to eat only the tomatoes you grow. So a week after that, the physiotherapist came and told me, what did you tell him? And then he asked him and he said, Madam is going to eat my tomatoes. Everybody needs a reason to live. Everybody needs to have that incentive. And the same person, when he was completing his rehab and he was going home, I asked him, so when are you going to get married? And he said, who will marry a person like me? And I said, you go home and you earn 8,000 to 10,000 rupees a month and I will help you get married. So immediately there was life behind his eyes, right? He was interested. These are all things we never talk about. Our wish for companionship, relationships, our wish for sex, we don't know. Nobody talks about it. We become asexual, inhuman, somehow second-class citizens. And that's all we want to change. We want dignity and we want a chance to lead a life of dignity and purpose. And that's what we hope to give through the Soul-Free Inspire Center. Thank you so much.
So, an equally tall figure both of them deserve a standing ovation. I think both the presentations today have very well illustrated why we need a national spine care program in India. So, I wish we could share these presentations with also the policymakers so that they can then come forward to have a national spine care program. Thank you very much, Preeti ji.
One thing I forgot to say is that the entire program, they stay there for 4 to 6 months and everything is free for them. So.
My question and answer to Preeti. That's it. Thank you.
I think while you soak in these two presentations, while you absorb these two presentations, I'll request both Preeti ji and Rajshekharan sir to stay on dais. We'll take any questions which come from you after a couple of talks, if you allow that. We will start with the next session. Professor Jerome Bickenbaugh has joined us, and this is the implementation of recommendations session where we'll discuss on strategies on how to get our recommendations achieve what we want them to being implemented. And without much ado, we'll request Professor Jerome Beckenbauer, the unit co-lead Aging, Functioning and Implementation, Swiss Paraplegic Research Center, Notwell in Switzerland, the famous center across the globe, and Professor, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, University of Lucerne, Switzerland. I think a very tall figure who is known globally for the work that he has done. It's impossible to introduce him within the short span available. May I request Professor Jerome Beckenbauer to speak, and his talk will speak for itself. Thank you.
That's very kind of you. Although a tall person, I'm actually very short. Let me just share my screen here. Am I getting the right screen? Probably not. One moment, please.
We can see your screen, sir.
Oh, can you see the screen? Let me just put it. Okay, presentation. Okay. Well, I must say I'm extremely honored to be in the same virtual room with these previous speakers. I was sitting here completely amazed by the kind of work that's being done in India, and I know India well, and I'm very, very appreciative of Dr. Chhabra to have me talk today. I'm going to be talking about something very different from what you've been hearing, and it involves implementation. And the reason that implementation is such an extremely important issue is that, to be blunt, all of the recommendations in the world, however well grounded in evidence and experience and practice, how well thought through they are, will have no consequence unless they make an impact at various levels. As it happens, the level that I'm primarily concerned with is the level of policy, to get laws, regulations at the highest level passed, and national health strategies for spinal cord injury and other very high level activities. But it's also important to have these and other recommendations implemented at the level of practice. But for this talk, I'm going to go, as requested, to look at how it is that we can facilitate the bringing about, the enacting, the making real of those kinds of changes at the national, regional, and policy levels that actually improve the lives of people with spinal cord injury. And the reason this is such a concern to me is some of you in the room and virtually may recognize the International Perspectives of Spinal Cord Injury document that I was honored to be the editor of, which was jointly done with ISCOS, the International Society of Spinal Cord Injury Society, and WHO. And in this document, we presented, it's somewhat out of date at this point, but presented the best evidence for certain kinds of practices, medical rehabilitation, educational, employment, independent living in the world, and tried to get the best evidence together so that we could craft from this evidence the most impactful recommendations that we could come up with. And you probably can't read this on the screen, but the 7 recommendations that we came up with were focused on very high-level changes, which would impact, for example, looking at 4, that buildings are accessible, information is accessible, to meet the challenges of the previous speaker, to bring people back into the world in a full participatory way so that they are full citizens, to improve research, and to deal with the negative attitudes of people, and so on. So these recommendations, once again, flowing from the evidence, the scientific evidence that we were able to gather from people like Dr. Chhabra in India and others around the world, So here we have recommendations. Here we have things that we are confident of as researchers, as scientists, as educators. We are confident that these recommendations are the recommendations that will improve the lives of people with spinal cord injury. Now, the question is, there they are on paper. Now what? Now what? How do we get action from words on paper? Now, this is the challenge of implementation. Now, this is a challenge which I'm going to present to you and give you some of the experience that we have in the spinal cord community in Switzerland and in Europe, and the kind of tools, the kind of techniques, very briefly. Now, obviously, you have your recommendations as well. And I was very pleased to read through these recommendations and compare and contrast with ours. Yours are very detailed and sophisticated and based on your experience. I'm using the 2022 version here. But there are some things that need to be said. Let's focus just briefly on the wording of recommendations, because once we get into the dynamics of implementing, having an impact that changes practice at the national policy level, we have to be extremely careful of the kind of words that we use to bring people into action. Now, one of these kind of issues is, let's take recommendation number one. This is not a critique, it's a way of bringing the discussion to the point in which implementation is rooted and how we launch into implementation activities. The recommendation is to develop policies and support systems. Now, the question is, this is aspirational because it's asking to develop policies without being specific of what kind of policies, the topic matter of the policies, the level of government that is involved, the stakeholders that are involved. So a recommendation in this language, develop policies and support systems to mitigate the increasing burden of SCI. They're obviously correct. They obviously are meaningful and correct, but what they lack is what we scientists called operational meaning. What they lack at this level of generality is what policies, what specifically kind of policies. Are these policies that affect a national plan for action at the level of the government, or are they specifically policies within the health ministry, or policies that are coordinated between health and social service policies, or policies that are generated in order to make a specific change? What I'm saying here is the implementation challenge, and it is always a challenge, is a challenge in which one takes an evidence-based recommendation and brings it into the realm of detailed operational action. So there's a gap between a recommendation as expressed in number 1 or number 5 or the rest of them. There's a gap between the aspiration, the goal, the vision, and the path to that vision. And when you're looking at implementation, you're focusing obviously on the goal. You have your eye on the prize, as the Americans say, but you also want to be focused on the pathway to that. And in order to operationalize, to make the pathway stand out, it's important to have another layer of recommendations that are focused on what can be done. Another way of looking at your recommendations is to notice that words like recognize that low back pain is the leading cause of years lived with disability, recommendation 9, or recognize the need to address patient safety, The question is, what would satisfy in practice the request to recognize? What needs to be done that would achieve recognition? Now, the answer to that question is not clear sometimes, because it is possible, for example, to be very trivial and say, publishing in the newspaper, a national newspaper, or having the Ministry of Health say in a speech, I recognize that low back pain is the leading cause of years lived with disability. I recognize that. The impact of that recognition on people's lives may be nothing, may have no consequence whatsoever. Recognition is a very weak requirement. You can recognize things simply by expressing them, but we don't want words. We don't want recognition in the form of a statement. We want actions. So the question is, when you write recommendations, you need an aspiration, that's for sure, but you also need a pathway. You need to have a concrete set of steps that will achieve recognition. Achieving recognition, for example, recognize by legislatively claiming in operational regulations that among the leading causes of lived with a disability, spinal cord injury is, or low back pain is one of them. To put this into a regulation that has impact. Now, every country, every region, every state of every country may have a different apparatus for doing that. But what is important is to make sure that your recommendations express a pathway to action. And that often means to have recommendations like this, or the ones that we had in the international perspectives on spinal cord injury, but then have another layer of recommendations that are implementation recommendations, the actual steps that identify the steps toward implementation. So let me be more precise about this by giving you some of the details of what I'm talking about to meet implementation challenges. First of all, especially for researchers in the audience, an important distinction, and one which is very, very hard to convince people of, is that implementation is not dissemination. Dissemination is an essential step of having your report, having your recommendations published, made available to all the stakeholders. To disseminate recommendations means to publish them, to make them available, to make them heard in the community. But that, although that is an essential step, implementation is the step that creates activity, not just advertisement, if you like, not just expression, but actually initiates action. And that's why implementation within the scientific community is such a challenge, because especially scientists are not used to moving away from the step of publication, of dissemination. From the point of view of a researcher and a clinician in many respects as well, the idea is, I'm going to tell you what I know, and that's where my job ends. My expressing, my disseminating, my evidence, my results of a study, or my experience in a particular practical context. Although it's essential, it's very, very important to do that, that is not implementation. Implementation takes you out of that realm into a realm in which you have to bring people to a table. You have to find the people that can make changes at the policy level or at the clinical guideline level the people who can actually pull that off, who can do it, who can create change, bring them to a table, and then engage them in a mutual activity between yourselves, the evidence, the recommendation, the expert, and the person who is going to bring change, so that between the two of you, you can create those steps, that pathway that leads to implementation. So what are the challenges? There are some very straightforward challenges. First of all, you have to find the level in which you are addressing your implementation. Here at the Swiss Paraplegic Research, we are currently engaged in developing a Swiss national plan for spinal cord injury. So we are engaged at, if you like, the highest level and national strategy, a national plan. Now that national plan is going to be very broadly expressed. It's going to be intersectorial. It will involve the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Social Services, and it's going to have lots of specific kinds of details with respect to the projected outcomes in 5 years. They will have a timetable, etc. Very few countries, especially in the realm of spinal cord injury, will have a specific national plan that addresses those actions. Although it is certainly something to think about. In India, my experience in India is that Indians can do anything. That is I always start with the with the assumption that if there is a challenge, then Indians can meet it, and they are the most energetic and the most thoughtful and inspirational people that I know. So the key issue here is to say to yourself, Spine20, how can it have the best impact in its recommendations? Well, should it go at the highest level and sort of convince the governments that what you need is a national strategy for spinal cord injury? It is a challenge to create such a thing, and perhaps unnecessary as well. It might be that the kinds of issues that are addressed in your recommendations can be best implemented regionally within the states at various levels, or maybe even within the context of individual clinics or through NGOs or other groups. The next challenge of implementation is that implementation in spinal cord injury must involve the Ministry of Health, but it also must involve other sectors of the government. In the policy domain, we have found in Europe especially, that unless we move out of the sphere of health into social services and engage other kinds of areas, and employment is certainly one of them, Ministry of Labor and other, unless we are intersectorial, we're not going to get anything done. The reason for that is that the Ministry of Health, although often in most countries the most wealthy, has limited barriers of what it can do. And the life of people with spinal cord injury is like the life of any human being. Namely, it is not locked into health. It involves employment, it involves residential living, independence, it involves transportation, it involves communication, it involves all the domains that all of us live in every day. And because
Mr.
of that,
Bikandwa, I'm a bit embarrassed to make a request. Actually, the G20 Sherpa had given us a time from 11:30 to 11:45. We are running a bit behind schedule. Could I request you to continue with the talk in another 7 to 8 minutes? He wishes to join now because he has another event that he needs. I'm embarrassed. I know it's not professional on our part, but we'll just have a small break of around 8 to 10 minutes, and then could you continue with your talk?
Please let him continue. This is not proper. Let him continue. I'll speak after this.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Please let this present. Please
I
finish
have,
your.
I,
My apologies. Please finish your presentation.
my apologies indeed.
No. Sorry. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I shall be done in 5 minutes. Let me assure you. It's very important to keep someone who is a professor to cut them short, because we can go on forever. So I am not going to go on forever. The last challenge is one which I'm going to focus on for the last 5 minutes, namely, how do we ensure that we have the most impact we should be focused, or should we be broader and more aspirational? And the answer to that question depends on the tools that are used. We recognize the difference between an overall strategy and a tool. And I'm going to finish by giving you an example of what we have found to be one of the most effective tools at the policy level. And that tool is called a policy brief. And I'm going to give you in a second an example of a policy brief that we wrote with respect to long-term care, so you can see physically what it looks like. Now, what is the point of a policy brief? The point of a policy brief is to bring everything that you can bring to bear on a particular solution that you have. You want to achieve higher employment rates for people with spinal cord injury. You want to achieve better access to services, more accessible, whatever your goal is. You provide 2 or 3 pages maximum where you distill in an easy to read form everything you have to make your argument for a particular goal. You bring that together in the clear language, in point form, so that there's no confusion. And then you set out the argument, set out explicitly the steps in the timetable that you believe is feasible, and then present that to people who are engaged in making policy. I used to work for the Ministry of Attorney General in my native country of Canada, and the one lesson that we always had is people who are making a difference in policy will not read more than 2 pages. If you give them a report that's 50 pages long, they simply will not read it. So your challenge is to, as we say, massage the evidence so that it gets into the point where it's the most impactful possible. And I will finish up by just giving you a brief glimpse, it's probably not easy to read, of a policy brief. This is a policy brief that we prepared under the European Commission's flagship grant called Euroship on the right to affordable quality long-term care services based on the principles of autonomy and community. It is actually a longer policy brief than usual because we're talking about an entire service, long-term care. The issue is expressed in a context, and then all of the evidence is presented for your solution on 1.5 pages. All of the evidence that you have gathered, which might be a huge volume of evidence, but it's put on 1 page, in this case, 1.5 page, and then policy implications and recommendations. Then you explicitly go through the steps that you will take. This particular one does not have a timetable. The steps that you will take, legislative reform, policy reforms, etc., that you are setting out as a solution. You are leading the policy person by the hand along a pathway. You are providing all the evidence. You are providing the argument. You are providing the solution in a simple form. There is the obligation at this stage is to take up something which has been refined by yourselves. This is not a recommendation. This is a pathway to achieve the recommendation. And this particular tool we have found in specific cases, actually in long-term care in Switzerland, to be extremely effective. And I recommend it highly to you, and maybe in discussions I can talk about it more. So, Dr. Chabra, you can see, if I need to be, I can be concise. Thank you so much.
That was a wonderful illustration of how recommendations can be implemented. I profusely apologize, Professor Jerome, for having interrupted in between. But please stay behind. We have a panel discussion which will follow subsequently, and we look forward to further views from you. Friends, I have the pleasure and honor of introducing to you the G20 Sherpa, Shri Amitabh Kant. May I have his profile slide, please? He needs no introduction. You may have heard of Make in India, Startup India, Incredible India, God's Own Country initiatives, which brought India on the global map of tourism, on industry and everything. And the man behind this was none other than Shri Amitabh Kant, who has been CEO of Niti Aayog, which is from 2016 to 2022. He's been the author of Branding India, An Incredible Story, Incredible India 2, edited The Path Ahead, Transformative Ideas for India. Friends, as mentioned before, his introduction will be very, very long, so I'm being brief, and I'm requesting Shri Amitabh Kant ji to address us all and motivate us and give his tips on how we can have our recommendations implemented in our own countries. Thank you, Shri Amitabh Kant ji. Thank you for waiting.
Dr. Chabra, distinguished guests, Professor Jerome, all distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the medical community. As we gather here today at the 4th annual Spine20 meeting and the summit, which is being held on the sideline of G20, I'm truly delighted to address the crucial topic of strategies for effective implementation of recommendations, especially as we approach the Leaders Summit of our presidency next month. The G20 represents major economies. It plays a significant role in shaping global policies. It's important to understand that it represents about 85% of the global GDP. It represents about 80% of the global trade. So whatever it decides has a crucial bearing. And I thank the Spine20 for the opportunity to highlight key strategies to overcome the challenge and ensure that our recommendations lead to meaningful action. I can assure you that if your recommendations are concise and precise, we will take them forward. We must acknowledge that G20 has a track record of getting things done. It has a track record of putting things together because UN, United Nations, has become unwieldy. It is too big a body. And therefore, G20 brings in coordination, it brings in monitoring. And as G20 Sherpa, that is the envoy of the Prime Minister, we've identified several strategies to enhance the effectiveness of our recommendations. One of the most crucial factors determining effective implementation is the appropriate framing of recommendations. And therefore, the Spine20 must frame its recommendations well and give it to the government and to us, and we'll see what best we can do to take them forward to implementation. Similarly, as Sherpa, my job is to ensure that the recommendations align with the theme and major priorities of the host country. Our theme is One Earth, One Family, One Future, derived from Vasudev Kutumbakam, which is from the ancient Sanskrit text of the Upanishads, emphasizing the value of all life, human, animal, plant, microorganisms, and their interconnectedness on Earth and the wider universe. This profound theme reaffirms our commitment to global solidarity and sustainable development. We may come from different geographical boundaries, we may have different political views, but we all come from the same cosmos, the same cosmic web. In line with our theme, India has outlined key priorities for its G20 presidency. Our first priority is green development, climate finance, and life. We recognize the compounding existential threat posed by climate change, further exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic impacts. COVID has led to 200 million people going below poverty line, almost 100 million people losing their lives. And therefore, climate change stands as a key focus, emphasizing climate finance, technology transfer, and just energy transition for developing nations worldwide. We've also introduced what the Prime Minister has termed as lifestyle for sustainable development, a behavior-based movement inspired by our ancient sustainable traditions. Life aims to encourage consumers and markets to adopt environmentally conscious practices in line with One Earth, One Family, One Future. And that means that we should nudge behavioral change. We should make people switch off lights, switch off their petrol pumps, switch off water taps. Our second priority revolves around accelerated, inclusive, and resilient growth. We firmly believe that inclusive and resilient growth is pivotal for sustainable development. As G20 Sherpa, India's aim is to bring in structural transformations, including the accelerated integration of health practices, of climate and health, of promoting welfare, of addressing the global skill gaps, and building inclusive agricultural value chains and food systems. This holistic approach aligns with our theme's essence of valuing all life and creating a harmonious, interconnected world. Recognizing the pivotal midpoint of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, where health outcomes are critical, India's third priority is accelerating progress on SDGs. The COVID-19 pandemic has transformed the current decade of action into a decade of recovery. As G20, India is committed to reinvigorate the G20's effort to achieve the SDGs target, focusing on sustainable development and socio-economic delivery. Our fourth priority emphasizes technological transformation and digital public infrastructure. India firmly believes in a human-centric approach to technology, promoting knowledge sharing in areas such as digital public infrastructure, financial inclusion, and tech-enabled development across sectors like health, education, agriculture. By leveraging technology responsibly, we can support sustainable development and uplifting vulnerable communities. The fifth priority of India's G20 is committed to gender equality and women empowerment as a core focus. India aims to use the G20 forum to promote inclusive growth and development, with a particular emphasis on women's empowerment and representation. By elevating women to leadership positions, we can drive socio-economic development and achieve the SDGs more effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, with these transformative priorities in mind, we return to the strategies for effective implementation of recommendations. Strong merit evidence-based framing and integration of sustainable development principles remain paramount. Additionally, our recommendations must be inclusive, balanced, supported by robust credit-based cost-benefit analysis, and they must be outcome-based. Policy coherence across development, trade, infrastructure, health, education will enhance the impact of our recommendations. We are aligning G20 priorities with the broader UN development agenda, reinforcing our role in financing infrastructure, jobs, and trade. Ladies and gentlemen, to bolster the means of implementation, we must invest in data and statistical capacity to make informed decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, outcomes are critical. Supporting governance reforms and institution building will create an enabling environment for the successful implementation of our recommendations. Wide dissemination of our recommendations is crucial to garner support from various forums and stakeholders. By presenting our proposals widely, bringing consensus, we can build a huge collaboration amongst all our stakeholders, in the case of G20 amongst nations and organizations, thereby increasing the chances of successful implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, however, effective implementations require more than just well-prepared and well-framed recommendation. It demands administrative and political will, clear plans, accountability, partnerships, and sustained momentum. As Sherpa, we and every country has a Sherpa. So we Sherpas play a vital role in driving progress and ensuring that G20 recommendations transcend words on paper and lead to tangible outcomes. So ladies and gentlemen, let us work together to ensure that the recommendations, that our recommendations and yours in Spine20 will translate into meaningful action and lead us towards a future where our shared vision of one earth, one family, one future becomes a reality. I compliment Spine20 and I compliment Dr. Chhabra and his team for this wonderful work, and I wish you all the best and a great future. Thank you very much, and I look forward to receiving your recommendations and taking them forward for implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shri Amitabh Kanji, for guiding us and as to how our recommendations should be so that they are easily implementable. I would only want to let you know that the theme of Spine20 2023 is also based on the theme for G20 this year. Our theme is One Earth, One Family, One Future without spine disability. And all the domains for our discussions for the recommendations were also based on the Government of India's priorities for G20 presidency this year. So we just had a session on life, as you talked about. We have other sessions on digital health subsequently, and all of the symposiums are based on the G20 priorities this year. So we are sure that they are evidence-based and they conform to some of your requirements. We will try to ensure that they are concise and precise, and also stick to the other recommendations that you have made so that our recommendations become easily implementable and carried forward, not only in India, but not only in all G20 countries, but probably across the globe. I would also want to let you know that one of the strongest recommendations this year is to have a national spine care program, and we will come back to you with our recommendations on how we feel this could help, not only in alleviating disability, in alleviating misery, but also with the cost-benefit analysis. Thank you, sir, for joining us and for boosting our morale. Thank you very much on behalf of the Spine20, the Association of Spine Surgeons of India, and the 18 Indian collaborating societies for Spine20 2023. We thank you profusely for your wholehearted support and blessings. Thank you. Friends, it is on us now to brainstorm further on how our recommendations can be implemented. And I think one of the recommendations that we made this year for our recommendations was to have an executive summary ahead of it so that we can be precise and concise, as Amitabh Kanji said, as Professor Bikanba said, that a big document doesn't lead us anywhere. So we have Dr. Rajashekharan and Dr. Preeti still on the dais. So if there are any burning questions to them, Please put them forward right now. We haven't received anything in writing. Otherwise, we have the lunch session and the dinner session and the breaks to interact with them and learn from them how their experiences can serve as a model for spine care, not only in India, but across the globe. So anybody has any burning question or comment? I think we are all overawed with what they have presented. We still soaking into it. We thank them profusely and we look forward to your guidance also, your inputs also on the recommendations that we compile and how we carry it further. Thank you, Preeti ji. Thank you, Rajasekharan sir. Friends, I apologize for not having been able to introduce my co-chairpersons for the session. Professor Sokato and Andre may have joined us online. So we will have them participate also in the panel discussion subsequently. May I invite the next speaker, Dr. Ketna Mehta. Ketna was very excited to be here in person with us, but unfortunately due to some unforeseen circumstances, she is there in Mumbai, but her spirit is here. Her spirit, like that of Preeti ji, Komal Kamra ji and all our friends on the wheelchair here, continues to inspire many people across India and across the globe. She is the founder trustee Nina Foundation and editor One World. She is been a faculty to various courses and educational programs and various policy discussions per se. She is a master's in marketing management, PhD healthcare spinal cord injury rehabilitation management, fellow of Institute of Management Consultants, and her awards are again innumerable, but Ketna, most of all, we compliment the spirit with which you work and bring respite to a lot of people across India. Over to you, Ketna ji.
Namaste. From the beautiful city of Mumbai. Immense gratitude to Dr. Chabra and the Spine20 team for this opportunity for presenting the consumer perspective in a very important implementation session by a patriotic spinal cord injured survivor. I'm Ketna Mehta, as Dr. Chabra introduced, founder of the grassroots 22-year Young Nina Foundation from the beautiful city of Mumbai. And we offer free of cost because we believe that every human life has must have the opportunity to live and work and play and do everything that life has to offer. May I request the screen share for me, please?
Yeah, Ketna, we can see your slides.
You can see my, okay. Can I have control of it because I need to finish in 12 minutes? Can I play it from my side?
Yeah, would you want to upload your slides yourself?
Yes, yes.
So please allow screen share, please. Remove the slides, allow screen share to Ketna ji quickly, please. So Ketna ji, you have it.
I have it, okay. Can you see?
Yeah, we can see your slides. Just put them on PowerPoint mode.
Yes. That's fine?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. You see, Ketna, you see, hear my voice, but we represent the voices of 1.5 million friends with spinal cord injury in India, represented by amazing work done by so many grassroots NGOs. And all of us have 100%, 80%, 60% spinal cord injury, and we are able to transform lives. What I present to you is something that we do, and it is possible by a collaborative effort. As Jerome made my life easier, It's Professor Jerome Beckenbach. Yes, the most devastating, permanent, incurable, lifelong disability on this planet. And this one Earth requires much more than just the label that we have a devastating permanent disability. 75% of our spinal cord injury survivors are from rural India. Daily wage earners, we call it the orange ration card holder, where they don't even have the wherewithal and the income for a nutritious meal a day. And before they had this sudden spinal cord injury, maybe they just had fever. And now they need to organize themselves to learn self-catheter, how to manage bed sores. They've never heard about a wheelchair, etc. Road traffic accidents are the biggest reason for spinal cord injury, even in India. And because we are talking about strategies, I was fortunate to be the guest editor for an international publication, Design for All. And I would just, because, you know, people read less these days, I would like to share some of these great ideas which can be implemented for a Make in India, and we can take it globally. Develop crash-proof vehicles, cars, bikes. Design safety features inside the vehicles that occupants are completely protected and unharmed. I believe there are Formula One cars which are being developed this way. Why not our regular vehicles? Design burst-proof tires, because we do immersive counseling and they say that the tires burst. How about a predictive alarm and brakes inside the vehicle? And if any object like a tree or animal, because, you know, that is how it happens, and immediately the vehicle stops automatically. Automatic speed limit during nights, and also perceptive sensors if the driver closes his or her eyes. I believe medically it is called something when you're going for long drives and you just decide to sleep off on the highway. Many of our villages still do not have electricity. And just like we design our buildings, which are intelligent, we can design our vehicles. There are a lot of people who drink and drive, and there are breath analyzer tests, but how about taking it? An innovation would be to take it inside the vehicle. And as soon as the vehicle senses there is alcohol, it doesn't start. Driving licenses. In India, a lot of young kids drive two-wheelers. Most of our accidents are because of bike accidents. And what if we design in India such vehicles which can analyze it? So there are quite a few more. I'll send you the link. Also, we have been working a lot in terms of prevention. And most of the speakers have spoken about it, and we endorse it as the groups of consumer organizations. We believe that the scoop stretcher and the spinal board, both the physical aspect and the training becomes as omnipresent as CPR. The second strategy is rehabilitation. And though grassroots NGOs like Preeti, Soul Free, Komal, what she's doing with the Spinal Foundation, Dr. Chabra with his NGO, but 90% of the SCI survivors in India do not get comprehensive, holistic rehabilitation. The cost of living, G20 and Spine20 is all about the economic consideration. As we told you, the one-time cost is $9,000 for a quadriplegic, $5,000 for a paraplegic. For daily living expenses, a weekly catheterization of a catheter jelly urine bag is non-affordable. On top of that, most insurance schemes are denied. No company gives us insurance. We are good people, actually. We can do a lot of things. The pension, you'll be surprised, is rupees 200 minimum rupees and goes on to 3,000 rupees. Nothing. Even a caretaker cannot be paid a salary within that. None of us get employment unless there is an advocacy. There are alcohol stores in villages. The remotest part of India, you will find an alcohol store. But there is no evidence of where one can go for commode wheelchairs, which is part of a daily living. And as we know, most of the villages, it's the community washroom. A lot of people would say, so what about online? Well, you need to have money to buy things online, right? That's also missing. We have scores of health complications and problems: urinary tract infection, bed sore, neuropathic pain, osteoporosis, and the list goes on. But we forget, when we plan a human-centric approach, that we also have we need to go to the dentist, right? There are scores of tests that are given for various ailments. So we need to go to a gynecologist and MRIs. So Komal goes for a mammography, and guess what? She has to make, a person with spinal cord injury has to make hundreds of calls to find out if there is a diagnostic center which will accommodate a wheelchair. It's really, really difficult. And on top of that, when we try to move outdoors, a car license is denied to anyone who has 100% disability. Test us, test our potential. We can do much more. And we, on top of this, we are taxpayers. Yes, proudly, in this country, we pay taxes. We vote in the elections, a huge struggle. We all participated in the pandemic and got ourselves vaccinated. So one of the strategies that I would like to propose, because this is a scientific conference and we have the scientific community out here, what happens when a road traffic accident or a fall happens? We go to a hospital, a doctor, or a surgeon, and we have the best at the best of the medical care in our country. We are proud of that. We need this place itself to give a psychological counseling to the new consumers, the people. It has to be at this. In management, we call this moments of truth. The intersection at which the customer gets in touch with someone who's able to provide some kind of a treatment. So after surgery, there must be psychological counseling. There is multiple trauma, road accidents, people die, infants in the labs, and the mothers have spinal cord injury. Medical information in the languages must be disseminated. There are websites, but people are so confused. The family members are all over the place. Connect them to a local NGO. Give them an FAQ and we will help you with all this. Inform about finance schemes and give a list of rehabilitation centers. There are so many gaps and challenges. The 99% are deprived access, as we already mentioned. There are so many complications in the morbidity. People die of rat bites in our country, testicles and toes. And then they just don't know. The nearest doctor is not there. It develops into septic wounds. The UDID, the Government of India, with the digital unique disability identity card. But we did a dipstick study, Nina Foundation, and we found that we are variously labeled by the doctors pan-India in the hospital. Locomotor disability, neurological conditions, orthopedically handicapped, paraplegia. There is no common thing about spinal cord injury. We lack, there is no money. Okay, so it's the NGO sectors which are doing this. In India, we have unproven therapies, and they are blatantly, people sell their farms, property, etc. Another thing is about the Indian legal judicial system. It's extremely inhuman. A patient dies, the case goes on for 3 generations. 85% of our spinal cord injured survivors meet with a road accident. They do not get compensation. They go on and on and on and on. And on top of that, they have to take loans to pay the lawyers. Access to assistive technology, wheelchairs, commode chair, cushions. Even what is a cushion and how it helps, activities of daily living is not there. Insurance policies are denied. Access, attitude, apathy. Wherever we go, anywhere in our country, for education, play or pleasure, entertainment, there are rocket launchers for ramps and no washrooms which are wheelchair accessible. Okay, the government of India has data about deaths due to spinal cord due to road traffic accidents, but there's no data about head or spinal cord injury. We need to have a registry. We need a distinct category in our Rights of Persons with Disability Act as the 22nd disability as spinal cord injury. We need to include spine care in our health policy. We need to have a national spine care program task force with measurable outcomes and finite timelines. And digital approach to it, because to reach the last mile is very difficult. And training to all the Government of India doctors who assess us to educate them about labeling us as a medically spinal cord injured, what the Western countries do. An ombudsman, one of the strategies that we would like to propose is an ombudsman with a digital approach for all the spinal cord injury survivors, so that they can put up their problems in a voice note, a video, or any language, and it would find quick solutions. And the entire Spine20 team could be part of this process so that nobody is left behind, as the Sustainable Development Goals overarching theme is. Just like armed forces have rehabilitation model centers, why not the civilians? It's high time that we are also privy to this. Mobile rehab ambulances. If the person cannot come, just like NGOs reach them and we do doorstep delivery, we must have this. And we very much would like to be under the Ministry of Health rather than social welfare. All the SDGs are covered, all the 7 domains are covered. The consumer organizations strongly appeal and advocate that add spinal cord injury, make it the 22nd disability. And we propose a Kundalini Spine India, because we just had Shri Amitabh Kant, and we have great hope in this Sherpa, and Dr. Chabra, and everyone is working so much towards this. We must have, under the National Spine Program, a Kundalini Spine India. We will introduce you to that in India, and let India be the, present this, a multi-task force with the dynamic leadership of G20 Sherpa, with everyone. Jerome, we want you, we want everyone to be part of this task force so that we can accelerate this process. Yes, we are proud of our one earth, one family, one future. And as Dr. Lisa Roberts said, one spine. Unfortunately, we cannot have a cure for that, but we are very, very positive. We can do a lot when we come together. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Ketna. I think I would just want to contradict you there. You said we don't have a cure. I believe your spines are far stronger than ours. So you people are revolutionizing the way healthcare, spine care, etc. is brought across the globe. We have numerous examples of our friends here who have achieved a lot, and like our mentor also, Major HPS Ahluwalia, who did so much for the society. We'll move on. Please stay behind for the panel discussion. May I now request our next speaker. In fact, I have the honor of introducing him, Dr. Ram Chadda. Dr. Ram Chadda is renowned not only throughout India but across the globe. He is a consultant orthopedic surgeon at Leelavati Hospital and Research Center, Bandra, Mumbai. He is the present president-elect of Indian Orthopedic Association, this huge society. As we talked about, Dr. Ram Chadda, you may proceed on the dais for your talk. He has been the president of Association of Spine Surgeons of India, Bombay Spine Society, Bombay Orthopedic Society. I can go on and on. He charms us all with his talks. Wonderful orator, wonderful person. And we look forward to your talk, Dr. Ram Chadda, on how societies could go about having recommendations implemented. Professional societies we are talking about. And since you represent the biggest of the 18 Indian societies collaborating for Spine20 2023, we will look forward to your views.
Chabra ji and my dear friends, thank you very much for those kind words. Before I begin on behalf of the 18 societies, I would like to first address many of these lovely ladies and gentlemen here. Each one of you are here speaking from your heart. Even if your hands don't move, because your neck, ma'am C45, is still strong enough to move the head in the right direction. As long as your neck is there, the heart in the right place, the head will always take the right decisions for the hands to execute. You have all moved us. My presentation, what comes there, is just a few words. But on behalf of the 18 societies who are going to execute what each one of you really wants, I stand here pledging that we shall together move in the right direction to alleviate not just you, but the future generations who may have to face what you are unfortunately, or fortunately, as mentioned by Dr. Chabra, facing today. The way ahead is something that we need to decide. As of today, 2023, as a part of Spine20, you have all worked very, very hard in giving us those recommendations. We've had the Sherpa in agreement with us, willing to implement, but we, the 18 societies, have to be the workforce behind this. How do we move ahead? And as rightly pointed out, we can't have a 50-page document. It's got to be 2 to 3 pages, 2,000 words. Beyond that, most people can't read. 7 minutes beyond which we don't hear. I'm trying my best to pull it for 9, 10, 11, 12. These are 5 points. We'll establish recommendations which we all have, and we've got a brochure. The first page itself shows that. Define a plan. Execute them. Have continuous monitoring, unlearn and relearn, and forecast the challenges. I'm extremely impressed by Simon Sinek, who wrote a book called Start With Why. and I connect his why, how, and what with my heart, head, and hands. The why gives us the purpose, the how tells us the process, and the what is the product. Very often, we keep talking of the product and the process. It's time that the heart moves and decides why. These 18 societies here and many more who are not yet enlisted from India and worldwide need to find that purpose as to why we need such recommendations before how and what needs to be done. Having said that, how do we really move ahead? We have to have certain bullet points which we need to percolate so that when we persist with them, we'll be able to deliver the goods. We mentioned these 7 which are there in the handout that you've received. Go through them. Each one is very valid. A lot of discussion will happen on each one of them as we progress during the day. But how do we really go beyond what is written in those 7 steps? We have to plan, and each person needs to be given a role. You have goals, you have objectives. We have to be players getting goals, not referees finding faults. None of us are perfect, we are imperfect. Let's strive towards these 7 goals as of today, and let's move in the right direction. We cannot have a game of chess where all are pawns or all are kings. The king has a different role, the queen has a different role, the bishop has a different role, the rook has a different role, the pawn has a different role. So we need to choose horses for courses and then go beyond what is mentioned in those recommendations. So we'll have leaders and we'll have followers. We have teachers and we have seekers. And we have to follow somebody. These are the recommendations which have come. We start short term and then move long term. We look at them every few months, then yearly, and then establish things by 2030, which is the midpoint of the way forward. We have 7 years more and 7 points to implement. How do we go ahead? Well, we have to look at a SWOT report. And what is a SWOT report? It's basically our inside, what comes from intuition, being compared what comes from the outside, which is tuition. The strength and weakness is within us, while the opportunities and threats are outside. As long as the strengths within us overpower the weaknesses, none of the threats can go beyond the opportunities. And we need to actually work only on our strengths, only on the positivity, not on the negativity. So we have to have a report, short, concise, precise, in a timely manner. I said 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. There will be successes, there will be failures, there will be challenges. When does one convert a challenge to a change? Challenge is a kangaroo word. Change is within it. LLE needs to be taken out. What is the full form of LLE? It's lethal, life-threatening ego. If each one of us expels the LLE out of the challenge, we shall implement the change. So I want each one of us to step down. We are all pawns. These are the kings and the queens whom we need to empower to move ahead. We as societies have to support them so that they can be our strengths and not our weaknesses. How do we then go from this why to how? We have to have frequent communication. We have one such meeting in one part of the world once a year. These 18 societies and more need to have more such meetings, more times a year in different parts of the world. With the web connectivity, just like we had so many people here, we can discuss with each other. A problem in India may be a solution in some other part of the world. A problem in another part of the world may be a solution for us. So look for the opportunity in the adversity. We have to be very, very honest. We have to be very, very clear. As I've said, there has to be clarity of purpose. And we should support all the domains that have been discussed. We have the literature, we have the tools, we have the manpower in our country. We just need to move ahead. What else do we have to look for in the future? We have to be ready that there will be setbacks. We should convert these setbacks not just as blocks that is slowing our progress, but stepping stones to jump into the future. We need support, we have the support, and we need to communicate. We have to be a part of that same family, the same future of that one earth. Finally, we've conceived all this together. We're developing it together, and we have to evolve it together. If you are interested in the conception as well as the development, you have to also be a part of the evolution. Stand up, raise your hands and say, yes, I shall do this. Will you be a pawn? Will that pawn then move 8 steps and become a queen? Or will that pawn move 8 steps and become a bishop? You choose the direction. My humble request on behalf of all of us to the 18 societies in India and many societies worldwide, don't look at the waves. Just concentrate on the shore. There is light at the end of the tunnel, is what was commonly said. Now I repeat it and change it. I say, there is only light. Tunnel is just an illusion. Get out of that illusion. We have to remember what Winston Churchill said. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. And these ladies have taught us. It is the courage to continue that counts. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this. And we hope that we can make the change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ramchandra. Please be seated on the dais since we have the panel discussion which will follow. I will only want to make one slight modification. We are sure that we will succeed. We have to, because with so many brains from across the globe getting together and with guidance from so many people and assurance from the policymakers, we should move forward steadily in this regard. Friends, our colleague Andre is online virtually. He will introduce the panel discussion right now before we go on to the questions to the panelists. I'm sure Professor Jerome is there online too, and as is Ketna. So over to you, Andre.
Thank you very much. It's such a pleasure to be with you today and be able to moderate the panel discussion with Dr. Keto and Dr. Chabra. So this being the last part of this symposium, I will simply try to summarize the excellent presentation we've heard, basically trying to consider implementation of Spine20 recommendations as the systemic and purposeful process of putting into action proposed health and social policies to enhance equitable access to high-value spine care and the health, welfare, and wellness of people that have spine-related pain and disability. We've heard from presenters that creating a blueprint or the steps that are involved is necessary for us to move forward. This entails having an understanding of the context and therefore a need assessment or a SWOT, prioritization of the key recommendations, operationalization of policy concepts and strategies, understanding resource allocation, which are the financial, human, infrastructure, technological. Stakeholder engagement is so important with the consumers and societies and governments. Strong leadership, clear description of the roles and responsibilities, training of those involved in the implementation, continuous monitoring with high quality data, of course, evaluating the impact as well as the cost, getting feedback, sharing knowledge and learnings, and having a sustainability plan. But despite the best effort, there's a number of factors that can either hinder or facilitate implementation. So we will hear from our speakers in this session with questions led by Dr. Chhabra, who will also introduce another panel member, Dr. Kamal Kamra. Thank you.
May I request Komal to also join us on the dais for the panel discussion? So friends, we have had a very interesting session so far, and I believe this is a very important session because as we compile the recommendations, can someone help Komal? We apologize, Komal, for if this is a bit inaccessible. May I have the slides also on the screen, please? So, effective implementation of spine care recommendations can help build a healthier and more resilient world. But unfortunately, like the huge majority of scientific discoveries which do not get translated from bench to practice, most recommendations compiled with an advocacy intent are also not implemented. Spine20 has also made numerous recommendations in the past, but has not had success with implementation, and hence we all decided that we will have a symposium to brainstorm on how this could be brought to fruition. So I will start with the questions. I'll ask the panelists to respond quickly, and the essence, as pointed out both by Professor Jerome Bickenbaugh and also by our Sherpa G20, is to be precise and concise, and we will depend on them so that we move ahead with the most effective recommendations for implementation of the recommendations. So what are the main reasons due to which recommendations do not see the light of the day? In other words, what are the main barriers to effective implementation of recommendations? Professor Jerome, you have mentioned that in your talk as well. Could you please quickly summarize what you feel are the main barriers to effective implementation of recommendations?
Let me just be very, very concise on this, because it's already been mentioned by a previous speaker that one of the most effective, and I hate to say this, but it's marketing, actually. At the end of the day, it's not so much science, but marketing is what's going on. One of the most effective strategies that we have found, which overcomes hurdles, is alignment. And in the G20 context, this was raised. And that is finding out existing policy goals that governments have already committed themselves to, and then latching yourself onto those goals so that it's very clear that what you're proposing is actually in the same pathway as things which are already under effect. And in India, that is actually made much more feasible by the structure of the way certain kinds of reforms are made. I won't go into policy details with respect to that, but what the hurdle in the case of a very low prevalence, high impact condition like SCI is you find yourself in competition with traumatic brain injury or COPD or some other kind of condition. So you have the struggle of the constituencies. You have people are fighting over a limited budget, and you have this what's called a zero-sum game. Every achievement that I make is based on the some other lack of achievement that some other group has. But to avoid that, what you end up doing, one family, one family, one future, is to align yourself in common cause with as many constituencies as possible and form allies between groups so that you're not internally competing. In Switzerland, we have done that by bringing together most of the neurological conditions and most of the NCDs, non-communicable diseases, under a single category, so that what we're saying is spinal cord injury has the virtue of being representative of other conditions. So if you have a system that is congenial to the needs of people with spinal cord injury, you've solved the problem for other people as well. So it's not as if you have a unicorn, a specific condition that you are arguing for. You're putting it in the context of a wider policy agenda. And doing that, not only you get lack of conflict between other groups, but you have alignment which facilitates your implementation.
Thank you, Professor Jerome. Dr. Ramchadda, what, according to you, your summary on what are the main barriers to effective implementation of recommendations?
Well, as I look at it, the biggest barrier is the way that we as requesters for policy change are unable to convey via our lacking advocacy, if I may use the word used was very politely alignment, I'm using the word advocacy, to those people who matter, as to the difference between a want and a need. A want is something that you would be happy to have. A need is something that you cannot survive without. We have to make it very, very clear that it's the need of the hour and not the want. Because a want is interpreted by the policymakers as a luxury, while a need is a necessity. Hence, whether it is coming from the end user or the consumer or the society or from us, it has to be interpreted as a need and not a want. And if we can interpret it as a need, then they'll surely get more than what they deserve. If you interpret it as a want, you won't get anything that you deserve. So it's a humble request that we should ask for what we cannot do without, rather than first asking for what we want. So that's where we are. So we have to reframe the way the person who decides to give it to us is looking at it. That's all.
That's exactly what our Sherpa also recommended to us. We need to be able to effectively communicate the need for implementation of the recommendations, if I put you appropriately. Ketna ji, a quick summary on the main barriers to effective implementation before we move on to Komal ji.
I also agree that how we communicate. So in our health policy, we have cardiovascular, we have contagious. What if we say that mother of all organs is our spine? The spine is the center with which each and every bodily functions work. Bladder, bowels, skin, breathing. I think that's how we get them, because first and foremost, we need to get them to accept spine and then to have a national spine care program. I rest my case.
Thank you, Ketna ji. Thank you. Komal ji.
Yeah, taking from there, we need to have a centralized body, not under health ministry, not anywhere except the Niti Aayog, and that goes straight to Mr. Kant. So we need to have a top-down initiative from the government, incorporation of standards which define accessible or spine-safe methodologies, an independent audit of facilities which identify successes, a feedback mechanism to allow people with spine disabilities to report issues and which are then reviewed and actioned upon. And action for non-compliance should be transparent and strict, otherwise nothing is going to work. We need to have all these components in our pitch that we make. Thank you.
Thank you, Komal ji. Yeah, that's very important. But how to get them convinced on this is also part of the, we'll come to that, right? So, what according to you are the 5 most important facilitators for effective implementation of recommendations? Are there any specific facilitators when it comes to implementation of Spine20 recommendations for G20 countries? So, 3 to 5 important facilitators, Professor Jerome.
Well, I could be very summary now because I've already mentioned 2 of them. The 5 facilitators are framing, getting your message into an easily understand but still evidence-based format that's presentable and easy to understand. Alignment, making sure that you are coming into the discussion recognizing the background priorities and of the stakeholders that you're communicating with. Avoid zero-sum contests, namely not trying to say provide us with this need and recognizing that some other group will sacrifice. Form communities of common cause. Prioritize, it's something I didn't mention before. Make sure that your discussions go from the most important issue to the lesser important ones. And finally, make a positive investment case. I know this sounds very economics marketing, but it's very, very important. We have found what the resources that are provided for people with spinal cord injury should be framed as an investment in the future rather than a cost. This is not a cost with no benefits. It is actually an investment to increase employment, decrease dependency costs, decrease hospitalization and through prevention and whatnot. So the idea is make the argument in terms of this kind of investment will have much greater benefits in the future than not. My 5 priorities.
Thank you, Professor Jerome. Very valuable priorities. May I request Dr. Amchadda to summarize 5 most important facilitators for effective implementation?
Well, I would totally agree with what Professor Jerome has said. I would just give a slightly tangential thought because he mentioned that he's speaking about a financial sort of an aspect as well. The policy holders or the stakeholders who are actually in there with the policy makers need to realize that we are working towards outcomes and not income. The moment we realize that this is something which is going to be a selfless service and sacrifice to society. And in our country, we stretch it saying that it is selfless service and sacrifice to society and the supreme. That is where this link to Vasudev Kutumbakam, which was mentioned by Shri Amitabh Kanji, could be incorporated in this particular thought process. So I strongly believe that we have to work on the outcome rather than what this will generate in those figures. So that's all that I have to say, that I totally agree with the 5 points which are mentioned, but we have to look at delivering the goods without expecting any fruition in return in other forms. That's all that I can say.
Thank you, Dr. Amchadda. Ketna ji, do you have anything to add to what has been already mentioned?
I think they have covered everything. I'll allow Komal to speak.
Komal?
I have 5 jotted down here, and already I have the word need. Government policies at all levels to include spine care objectives, all levels. Second, make a common national body that I've already spoken about, but these will address all the needs and redressals about spine. The third, and a very important one in the Indian context, I don't know about the others, transparent implementation of policies with timelines and audits of different agencies whose growths and bonuses are all, they have to be performance linked. You shall do this, then you will get your salary, then it will get done. Heavy penalties for offenders. That doesn't happen. And very, very importantly, media involvement at all levels. That's what works here. And before you say anything, for a carry home message, I'm going to say it straight away. Hashtag spine care.
The media is listening to you already, Komal. They are here for the press conference that follows. Friends, we have such a wealth of information on how we can effectively move forward for implementation of recommendations with deliberations by some of the most renowned experts in this field. I think it would be important to compile them all together and have a document which probably the scientific task force could also deliberate upon for times to come on how to move forward in this regard. I've tried to compile some of what has been discussed, but I think a lot needs to be compiled further. Can I have the my slides on the screen, please? Amitabh Kant ji said appropriately compiled recommendations are prerequisite for effective implementation. I think this is very important. Follow an appropriate process for compilation of evidence-based, balanced, inclusive and cost-effective recommendations. Dr. Ram Chadha, no matter what you say, when you go to the policy makers, they also need to justify what they implement. Unless you can show to them that by investing this much, you can reap 10 times the amount, and it is possible, they won't get convinced onto that. Recommendations should be framed taking sustainable developmental goals and millennium development goals into consideration. Set priorities. Identify which recommendations should be prioritized based on factors like disease burden, cost effectiveness and feasibility. This ensures resources are allocated to the most impactful changes. And when it comes to spinal diseases, we don't need to struggle a lot to convince them that this is a priority, this is a need, and this is not a want. Engage stakeholders. Engage all relevant stakeholders early and often, including health professionals, consumers, and community groups. And that's what we are doing here. This helps gain buy-in, identify barriers, and develop solutions. Assessing barriers, and facilitators conduct a thorough assessment for that to implement at the organizational, health professional and patient level. This helps to tailor your implementation strategies. Choose a combination of implementation strategies based on identified barriers and facilitators. Options include educational meetings, local opinion leaders, reminders, and audit and feedback. Establish a process to monitor implementation progress and evaluate outcomes and impact. This has also been mentioned. This provides insight to make refinements and improvements over time. Plan for how to adapt implementation strategies based on lessons learned and how to sustain successful changes. This ensures long-term success. Effectively translate and communicate the evidence-based recommendations to all stakeholders using multiple channels and plain language. This helps drive uptake and adherence. As Amitabh Kant ji said, effective implementation requires political will, clear plans, accountability, partnerships, and I would want to say the most important thing is sustained momentum. 2018, we had a similar workshop on injury prevention at All India Institute of Medical Sciences under the aegis of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. We presented the recommendations of the workshop to the ministry, but it was only sustained pressure, sustained trying to convince them, and today we have an injury prevention week, 1st to 7th September, which the whole country observes under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Today we have an injury prevention program almost on the threshold of being launched. It has been totally finalized. I'm sure tomorrow there will be a national spine care program if there is our will and sustained momentum. So my last quick response from all the panelists, your concise carry-home message regarding effective strategies for implementation. Bullet points, please. Professor Jerome.
Well, I think my concise message, besides all the details I've given, is success is inevitable. And especially in India, sustaining momentum is built into the very fabric and fiber of the Indian people. So I think success is inevitable is my take-home message.
Dr. Ramchadda.
I'll quote Fridtjof Nansen. He was a 1918 Norwegian explorer, and he said that what is difficult takes a little time, that what is impossible takes a little longer. That's about it. Just sustain, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Thank you. Ketna ji.
We've already won it in our minds with the kind of people, scientific community. I think it's ours. We have won it. And it's just a question of getting the government to sign that resolution. There we are.
Thank you, Ketna ji. Komal ji, your last words. You have already said them.
Said that.
You have already said them.
Spine care in every sphere of government planning and execution.
Friends, I would want to request my colleague Sokato now to please wrap up the session with his concluding remarks.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Sokato, representing Japanese Spine Society and Research. It's my privilege to be co-chair with Dr. Habin Chabra. So after this all quite inspiring session, nothing much left unsaid, but as a partner society, we Japanese Spine Society also has a strong patient advocacy from the ossification of the spinal ligament, and spinal cord injury is a big issue as well. And I acknowledge that no community globally has the unlimited medical resource to as a luxury to help all the patients. So I think the key is to clarify the priority and continuing to represent our opinions to improve the representation of this spinal cord and spine care problem. And hashtag spine care, I think that's a great idea, and that's something we can do in a couple of minutes on everyone's Twitter account, and that is exactly the implementation. Yes, I think that's one way of implementation. And thanks for the opportunity. And I would like to thank again for all to joining us for the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Sokato. Thanks, Dr. Andre. On behalf of Andre Sokato and the entire Spine20 and Indian Collaborating Society community, we thank all the panelists for a wonderful session, and I think it would be wonderful to have compile a document on how we can effectively implement the recommendations that we make. And as we said, publication is only a part of it. I think the real implementation is what matters, and that's what we need to deliberate upon. We have Dr. Sami, who wants to make a brief comment, please. You can come on the dais. It's all about implementation of recommendations, Sami, and anything that works in that for the cause.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure being here. 4 years of doing Spine20 since we had the first one in Riyadh, and every year we're seeing it moving, and really the lectures today is very inspiring. I was so inspired with your experience. Thank you so much. I would love that I could take your experience everywhere in the world, and I get inspired as well by the experience of our other keynote speakers and all speakers today. So the key of success is getting what we have doing today and in the last few years to get implemented the way we feel appropriate for our patient. We're all here for our patients. I was just raising my hand for one comment because we're having Dr. Hannah is tweeting now, and she is actually since morning she is sending a tweet. If you would like to follow Spine20, Spine_20, you just could retweet. I'll send one tweet via email to everyone so everybody could follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sami. I think if all of you come more often and get together more often, Preeti ji, Komal ji, Ketna ji and all our friends on the wheelchair here can introduce you to the 1,000 more Preetis in the country who are contributing productively to the society, and that is what life is all about. That's what Yes We Can is all about. Implementing it in day-to-day practice. So with that, friends, we break for lunch. We will start the next session sharp at within 45 minutes at 13:45 hours. Sticking to time is what is the essence, but we have to also deliberate, which is very important. Thank you for contributing to the deliberations of this session. Our friends from the media may stay behind, as could Professor Sami, Professor Pierre, Dr. Swamijit Basu, Dr. Srivastava. We will have a brief interaction with the media, but rest may kindly proceed with lunch and be back here sharp at 13:43 so that we can start the session at 13:45. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we request our friends from the media to please come forward? Can we request Teamworks to coordinate that, please? May I request Dr. Soumyajit Basu to be seated on the dais, Dr. Srivastav, Professor Sami, Professor Pierre? Pierre was here. Can someone just request Pierre to come in? Can we have the slides on, please? So can we start? 5 minutes? Okay. Right. Right. Komal, you can continue to be within the, you can get your food here. It can be served here. We'll make arrangements.
Okay, do you see me? Morning.
Interaction with the media. We were just having a session on effective implementation of recommendations, how we can strategize for that. And one of the important key points was to involve all stakeholders and especially the media, because you hold a very powerful hand in implementation, in disseminating the recommendations and also putting pressure on having them implemented. So I'll start with a brief background and during the presentation itself I will introduce my colleagues who are on the dais. This is the 4th annual summit of Spine20 and it is being hosted by Association of Spine Surgeons of India. You all know that low back pain is the main contributor to the overall burden of musculoskeletal conditions. 570 million prevalent cases worldwide, responsible for 7.4% of global years lost due to disability. Single leading cause of disability worldwide, that is what back pain is. They are the leading causes of years lived with disability in most countries. Globally, years lived with disability caused merely by low back pain increased by 54% between 1990 and 2015, mainly because of population increase and aging, with the biggest increase seen in low income and middle income countries. In India, again there is enough data to substantiate that it is a very common cause of ailment, very common cause of diseases, and adds substantially to the burden. The point annual and lifetime prevalence rates of low back pain in the Indian population has been reported to be higher compared to global and other ethnic populations, affecting a large proportion of population, especially women, rural population and elementary workers. And that's what is the importance of Spine20 2023. It's not only causes a huge disease burden, there is a huge economic burden as well. Back pain is responsible for the highest number of man-hours lost in the industry in US. In some countries, back pain is estimated to contribute to up to 30% of direct costs, and indirect costs are estimated to represent the majority of overall costs. And so, spinal cord injury, for example, also studies estimate that the cost of injuries is between 0.29% and 0.69% of GDP of India. The Christopher Reeve Foundation projected in 2011 that United States could save an estimate $400 billion by providing SCI-based preventive and therapeutic interventions. So, briefly, what Spine20 is, it is a non-official engagement group of G20, an advocacy group founded in 2019 in an effort to improve spine care on a global level through recommending policies to the G20 countries that help them alleviate the burden of spine disease through various means, stimulating better spine health, advancing spine research, enhancing spine innovation pathways, and improving spine care and treatment. Saudi Spine Society, European Spine Society, German Spine Society and North American Spine Society were the founder members. But there are 33 societies in addition from across the globe which are collaborating or partner societies to Spine20. And we have the Partnership Advisory Board also, which these societies constitute. More details, friends, are available on spine20.org for your benefit. And here, representing Spine20, Dr. Sami Eliza, Speaker-elect of Spine20. He takes over immediately as the summit ends, and Professor Pierre, Eurospine representative and a very acclaimed professional as well. Association of Spine Surgeons of India, friends, is the host. You are all aware about Association of Spine Surgeons of India, the biggest association of spine professionals across the country. Dr. Soumyajit Basu is the president of the Association of Spine Surgeons of India. He is seated here. Dr. S.K. Srivastav is the president-elect of the association. Dr. Upinder Chahal is the secretary, and Dr. Shankaracharya is the immediate past president. So, we go through an elaborate process. I am representing also Spine20 here, being on the executive of Spine20 and being the chair of Spine20 2023, an evidence-based Delphi consensus process. We decide on a theme for the year, brainstorm on various issues pertaining to the theme, prioritize and shortlist issues with the potential for maximum impact, invite world-renowned experts to present on the recommendations for these issues, deliberate on these recommendations during the Spine20 meetings, which are held much before this summit takes place. We started in January, on January 16th precisely this year. Invite comments from participants and various world-renowned spine societies, and finalize the recommendations by incorporating suggestions. These recommendations are passed on to the G20 Sherpa for dissemination amongst the G20 countries, and they are also published in renowned peer-reviewed journals. So this is generally the process that we have talked about, and as you can see here, the process even of deciding on the symposia for the summit is an elaborate one starting from January 16, 2023. Every Mondays we used to meet between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. to deliberate on these issues till we have reached today to what the summit is. You are all aware about the theme of G20 India. The theme of Spine20 is perfectly aligned. One Earth, one family, one future without spine disability, right? And you know, you have heard about the importance of trying to prevent spine disability. The logo of Spine20 2023 is in front of you. It remains the same every year except the colors of the national flag get incorporated within. And we have not only surgeons, rehabilitation experts, WHO officials, administrators, policymakers and consumers from all over the world deliberating in Spine20 2023. There are 33 spine societies collaborating, right, from within the 37 in all. These are the 18 Indian societies collaborating for Spine20 2023. And the G20 priorities you are all aware about. Our domains for the symposia are also again totally aligned. For example, you have heard about LIFE, promoting eco-friendly lifestyle, which our Honorable Prime Minister floated this. And we similarly had a session on spine, healthy spine and life impact. Similarly, Bridge the Divide, digital public goods, and we have a session on digital spine care transformation. So our symposia from which the recommendations arise are totally aligned with the priorities of the Indian government for during its G20 presidency. The scientific program, an elaborate one, the program is there for you to pick from the registration counter. Over 2 days, starting from 8 in the morning till 6 in the evening, we'll be deliberating about it. Shri Amitabh Kant ji, you know, the G20 Sherpa and former Niti Aayog CEO, addressed the gathering, and he has also inspired us on how we should move ahead with the implementation of our recommendations. Similarly, there are WHO consultants and officials who are participating in the meeting. We have 6 keynote speakers. Two of the keynote addresses have already taken place, 3 of them in fact, the rest are yet to take place. So these were the last year's recommendations, and hopefully we will compile recommendations for this year. Hopefully means the draft is ready. Tomorrow there will be the voting. Everybody has given inputs in this regard on the recommendations which are there. But one of the main recommendations, friends, for this year is to have a national spine care program, and this we feel will be very useful in effective implementation of all strategies to reduce the disability due to various spinal ailments. The next year, Spine20 will be in Brazil, and work will already start immediately after this summit ends. In fact, some work has already started in this regard. I will request my colleagues here to give you more information about this, and then we can have a wrap up with question and answer sessions. Only we are also giving our friends from abroad a flavor of the Indian culture through a demonstration of wheelchair yoga and wheelchair dance today in the evening as they relax for the social gathering. So you know, yoga is a very powerful tool, but wheelchair yoga adds new dimension to not only management, psychosocial management, physical management, overall management of persons with disabilities, and it can be perfectly done from the wheelchair. This is just a clip that we wanted to show to you, because you need to understand that our idea is to empower these individuals to get back to a normal lifestyle, and that is perfectly possible, and that is what we also, Spine20 is trying to advocate. So the power of the mind can help us achieve anything. And that's what Preeti ji here, Komal ji here, Ketna ji, all of them have been doing. They have achieved a lot more than many able-bodied across the globe. This was a glimpse from the World Yoga Day, which Aishwarya demonstrated. I'll start by requesting Sami to address the gathering.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. Hello.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and good evening for those following us virtually. It's a pleasure being here. We're excited for these 2 days. We've been waiting for these 2 days for the last 8 months while we're developing the program. It's our 4th year here doing Spine20 Summit. So far, excellent presentation, excellent keynote talks, very inspiring experience that we're so happy to hear, we're so happy to listen to, and we would like to take this experience all over the world. If I want to say one sentence, we used to meet as a spine surgeon or a physician or a healthcare practitioner together and talk to each other and listen to each other. And even if we write recommendation or publication, we publish in our own journals, only a physician or health practitioner are reading it. The whole concept of Spine20 is speaking to others, speaking to the decision maker, to leaders, to those who could help in making the change that we're talking about. I'm happy to be here, and the floor is open for everybody who would like to give a comment.
Dr. Somajit Basu.
Good afternoon. It's been a real pleasure to represent the Association of Spine Surgeons of India, and this is the largest organization of spine professionals who deal with spine surgeries in the country, having more than 3,000 members. And we have a separate advocacy committee which looks after collaborations with regional societies, the governmental agencies, the regulatory boards, and Dr. Chhabra has been a spearhead in this direction for the last few years, and we hope that this meeting, along with Dr. Chhabra's guidance in the future, shall take ASSI to a new level of advocacy. And I'm extremely happy to have beautiful keynote lectures and other demonstrations of how cost-effective and minimal treatment can give rise to maximal societal benefit in terms of alleviation of spinal disability, back pain, and I'm sure this meeting will lay down the foundation stone for future guidelines and recommendations. We've been very pertinently being pointed out that the recommendations shall have to be point-wise, it has to be short, and it has to be on a term which shall be easily implementable. And I'm sure the Indian press would be very instrumental in spreading this message across to various levels of society, that a future without spine disability is the key motto of the meeting of today. And I am extremely thankful to Dr. Chhabra and his team for organizing this event. I've learned a lot from all of you, and I hope to learn a lot in the next few hours that I'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Somnidit Basu. Professor Pierre?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. And Dr. Chabra, thank you so much for inviting me to contribute to this session. I represent Eurospine, but I want to focus on what is happening here in India. This program would be the first national program, to my knowledge, in the world that integrates spine care from primary care to rehabilitation to surgery, and try to comprehensively assist people from invisible disabilities such as back pain to visible disabilities such as spinal cord injury within one program. This is truly inspiring. It is based on evidence, and I want to congratulate you for this initiative. Thank you.
We have one team, and congratulations to everyone. Dr. Srivastava?
A very good afternoon to all of you. I am very happy to be part of this, assembly here. People from all over the world have arrived here. A lot of spine societies are participating. But what we are discussing is the problem which we are facing in the spine and element. So I witnessed today the existing problem and the solutions. Both are here. So we have a role model to impress the government, a little bit help and boosting the morale of these patients, these persons who are disabled, can make a lot of change, and that's why this is the need of proposing and asking them to practically force them for this national spine care program. This is very, very important, and nothing great is required, as we were discussing about the cost factor. Actually, the national health program is going on. We have national immunization program. We have ASHA workers which are actually funded by the government only. So only one extra personnel has to be added in the existing program, and this will, I would say, this will fly like anything. It is quite, reachable, and this will be done. I have all the hopes. And Dr. Chabra being at the helm in our country, I think we see the light. Definitely in the next coming few weeks only, I think the government of India should try to, make it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava, for your kind words. Again, we are together as a team into it, and we have to lobby and ultimately have it implemented. And your hands, the media hands, are very powerful to have this implemented. Friends, we have stalwarts from here across the globe. Professor Giuseppe sitting behind you. He organized the Spine20 in Italy. Professor Bambang here, he organized it in Indonesia last year. The first one was held in Saudi Arabia under Dr. Sami's guidance, and he's going to take over now as the speaker of Spine20. So if you have any questions, please put them across in the next 10 minutes or so. The floor is open for discussion. For our friends from the Hindi media, please feel free to ask in Hindi, and we'll be able to translate it also for our friends from abroad if you want to address this. Giuseppe wanted to say something.
I am impressed because when I had the honor to organize the second meeting, I didn't imagine which was the best way to reach the public, to reach the public opinion. And I see that with this meeting you are setting a new standard, very high standard, really to penetrate in the public opinion with the problems who are really affecting the best part of the population, and putting the accent on the need to focus on the spinal cord problems. So thanks for this, Arvinder.
Thank you, Dr. Giuseppe.
You are setting something for the future.
No, you have sown the seed. You have to see it blossom now, and that it bears fruit. Now, any questions from our colleagues? Yeah, please. Please introduce yourself and please speak on the mic.
This is Praveen Prashant, editor, Indian Pharma Post. I wanted to know what are the recommendations that you are deliberating, which you will be finalizing tomorrow. If you can show us the set of the recommendations. And the second is with respect to, you said you are focusing on National Spine Care Program. So what is this program all about? And how will this help people, India, as well as, or will this be a global program? Will this be an India program? What is it? And what is the budget that you are looking for?
So I'll only want to add before my colleagues take over that Sami had proposed that we also have a white paper of Spine20 on a national spine care program. Incidentally, we happen to be in India when this is being discussed, but this will be presented to G20 countries across the globe and also other countries. We hope that we can become a model of implementation. We talked about the burden due to various spinal diseases. So right from data collection on aspects which are important in prevention and management of spinal ailments, to various aspects on what are the important components of a spine care program, to how to implement it, how to monitor it, how to evaluate it, how to sustain it. This will all be part of the document that we are going to present to the Indian government. And today at 5:15 p.m. around 23 society representatives are going to deliberate on this. What had already taken place before. On 16th of July, there was a brainstorming session from across the globe on how this program should be, what should be constituted. We have deliberated, we will be deliberating today evening, and ultimately we will have a document compiled which will go to the Government of India. Of course, we respect that these are guidelines, will need to be adapted to the local requirements in each country, and the Government of India will also follow this process of implementation once they get convinced onto that. What are the recommendations, Sami? Hopefully tomorrow after that we finalize and vote it, we can release to the media. It will be, the whole document will be available for you to review. It will be also on the website of Spine20. Sami?
Actually, there is what we call it proposed recommendation, and these proposed recommendations are getting developed over the last 2 months by experts in the field. And this recommendation will be discussed tomorrow and approved tomorrow by all the spine experts, and will get released. But if you would like to view the proposed recommendation, it's available on the website, but they're still labeled as a proposed recommendation that would be approved by tomorrow. Well, you know, the highlight, we're following domains, each domains related to spine, delivering spine care in a way or another. There is a recommendation on economy, there is a recommendation on spine disability, there is a recommendation on, we used to release a recommendation on spine aging, we used to release recommendation in pediatric spine. So we're having several domains, and each year we're choosing some of these domains to develop recommendation for, and basically touch spine care in general, from all aspects and from all stakeholders.
As Professor Sami mentioned, the previous 3 years recommendations we can mail across to all the media, right? But this year's recommendation are still draft recommendations till they get voted tomorrow. But if we have the permission, the highlights we can share with the media also. We can have it circulated to all of you by today evening.
You can log in, you can go to spine20.org under the publication section. you will find the publication of the last 3 years, and you will have the proposed recommendation of this year.
So we are in touch with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in this regard, and immediately after the G20 health ministers meet, we are going to make a presentation to the ministry in this regard. The budget, we are hoping that once we get the go-ahead from them on the principles and the draft that we present to them will be worked upon in the subsequent step. But we also hope that the ministry will take up the request and constitute a task force. It can't be one ministry's initiative, and Shri Amitabh Kant ji also today wholeheartedly mentioned that he would support, look into the recommendations if they are evidence-based, well compiled, and get them implemented. So the economics of it, we have kept it for the second part. We will share with you what constitutes the National Spine Care Program. Today itself, through Teamworks, we'll have it circulated. हाँ, तो सारा जैसे कि registry, there should be a registry. Na? We still don't know what is the commonest cause of spinal cord injury in India. Whether the prevalence of back pain is the same as in elsewhere. What is the economic burden? So unless we have a registry, unless we document them, we are just contemplating. So one of the first important steps is to set up a registry. After that, what would be in the National Spine Care Program, which is not only management, prevention of spinal ailments, what would constitute in that? But a similar initiative around 5 years ago has resulted in injury prevention program almost on the threshold of being launched by the Government of India. हाँ जी, हाँ जी. आपने हाँ हाँ, देखिए बजट हमारा नहीं है, बजट गवर्नमेंट का होता है ना. हाँ, हम सजेस्ट करेंगे उनको. अभी हम उनको एक नेशनल स्पाइन केयर प्रोग्राम का कॉन्सेप्ट प्रेजेंट करेंगे, उसके क्या क्या कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट्स होंगे, बट हमें सरकार को भी साथ लेके चलना है ना. एक बार वो बोलेंगे हाँ ये हमें एक्सेप्टेबल है, तो 18 सोसाइटीज हैं इंडिया की जो कोलैबोरेट कर रही हैं इसमें. वो ब्रेनस्टॉर्म करके एक प्रपोज्ड बजट बना के देंगे उनको जो प्रैक्टिकल हो और इम्प्लीमेंटेबल हो. ये हमारी बात हुई है मिनिस्ट्री पे किस तरह इस पे आगे जाना है. तो हमारे सारे रिकमेंडेशंस हैं जो G20 के सारे आपके प्रायोरिटीज हैं हमारी सरकार की, है ना. जैसे लाइफ है ना, जैसे डिजिटल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है, उसी तरह इन सब पे हमारी जो रिकमेंडेशंस हैं वो G20 के प्रायोरिटीज से टोटली अलाइंड हैं. हम आपको आज ही शेयर कर देंगे हमारे टीम वर्क्स के थ्रू, क्योंकि अभी टाइम थोड़ा संक्षिप्त है हमारे पास. हाइलाइट्स आपको आज, आप मान लीजिए 4 बजे तक आपके मेल बॉक्स में होंगे सबके. ठीक है. हाँ जी.
ज्यादातर हिंदुस्तान की महिलाओं में घुटने की प्रॉब्लम ज्यादा है. आपके अपना इलाज है बहुत ज्यादा कॉस्टली है, मशीन वर्क बहुत ज्यादा बाहर से रिमूव करते हैं. तो उस पर वस्तुतः कुछ ऐसा सरकार को कर रहे कि इतना टैक्स हमारी मशीनों पर कम हो. और दूसरा कि आपके हिंदुस्तान में प्राइवेट और गवर्नमेंट यूनिवर्सिटियों में मेडिकल कॉलेज है उसको अपने उसके साथ है, क्योंकि आपके जो सर्जन है वो तो बहुत कम है. अगर रेशियो देखा जाए तो 6% है. उनको आप ट्रेनिंग देने का भी कुछ ऐसा प्रोग्राम है कुछ कर रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल. देखिए यहाँ खाली सर्जन नहीं है, स्वामी जी तभी बताएंगे, यहाँ रिहैबिलिटेशन एक्सपर्ट्स भी हैं, यहाँ कंज्यूमर्स भी हैं.
जो स्टूडेंट आ रहे हैं क्योंकि हमारी पॉपुलेशन तो बढ़ती जा रही है, उसको भी अपने साथ उनको ट्रेनिंग देना ये भी एक पार्ट है, क्योंकि ये सबसे ज्यादा अपना महिलाओं में एक चीज है. दूसरा आप सरकार से कुछ ऐसा बात करेंगे कि आपका इक्विपमेंट जर्मन, अमेरिका, जापान से आता है, उस पर इतना ज्यादा टैक्स है और इतना ज्यादा एक्साइज है, तो उस पर कुछ सरकार को बोलेगी हमारा काम कहने, जैसे कैंसर के लिए बहुत सरकार काम कर रही है।
अच्छा, वन क्वेश्चन सर।
हाँ स्वामीजी प्लीज।
तो पहली बात है कि एक रिकमेंडेशंस के लिए एक डेटा लगेगा। तो हमारी इतनी बड़ी देश में कितना पेशेंट को डिसेबिलिटी फ्रॉम स्पाइन है, फर्स्ट स्टेप इज टू, एज डॉक्टर छाबरा सेड, टू बिल्ड अप अ रजिस्ट्री, विच मीन्स दैट इन अ पर्टिकुलर सेट ऑफ पीपल कितने आदमी को बैक पेन है, वो कितने स्पाइनल कॉर्ड इंजरी की वजह से पैरालाइज्ड है, ये डेटा बनाना है पहली कदम। दूसरा कदम है कि हेल्थ अवेयरनेस बनाना। सो आजकल के ज़माने में हर किसी को हार्ट की एलिमेंट्स के लिए, कैंसर की एलिमेंट्स में के लिए जानकारी है, लेकिन स्पाइन की एलिमेंट्स के लिए जानकारी ही नहीं। सबको बोलते हैं बैक पेन के लिए इट्स अ कर्स, ये बोलते हैं ये वो है। सो प्रॉपर एविडेंस बेस्ड जानकारी देना, हेल्थ अवेयरनेस इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तो स्पाइन की बीमारी तो सिर्फ बैक पेन या स्पाइनल कॉर्ड इंजरी नहीं है, काफ़ी सारे हैं, इन्फेक्शंस है, डिफॉर्मिटीज़ है, टीबी स्पाइन है, काफ़ी सारे चीज़ हैं जो स्पाइन की डिसेबिलिटी बनाती है। तो द नेक्स्ट स्टेप इज टू प्रोवाइड हेल्थ अवेयरनेस। सो एवरीबॉडी, एवरी विलेज इन द कंट्री इज नाउ कवर्ड विथ हेल्थ वर्कर्स। तो हेल्थ वर्कर्स को हमको ट्रेनिंग करना पड़ेगा सो दैट दे गो एंड शेयर दिस नॉलेज। दूसरा बात है। तीसरा बात आप जो बोल रहे हैं कि ट्रीटमेंट से, सो ट्रीटमेंट में हम लोग के एक डोमेन है, या कल डिस्कस्ड होगा, रिगार्डिंग सोशल justice and health equity. That means all sections of society, geography बोले या gender बोले या economic capacity बोले, all sections of society shall have to get benefited from treatment, and for that we really require capacity development. आप जो सही बात बताए हैं कि कितने सर्जन्स है, कितने फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट है, कितने नर्सिंग स्टाफ है जो स्पाइन की बीमारी समझते हैं, ट्रीट कर सकते हैं, इसको हमें बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। एंड फॉर दैट वी नीड कैपेसिटी डेवलपमेंट, हॉस्पिटल्स बनाना पड़ेगा, सेट ऑफ एंट्रस्टेड पीपल बनाना पड़ेगा जो इसको इलाज कर सके। सो दीज आर द थिंग्स व्हिच आई एम गोइंग टू सेट अप।
Sir, one question is how you will reach out to the rural areas where people don't have awareness about spine or any other diseases, and how you will collect the data from there?
देखिए, अगर विल है तो सब कुछ होता है। सेंसस तो पूरे इंडिया में पहुंचता है ना, बट उसमें स्पाइन डिसेबिलिटी का एलिमेंट नहीं, तो क्या करना है, खाली उसमें वो डलवाना है ताकि अगले सेंसस में सारे आंकड़े आपके पास आ जाएं। अगर पॉलिटिकल विल है, अगर सस्टेन्ड मोमेंटम है, तो सब कुछ हो सकता है। यही हमारी इंप्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ रिकमेंडेशंस के डिस्कशंस का तात्पर्य था। खाली ये बोलना चाहूंगा कि समय हमारे पास थोड़ा कम है, हमारा अगला सेशन 2 मिनटों में शुरू हो रहा है। आप लोग को जैसे बोला, एक ब्रीफ, ठीक है, हाइलाइट्स क्या हैं इस साल की रिकमेंडेशंस के, पिछले साल की रिकमेंडेशंस की भी क्या हाइलाइट्स थी, वो ये आप लोग ने मांगा, और नेशनल स्पाइन केयर प्रोग्राम की भी जो हम लोग ने डेलिब्रेट किया अभी तक, क्या हाइलाइट्स हैं, वो हम आप लोग को सबको मेल कर देंगे। हाँ रजनी जी, हाँ माइक दीजिए प्लीज। आप इधर आ जाओ।
थैंक यू फॉर दीज क्वेश्चंस। एंड जिनके ये सवाल है कि गांव में ये कैसे होगा, हम आपको एक उदाहरण दे सकते हैं। हम महाराष्ट्र के रायगढ़ डिस्ट्रिक्ट में काम करते हैं। रायगढ़ डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, जैसे डॉक्टर छाबरा जी ने कहा, अगर ये देश 1.3 बिलियन का पॉपुलेशन सेंसस कर सकता है अपडेटेड, तो ये भी कर सकता है विद द फ्रेमवर्क दैट वी हैव। वी हैव अ प्रेजेंटेशन जस्ट कमिंग फोर्थ नाउ टू से दैट वी हैव अ ग्रास रूट हेल्थ वर्कर्स। सिर्फ प्रॉब्लम ये है, गैप ये है कि उनको ट्रेनिंग दी गई है सिर्फ इम्यूनाइजेशन की, सिर्फ पोषण की। उसमें उनको ये नहीं बताया गया है उनकी ट्रेनिंग में कि ये भी एक प्रॉब्लम है। तो ये जो अवेयरनेस है, जैसे अभी डॉक्टर साहब भी बता रहे थे, ये अवेयरनेस हमें बिल्ड करना है कि ये भी उतना ही अहम प्रॉब्लम है जिसकी हमें एक नोंद लेनी है। और जब हम इसकी नोंद लेंगे तब उसका अवेयरनेस करना है, एजुकेशन करना है। जैसे आज हमारे देश में जितना भी इलिटरेट आदमी हो या औरत हो, उनको ये पता है कि लेफ्ट साइड में मुझे दर्द है छाती के तो मुझे हार्ट अटैक हो सकता है, लेकिन उनको ये नहीं मालूम कि उनके पैर में अगर कमजोरी है, उनके हाथों में कमजोरी आ रही है, तो इसका प्रॉब्लम कोई स्पाइन रिलेटेड ये हो सकती है। तो ये अवेयरनेस जो है ये हमें बिल्ड करनी है और इसीलिए हम सब यहाँ पर एक साथ हैं।
आप देखिए ना, हमारा टीबी प्रोग्राम है, वी हैव अ नेशनल टीबी एरेडिकेशन प्रोग्राम, बट वहीं पे सेम डेटा में कितने लोग को स्पाइन टीबी है, ये डेटा निकलना क्या मुश्किल की बात है, बोलिए। सो इट हैज टू बी अ लिटिल बिट मोर स्ट्रक्चर्ड, तब ये डेटा निकल जाएगा।
तो जब मैं लव अग्रवाल जी से मिला था ना इस स्पाइन 20 के बारे में बात करने के लिए और उनको यहाँ इनवाइट करने के लिए और मिनिस्ट्री के सपोर्ट के लिए, तो मैं उनसे बात कर रहा था, बस एक शब्द उन्होंने बिल्कुल पकड़ लिया। जब मैंने उनको बोला कि ये इंडस्ट्री में सबसे ज्यादा मैनास का लॉस बैक पेन के कारण होता है, तो मैं तो समझ सकता हूं, मेरे को भी बैक पेन रहती है और इतना इफेक्ट होता हूं। आप जैसे ही हमारा हेल्थ मिनिस्टर समिट खत्म होता है, आप लोग सारे मिलके मंत्री जी को प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिए नेशनल स्पाइन केयर प्रोग्राम में, ठीक है। तो सरकार ने क्या देखना है, आपने कितना खर्चा पर उससे कितना बचाया, सोसाइटी को उसका क्या लाभ हुआ, है ना। मतलब आज प्रीति जी बहुत कुछ कर रही हैं, सोल फ्री चला रही हैं, बट ऐसे लोगों का प्रॉपर मैनेजमेंट हो। प्रीति जी ने आज अपने थॉट शेयर किए कि कैसे उनको इतना टाइम लगा वापस आने के लिए। तो बस ये यहां पे ही खत्म करते हुए, एक्सपर्ट सारे अवेलेबल होंगे, आप उनसे इंटरैक्ट कर सकते हैं पूरे दिन के दौरान। हम आपको सारी इंफॉर्मेशन जरूर मेल कर देंगे आज। यस
सर,
या
माय क्वेश्चन इज
हाँ, वी कैन हियर यू।
my question is that, sir, what was the outcome of the previous summit and
That is why we had a separate symposium on implementation of recommendations, and we also invited suggestions from the Ministry of Health, the G20 Sherpa, experts from various professional societies, an expert sitting in Switzerland, right? Consumers recommendations on how to go about we get your point. You want to know what has happened with the previous recommendations. We know that we haven't reached very far. How to reach there, we have discussed. That has been part of the discussions today, right?
another question is that, sir, like what would be the future course of action like of this particular summit with regards to India, like what approach?
जैसे हमने बोला ना, we are going to present the recommendations to Niti Aayog and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and we are going to sustain the momentum to ensure that they are implemented. A similar workshop 2018, today we have an injury prevention workshop as an outcome of that. We have an injury prevention week from 1st to 7th September, right? We have an injury prevention program. So similarly, we hope that there will be a national spine care program in India. It may not take the lag effect of 7 years to implement or 5 years to implement that. We hope that with sustained pressure from 18 societies, we will have that implemented soon, right? UK में है, Dr. Lisa Roberts will let you know, but it is not a comprehensive spine care program. So that is why there's going to be. Because हम लोग ने जाके उनको कन्विंस नहीं किया ना, लोगों को, सरकार को, कि होना चाहिए, कि इस that if we do this, we can save so much to the society. World over there is no proper national spine care program, whereas this is the commonest cause of disability. WHO recognizes this, and hence the importance of this Spine 20 2023. No, global societies have taken the lead. There are 37 societies. We have all taken the lead on that, right? Thank you. Thank you. Please have your lunch, and we will, because we need to start with the session immediately. Thank you. I would want to thank Professor Sami, Professor Pierre, Dr. Samyajit Basu and Dr. Srivastav and all our friends from the media and of course Teamworks for coordinating this. Thank you. Good afternoon. We apologize for the slight delay in starting the next session. It is a very important session on spine disorders, poverty and health systems, a call to action. I think we had kept Pierre from lunch, but we'll give him the liberty to take that. But we have Dr. Rajani. Dr. Rajani, could you come on the dais? Pierre, you can grab your lunch and then join. Yeah, sure. And meanwhile, we'll request Rajani and Carlo Rossi to start with the proceedings of the session.
One dessert, which is very clean.
Thank you. After I'm done. Thank you. Thank you. Is it going? Perfect. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for your patience. I now have the privilege and honor to lead the session on spine disorders, poverty and rehabilitation in health system, and issue a call to action and continue on the wonderful synergy that we've created this morning. My name is Pierre Côté. I am an epidemiologist and a professor at Ontario Tech University in Canada, and I have the privilege to represent Eurospine on the Spine20 committee. So you may be wondering, you may be asking the question, why focus on spine disability, poverty, rehabilitation, and investment in health systems? Well, the question is quite simple, but what I will ask you to do is refer to where I'm coming from in Canada. We still have a few icebergs floating around. And this morning we've talked about surgery, and then we've talked about different types of disabilities. But the whole problem of spine-related disability is both visible, spinal cord injuries, and invisible, low back pain. So when we think about how to improve the lives and the well-being of people with disability, we have to look at the entire picture, even the ones that we do not see. Now, the answer to the question, why focus on spine disability, rehabilitation, poverty, and investment in health systems, because it is our ethical, moral, and economic responsibility to do so. It is all about the dignity of individuals, people with disability, but it's also about the dignities of our societies. A society that respects itself will respect all of its citizens equally, regardless of their levels of ability. So therefore, it is about dignity. Now, poverty is an extremely challenging issue to deal with. And it is extremely prevalent in India. It's very prevalent in my country, in Canada, even though we are two different parts of the world, and we have two different economic realities. But one of the main issues to relieve the problem of disability and its associated poverty is to deal with the structural barriers that are built within our societies. And we've heard this morning that people with spine disabilities have to face issues with regards to stigmatization, marginalization, social isolation, invisibility. They become invisible in a society, they are ignored. Poverty, they are excluded from labor forces, and people are ambivalent about their conditions. So dealing with the issue of poverty as it relates to spine disability really means that we have to think and address structural barriers that are built within our systems. Now, these facts are well known. You've already heard them a lot this morning, but they're extremely challenging messages to convey to governments and to people who take decisions. There are more than 600 million people who experience spine disability related to back pain and spinal cord injuries worldwide. We know that rehabilitation is the most cost-effective ways to manage these disabilities because most of these patients do not require surgery. They require evidence-based rehabilitation services. Nevertheless, spine-related disability is the most common reasons for unmet rehabilitation needs in almost all G20 nations. In all of our countries, most of these 600 million people cannot access rehabilitation care to help them function. I was so impressed by your talk this morning. You are an inspiration to us all because you are the exception to this rule. You have created rehabilitation for spinal cord injury patients, and I congratulate you and I thank you for that. And those who live with disabilities are more likely to experience poverty. In my country, if you have a disability, you are 50% less likely in Canada to find employment. children and adolescents with disabilities are 60% less likely to graduate from high school. And we've heard figures from India. So this is endemic everywhere. And still in 2023, rehabilitation is not integrated or not well integrated within our health systems. So I would like to draw attention to the issue of poverty, which was front and center in the G20 primer published by the Indian government. And now it really relates to two Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations: no poverty and good health and well-being. And what we will do in this session is to show and demonstrate, hopefully, the link between poverty and disability and think together on how we can alleviate this problem. So our session calls for Spine20 on the G20 countries to eliminate structural barriers to accessing timely rehabilitation for back pain in order to reduce poverty. And the solution might actually reside in some of the WHO documents that were recently published that provides some tools, some incentives to influence our governments with regards to leadership and governance, financing, health workforce, service deliveries, medicine and technologies, but also collecting data. And you are absolutely right. If we cannot talk to our governments about how many people have spinal cord injuries in India, it's very difficult to influence them. So collecting data is fundamental. Now, I'm very privileged to have the honor to introduce our four panelists who are outstanding scholars in the area of disability and rehabilitation. First, my colleague, Professor Jen Rinaldi from Ontario Tech University, who is a legal and critical disability scholar who will provide you with, I think, a different perspective on how to look at this issue. Then we will hear from Professor Rajani Mulapatan from the MGM School of Physiotherapy, who's done unbelievable work here in India on trying to find solutions to the problem of spine disability. And then Dr. Abdul Ghaffar will join us virtually. Dr. Ghaffar is originally from Pakistan, is a physician who is a specialist in health services and policy and systems research. So he will provide us with some, hopefully some good solutions. And then I will be joined by Dr. Carlos Rossi from Italy, who will help me facilitate the discussion. So on that note, I will invite Professor Rinaldi to come and address you. Thank you. I will need to switch computers.
This will move. Excellent. Good. Testing. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. I'm honored to be in a very new space today for me. I'm a disabled and disability studies scholar who studies ableist violence, so I will provide for you today what I know. Cards on the table, maybe some disclosure at the outset. I decided to start by sharing the foundation for all of my work, the demands of the disability justice movement. Disability scholar and activist Mia Mingus reminds me, and I'll quote her, "We cannot allow the liberation of disabled people to be boiled down to logistics. We must understand and practice an accessibility that moves us closer to justice." What she means is that meaningful access and poverty eradication is impossible without the dissolution of systems of oppression. Specifically, she and San Francisco-based community organization Sins Invalid, both instrumental in defining disability justice as a concept, they both posit that justice and capitalism are inimical, irreconcilable, meaning folks committed to uplifting disabled people, securing our access to community, must target the political economic systems that impoverish our population. Anything short of that will prove insufficient. Germane to this symposium, the poverty that our political economic systems generate has a role in shaping barriers to accessing rehabilitation. In this presentation, I offer conceptual and descriptive analysis to show how poverty functions as a kind of structural violence by impeding rehabilitation access. But this is a co-constitutive and mutually reinforcing relationship, meaning barriers to rehabilitation feed into cycles of impoverishment and institutionalization that have marked disability history. So let's start. The World Health Organization defines violence as the intentional use of physical force or power, threatened or actual, against oneself or against a group or community that either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in injury, death, psychological harm, maldevelopment, or deprivation. This definition surfaces in reporting that focuses on violence of the interpersonal realm, which encompasses more easily recognizable acts that bear out in direct relations, like physical and sexual assaults, verbal and emotional abuse. I would humbly note that I observed today some presentations pointing to individual violences, behaviors we enact to damage our own bodies. Only violence is not limited to those framings. There's a sociologist who founded peace and conflict studies named Johan Galtung, who is credited with developing a broader kind of violence to consider. He argues that violence is structural when it lacks an intentional perpetrator, instead attributable to policies that shape daily living, where interpersonal and individual violence can be immediate or eruptive, ripples on waves, but waves on otherwise tranquil waters, to imagine Galtung's own analogy. Structural violence instead is a kind of stabilizing force. It's more like a rock in a creek that's impeding the free flow of water, creating eddies or pockets of whitewater rapids. Violence here functions as a tool of governance that determines distributions of power. The idea draws focus to political and social and economic organization that yields otherwise preventable adverse disability and health outcomes. And there's an environmental scholar, Rob Nixon, which is useful if we're going to tie what we're doing to sustainability. He conceptualized structural violence too, only he called it slow for how its infliction unfolds across time. So in his words, violence is customarily conceived as an event or action that is immediate in time, explosive and spectacular, instantaneous, but we need to engage in a different kind of violence, or engage it. We need to understand it. A violence that is neither spectacular nor instantaneous, but incremental and accretive. Nixon's slow violence occurs gradually and out of sight, a violence of delayed destruction that is dispersed across time and space. It's an attritional violence that is typically not viewed as violence at all. So these are groundbreaking theories of violence that incorporate consideration of scale. And that's a direct response to reductive models that would only focus on the interpersonal or what we do to ourselves. It would be blatantly violent to hobble a man in a single event. I'm thinking of Nurse Annie Wilkes from Misery. But debilitation comes just as readily from being overworked or uninsured or malnourished. There may be no direct subject, action, object, trajectory to explain this network of conditions that produces injury or exposes bodies to risk, but the causes are still very much human generated. Those who benefit from political economic arrangements are implicated in the preventable and preventably pronounced disabilities of the disadvantaged class. Actors with the power to offer redress through, say, wealth redistribution or investment and service provision have an obligation to act that stems not from charity or philanthropy, but accountability. And related and significant, frameworks for understanding violence that focus only on the interpersonal, only on the individual behaviors, may also risk missing the forest for the trees. I'll quote some Canadian disability and violence scholars I respect: Andrea Daly, Lucy Costa, Peter Beresford. Structural formulations of violence embed interpersonal violence in unjust social, political, and economic systems of inequality and their associated relations. This means that interpersonal and structural violences are not discrete categories, are not like separate from each other, they're more like nesting dolls, where our relations unfold in communities. Our interpersonal and community relations are shaped by institutional and structural forces. What we do, our own behaviors, is constrained by the choices and opportunities that are made available to us. UNICEF is aligned with this kind of ecological thinking, identifying tiers in the image behind me as drivers and risk factors of violence. So through a lens like this, it would be impossible to end interpersonal and individual violence without tending to the forces that structure those acts. When developing his concept of structural violence, Galtung drew inspiration from Mahatma Gandhi's condemnation of poverty as the worst form of violence, for the ways poverty produces otherwise avoidable, even if unintended, corporeal impacts. How does poverty impede access to rehabilitation? Though impoverishing political economic systems are not directly identified in the driving structural force at play, participants in the WHO's Rehabilitation 2030 initiative acknowledged facets to the poverty-rehabilitation relationship. Among them, that unmet rehabilitation needs are distributed unevenly on the world stage, with low and middle income countries hit especially hard, suggesting that income rates and rehabilitation service availability are correlative. The initiative also identified infrastructural scarcity, including non-existent or inadequate funding, insufficient numbers of personnel, and absence of facilities and equipment, all of which lead to service stratification. And when services are distributed according to socioeconomic status, rehabilitation becomes a question of affordability, meaning people who experience impoverishment are less likely to have access because they're limited to what they can pay out of pocket, what their insurance can cover if they even have that, and what is made available to them in their region. It's maybe also useful to note that rehabilitation services come with built-in barriers linked to a failure to anticipate poverty's impacts. When now disability scholar Madeline Burkhart reflected on her years working as an occupational therapist in Zimbabwe, she noted the task became less about helping people and more about understanding the effects of poverty. The people she served struggled with rehabilitation to the extent that they required assistive devices they could not afford. The rehabilitative aims of independent living and workforce re-entry were unrealistic, given that economic disadvantage impacts care continuums and job security. Seeking to fix the body and personal behavior after public policy debilitates and while public policy continues to underserve disabled people is tantamount to chasing dragons long after they've hatched and been full grown. So this all matters to me as an expert on institutional violence because structural barriers to rehabilitation reroute disability populations into institutional settings or spaces of abandonment. And I study institutional settings as a kind of wraparound service support necessarily tied to residential facilities. The term institution, though, can broadly refer to organizations with internal rules of functioning and social roles like the family, household, and the hospital. So the kind of institution I study figures prominently in legacies of disability service provision across history, a lot of geographic regions, and disability types. Institutionalization as a form of service provision that lacks the expectation of restoring function or returning people to their communities tends to start where rehabilitation ends. The inverse is also true. Adequate rehabilitation service provision can prevent and delay and substitute institutionalized care. And it should, given rehabilitation experts identify a worse quality of life in institutional settings, including higher dependency levels, higher risk of falls, lower physical activity, lower decision-making ability, fewer leisure activities. Facing these outcomes, members of disability populations have identified in a range of rehabilitation research that they would rather be in their homes and communities. And we learned in a keynote address today that lack of rehabilitation services here in India leads to more profound forms of abandonment, where informal family arrangements without proper in-community and life-affirming supports becomes a place where disabled people go to die. I found in my own primary research that institutional living does not only adversely impact health, function, and social participation. The ecological framework for violence I described earlier can make sense of how poverty driving disabled people into residential facilities or onto the street exposes them to more recognizable forms of violence. My colleague Kate Rossiter and I have identified defining conditions at the institutional tier, including isolation, coercion, and maybe relevant to this symposium, the imposition of austerity measures to manage resource and personnel scarcity, a scarcity born of public policy that either underinvests in institutions governments manage or privatizes services for profit-driven bodies to manage. Where institutions practice austerity, the likelihood increases that residents experience interpersonal violence, including degradation and material deprivation, as well as physical and sexual abuse. So I've spent much of my presentation steeped in theory and literature. I thought I might close with narrative to illustrate my point. I sat down with an institutional survivor, Harold Dougal, from Ontario, Canada, in the summer of 2019. And there's a recording of us reading and reflecting on legal materials that were part of a class action lawsuit against my provincial government for its negligent management of the residential facility that Harold had been sent to across his childhood, referred to in this video clip as HRC, or the Huronia Regional Center. While Harold was institutionalized for an intellectual disability diagnosis, not a chronic spine disability, much of his experience maps onto other institutional models given the structural conditions share overlap. So he's going to discuss in this video cost-cutting measures that impacted his health, including communal and unsanitary toiletries, like when he talks about needing money to buy clean toothbrushes for himself and others. His own experience of institutionalization entailed the tasking of residents with coerced and unpaid labor for the sake of facility upkeep, which led to the learned behaviors of resident-inflicted violence. And he also shares examples of forced confinement and physical and sexual abuse at the hands of staff and due to staff decisions. So content warning that that's coming. And this is all common where facilities are overcrowded, understaffed, under-resourced, all conditions which exert pressure on personnel, combined with inadequate community connections, oversight, or patient-centered care. And I'll yield to Harold. The sound should be okay.
I love interviews.
Do you love interviews? I do that about you, I think.
they interviewed me too on the TV set.
You were on television?
Yeah.
You don't mind if I open this, right?
No, you go ahead.
Do you want me to read them out loud?
Yeah.
Is that okay? This is still from your claim statement. This one or this one?
This one.
I've been abused in many ways while living at HRC. I've been physically abused by being hit by shoes and leather straps. I have been financially abused by staff taking my money away because I did not listen to the staff. I've been emotionally abused by staff forcing me to be a hired goon. I feel very guilty about this. I have been sexually abused by standing naked in the shower line and being forced to wash naked boys. Can I read this about the shower?
Mm-hmm.
It says the staff forced me to teach the boys how to shower. The boys would line up naked and the same razor would be used on everyone when shaving.
Mm-hmm.
You're a carrier of hepatitis,
Mhm.
it says. You got hepatitis while living at HRC, and you were put in isolation when the staff found out that you had hepatitis for about 10 weeks.
Yeah,
10 weeks
whoa.
isolation.
They put me in these beds that got bars around here. I said, whoa, I'm impregnated now. And then we went to breakfast and came back to do their teeth. They used the same toothbrushes.
These are the same toothbrushes.
My boy said, you want me to brush my teeth with this? I said, no, I had money on me. I walked down to the canteen and bought 5 toothbrushes. And I said, you put your name on it, you keep them close by where and the staff said, one of my boys asked my boys to say, where did you get the toothbrushes? Nothing. No word, nothing. And then the staff came to me and said, you bought the toothbrushes? I said, I did. Where? Down in the canteen.
You said you felt like a hired goon.
Yeah, it's like, I was thinking to myself, hired goon, hey man, I'm not a bouncer, they call it.
Yeah, the staff forced me to go deal with trouble residents. They forced me to punish them. How would you have to punish them? Through hitting?
Hitting, I asked them, what's going on here? And he said, oh, it's just, him and I don't get along very well. I said, okay, I'm going to split you up. And he said, I'll put you on a block of, it's like pushing up and down the hallway, all right? That's their punishment.
Can I ask something else about this?
Yeah.
It says, if I did not listen to staff, the staff would hit me with a leather strap and
Yes.
on my body?
Yes.
You had a leather strap?
Yeah, it was one of your old, buying your own shoes. You leather shoe, if your shoes no good, you cut them off.
The sole?
So, use them on us.
I think I was wondering, because there's a lot of anger in these stories. Like, do you think you've learned anger at Huronia?
Yes, I do.
Why do you think that?
I didn't want to do that. It's like, I'm a person who's kind and cool, and I didn't know what these staff do, and found out in a hurry.
Just a couple sentences more. Harold's final words in this excerpt really haunt me, because I've long known him to be gentle, but even he learned violence, trapped in this kind of nest of nesting dolls. My hope is that Harold's account, and maybe this presentation more broadly, make clear that structural violence is a kind of lens that can properly convey the stakes for disabled people who experience poverty, the way in which violence bears out from the individual to the broader tiers. And I'll stop there because I heard a ding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. Now I would like to invite Professor Rajani to make her presentation.
A very good afternoon and warm welcome to all the delegates from India across the globe. Good day, good night, whichever part of the world that you are. And I think this is going to be, as we can sense the momentum picking up, this is going to be like other Spine20 meetings, another one which will make the mark, particularly in the national health programs of India, we believe, and similarly across the world. And if we can make a change in the national health program of India, then we believe that we can make a change anywhere across in the globe, because this is a country which brings in most complex diversities across all sectors. So with that, let me say that I represent the Society of Indian Physiotherapists, and I'm here today to share with you lived experiences of individuals with neck and low back pain in rural regions of India. I have no conflict of interest to declare. This was a report by the Indian Council of Medical Research, the Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation of Public Health Foundation, and the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation in India. And this particular report comprised and summarized what were the major disease burden health conditions. And this report is not very different from the global health disease burden, which was published in Lancet. And you see that the prevalence of low back pain and neck pain was 9.3, and it ranked 12th out of the 30 conditions. And these low back pain and neck pain were the leading causes of the musculoskeletal conditions. And in 2016 in Maharashtra, a state which is down west, it was third ranked among the top 15 causes of years lived with disability in both males and females. Just to share with you what's the burden of spine pain like in rural India, in the state of Maharashtra, where I come from, we have two studies, one in the district of Raigad, which is 1500 kilometers from here, from New Delhi, and from here, from Raigad, which is on the western coast of the state, we have the district of Gadchiroli. You will have Dr. Anand Bang speaking to you tomorrow about this. 1000 kilometers apart, and we have these two studies which report what is the prevalence of spine pain, both neck and low back pain. Both of these are conducted in the rural and the tribal areas of Maharashtra, and we have similar findings. However, the point prevalence in Raigad district was 4.9% among the rural people, and among the tribal people it was twice more, that is 10%, and neck pain was 2.9% and 3.6% in tribal. Whereas the Bang study in Gadchiroli district of Maharashtra, which is a tribal district particularly, they recorded the point prevalence, a period prevalence over 12 months. And the key findings were lifting heavy weights, trunk bending, females farming, manual labor, and increasing age. Both of us had limitations that we could not survey people who were working in the fields, because these surveys were conducted during daytime, and daily manual workers, wage workers cannot take time off to be present. These are just glimpses of how people function during day-to-day life in rural India for their daily chores, be it washing utensils, carrying water from the wells, cooking in their own houses, sweeping floors, or washing. That would give you a picture of what the spine goes through for both a male as well as a female in their own occupations and daily chores. So it would be lifting weights or cutting the wood or farming and all of those. Some time ago, just when we had the press meet, there were some questions here about as to how the Spine20 is going to make a difference to the national health system and the national health policies. So just a glimpse of what the rural healthcare system in India looks like. Right at the bottom we have the people. That's the village or the tribal population in the rural regions. At the village level we have the community health workers, which are the ASHA workers, who are the accredited social health workers. and the trained birth attendants and Anganwadi workers who are responsible for the health of the infants. At the primary healthcare level, we have the sub-centers. There's one sub-center per 3,000 population for tribal areas and one sub-center per 5,000 for rural health areas. In addition to that, we have the health and wellness centers, and then we have one primary healthcare center, and that one primary healthcare center is serving 20,000 people in the tribal areas and 30,000 in rural areas. So that's what it looks like at the primary care level. Moving up to the second level, at the secondary health care, we have the community health centers. That's one per 80,000 people in tribal areas and one per 1,20,000 in rural areas. In addition to that, we have the sub-district hospitals, and then moving on to the tertiary care where we have the district hospitals. And we'll show you what the pictures look like in the Raigad district of Maharashtra, which has a population of 36,61,000 people. So for this population, we have one district hospital, we have 6 sub-district hospitals, and we have 8 community health centers. And it's interesting to look at the components of the healthcare professionals. We have medicine, surgery, we have dentistry, we have obstetricians, gynecologists, dermatologists, pediatricians, anesthetists, ENT surgeons, orthopedic surgeons, radiologists, ophthalmologists, social workers, biomedical engineers, one physiotherapist in the entire district hospital, in addition to the OT technicians. When we come down to the secondary health care, we just have no rehabilitation task force whatsoever. When we come down to the community health centers, once again we have physicians, we have pediatricians, we have surgeons, we have gynecologists, we have nurses, we have pharmacists, but we do not have any member of the rehabilitation task force. When we go down to the primary care level, once again at the primary health center, at the sub-center, at the health and wellness center, you will see that there are medical officers, there are pharmacists, there are nurses, but there is not even a single rehabilitation task force member. So that's what is the rehabilitation service available, you can say, in the structured center. Now from the entire district, we are coming down to one primary healthcare center, which is at a village called Nere. And at this primary healthcare center, for a population of 89,400 people, we have 60 Anganwadi workers, who are the workers who look after the nutrition of the mother and the child. We have 56 ASHA workers, these are all community health workers, and these people are responsible for ensuring that the immunization program is on and the nutrition of the infants is on. The medical officers, there are 3 for this entire population. And now we are taking a glimpse through our national health programs. And if you look at the list of the national health programs, these policies are basically designed towards reducing the neonate mortality, reducing the maternal mortality, trying to reduce the problems of malnutrition, malaria, measles in the newborns, AIDS prevention policy, people with road traffic accidents, which Dr. Chabra was mentioning about. We had the Mahatma Jyotiba Phule policy. And when you have a few policies which are emerging now for the geriatric population. And you see for the non-communicable diseases, all we have is a Fit India policy. And what does this policy do? It encourages every Indian citizen to adopt a healthy lifestyle. We need to do much more than encouragement in terms of concrete steps. And that's where we presented to the WHO Bulletin a pilot implementation of how we can strengthen the rehabilitation services at primary health care. And this was the first step that we took at a district level. And this is the Raigad district that we're talking about. So the existing care model right now in Raigad district is that we have the government support through the ASHA workers, the community health workers, primary health care, we have some NGOs, non-government organizations working. We have, of course, the caregivers and the family members, and we have the rehabilitation team which visits from the health institutes in the neighborhood. What we are proposing to the government is that in addition to this visiting, we need full-time rehabilitation task force members at the primary healthcare level to be able to deal. So at our center, what we've been doing is travel from this multidisciplinary health institute to the nearest primary healthcare center where there is complete lack, devoid of rehabilitation task force. So the physiotherapists and the prosthetician, orthoticians who are available do travel to these team, to the healthcare center to provide services, and particularly with spine pain, there is right from a detailed history taking to physical examination, and then the exercise and education for self-management, because that's where we think we can strengthen. And here are some of the life experiences of what people, now these are following informed consent and they did not consent to their face. Could we have the audio please, the videos? So this is a 29-year-old fish seller woman who has low back pain since 5 years. What aggravates her pain is lifting heavy weights, 40 kilograms, bending forward. When she tries to sweep the floor or sit down on the floor for her meals, the pain is aggravated, but she continues to work with her pain. She admits that her productivity at work is reduced because of that. What we are able to offer is one physiotherapy session that we had offered her so far, and what she does is self-medicates herself with paracetamol across the counter from the chemist shop, where she spends 100 rupees, which is almost 1 point something US dollar or 2 Canadian dollars, to travel to the chemist shop to buy this paracetamol with which she is managing her pain. So that's what some of the findings from a physical examination. This is mechanical low back pain in the lumbosacral region. The pain is 0 at rest, but in activity it goes to 3. This is the information from her physical examination, and you see that she has a mild disability as per the Aug'23 disability scale or the WHO disability assessment tool. Now this is another gentleman who is an old fisherman, again complaining of pain since 10 years, has difficulty sitting down on the floor, but continues to work with pain. When he reported to the primary healthcare center, he was investigated with a sonography to rule out renal calculi and radiographs for lumbar spine as well as knees. He takes calcium tablets and vitamin D3 injections from health practitioners because he believes that that's what's going to relieve him of back pain. These are the findings from his physical examination. Moderate disability. That's an old female farmer and a homemaker, because most of these people during the monsoon, because they come from an agrarian society, would be engaged into agriculture, padding fields, and the rest 9 months of the year they would be doing some manual labor tasks in order to survive and sustain. Once again, somebody with low back pain and joint pain since 11 years. They say that their recreational or social life is not affected. They continue to work with pain, and they did not, she has not sought any medical treatment so far. The only thing that she does for her pain relief is home remedy with hot water fermentation. And she continues to work with this. These are the findings. Once again, moderate to severe disability measured on Aug'23 disability scale and the WHO disability scale. That's a young pregnant woman with low back pain since 5 months. Again, similar aggravating factors like forward bending, prolonged sustained postures. The activities, because they all perform most of their daily chores at the ground level, these are the activities which get affected. And the cost of care for her is once again 100 rupees that she spent on the calcium tablets because they are supposed to help in low back pain management according to the advice that she received.
तुमची आरोग्याबद्दल तुमची काही माहिती घेतोय चालेल तुम्हाला
Moderate to mild disability once again. Now these are the people who are seeking care at the primary health care center. There are some who do not even travel to the primary health care center for various reasons. So that's where the institute travels to each village, to each doorstep to see what are the needs and how can that gap be bridged. So what we do is a community outreach health camp where the ASHA workers, who are the community health workers, would spread a word about these health camps because these people cannot even read. So you cannot have banners and posters out there. You need to go door to door to be able to tell them that, look, there's going to be a healthcare team, and if you have any such problems, you're most welcome to be there. And these health camps are conducted at primary school premises because there is no sub-center or health center in every village. Now, these are the glimpses from what the multidisciplinary health screening would look like, where they have specialties from all across.
अच्छा तुमचं नाव सांगणार दादा
And this is an 34-year-old farmer, a young guy who has neck pain and low back pain. And he complains of difficulty in lifting heavy weights on his back. He had not sought any help medically until he was approached by the camp workers and he was interviewed, and that's how he came to know that he could actually seek some care and that there is treatment available for his condition. These are the findings, and this is the kind of work that he has to do. Lift those weights on his head and then travel and put them across at a different site. He was diagnosed with vertigo with mechanical low back pain. That's another middle-aged female farmer and a housewife. So they perform two roles. At home, the daily chores on the ground, and at work in the farms, in the fields. Low back pain again since 5 years. Did not seek any care. And they continue with hot water fermentation as a home remedy. Lumbar spondylosis is the clinical diagnosis. Mild disability. And now, if there is somebody who has a major red flag, like this gentleman who is a 33-year-old auto rickshaw driver and a farmer, had a fall from a tree, and he was rushed to the hospital, and there they had diagnosed him as a L4 vertebra wedge fracture, and then this gentleman was at a tertiary care hospital at NGM, where he was treated with lumbar fracture instrumentation surgery and is now recovering. So just to summarize, most of these people are daily wage earners. They continue to work despite pain. They follow their home remedies like hot water fermentation only if the pain score goes to around 8 on 10 on a visual analog scale. Otherwise, they don't even resort to that. 90% of them were unaware of what physiotherapy interventions do or what physiotherapy is. They continue to work in the fields during rainy season, and the rest of the year they do manual jobs of either laborers or driving. And the females are home workers, and in the rainy season they also assist in farming. They do not seek any medical treatment, but yes, despite that, a very positive attitude, despite the impairments, to continue to work. So if we were looking at how can we change these lived experiences of people with spine pain in rural regions, then at the national level we have been reiterating our prioritization of spine disorders as a public health priority, integrating in the national health programs, which you saw there isn't any glimpse of whatsoever right now. Develop the national spine care programs, which are evidence-based, accessible, sustainable, context-specific and culturally palatable, and for that we need to generate huge evidence. spine health education and awareness, because people need to know, and that's where at an individual level, in a country like India and many others with similar socioeconomic salient features, where challenges, resources are challenged every minute in terms of the magnitude that is required and in terms of complexity, what we believe in is that we have to inculcate a health samskar in people. A samskar means bringing it up as a habituation, and the spine health. And the WHO package of intervention for rehabilitations is already ready there for us, which is evidence-based, and this is a package which can be implemented with the cultural specific and context specific. So I'd like to thank all those villagers who consented to have their videos shared, the village panchayat and the community health workers and the team of physiotherapy and the community medicine. So when we talk about Vasudevam Kutumbakam, which is one earth, one family, one future without spine disability, it's these lived experiences of people whom we are trying to make a change to. Thank you very much, and thank you Spine20 for this fantastic and intense momentum that we've had since the last 4 years to be able to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rajani. And now we will go to Dr. Ghaffar, who I believe is online with us. So if we can please connect him for his address.
Hi, Pierre. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much to you, Ghaffar. Thank you for being with us.
No problem. So if you can hear me, so good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Dr. Kote, Professor Rinaldi, Professor Rajni, and Shabda Saab. So I have been hearing what the two presenters earlier discussion this morning before this session. So I'm happy to discuss why improving health policy and systems for spine rehabilitation could help reduce poverty. I think there has been a comprehensive case made that poverty has a correlation with spinal disorders and the rehabilitation, and vice versa. I unfortunately was not able to start from the morning, so I'm not sure. There was a discussion about a few overarching comments which I'm going to make. So if I'm repeating it, sorry. I know, Pierre, you just mentioned about the SDG 2 goals. So one of the things I want to emphasize is that all countries, 194 countries, which are the members of the World Health Assembly of the WHO, has agreed the achievement of and commitment to the universal health coverage. So I just want to read the definition. What do we mean by universal health coverage? Because I think this is important when we are discussing this issue. Universal health coverage is defined by the WHO as ensuring that all people have access to promotive, preventive, curative, and rehabilitative health services of quality when and where they need them. The most important thing is without financial hardship. So I will go to the next point and then we'll come back to this statement. The other thing which all countries in this world has agreed is the Constitution of the World Health Organization, and there they have endorsed and embraced the WHO definition of health. And let me read it. The WHO Constitution states, health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So these two statements give us a lot of strength and argument when we have to make a case with the people, politicians, and the policymakers. The third point I want to make it, and I think it has been alluded before, is appreciation and recognition of social determinants of health in health policy and systems. And when we say or talk about social determinants of health, these are not diseases or the conditions or the risk factor, but these are the socioeconomic status, education of the individual or the family, housing or the living condition, and availability of food and similar things. When we try to make a case that we need to have better systems, better policies for integration of rehabilitation, and there was one of the statement, Pierre, in your opening, you said rehabilitation is not integrated within the health system, and that's correct. So if that is not the case, what are the challenges which are hindering us in realization of the achievement of the universal health coverage and the WHO Constitution's definition of health, where rehabilitation is included and the physical state of health is included in those? In my humble opinion, there's a prevailing mindset which hinders all those things. And I have been all of my life, and still I am, if I have to claim myself, I'm a health system person. That's what my education is. That's what my training is. That's what I have done over the years. Within the 6 building blocks of the health system, and I think it was showed in one of the slides, there's hardly any emphasis on rehabilitation. And so there's a serious issue of the mindset when we talk to the people within the health system community. For them, rehabilitation is still an alien thought. They talk about it, but it's on the margins. So that's the first mindset we have to work, that how can we convince and bring the health system community so that they can embrace the concept and idea of the rehabilitation into the health system. The second mindset is the budgeting and financing of the health systems. And I heard a lot of discussion during the break about how can we convince, what will happen after this Spine20 meeting, what has changed after the earlier meetings. We need to appreciate the budgets. I know for sure how the budgets are made in India. And there is a very different exercise. The budgets could be based for the budgeting purposes, for the financing purposes, but merely for the accounting purposes. And if we have looked at the headings of the Ministry of Health budgets, these are primarily based on 3 main areas of work: infectious diseases, chronic diseases, and little bit of injuries. And then in every section, there is a tertiary care institution, district hospital, sub-districts, and primary healthcare facilities. And everywhere we have activities and then salary cost. Sadly, in most part of the world, almost 70% of the health budget in the public sectors are for the salaries. So there's a very serious competition if we have to argue with the policymakers, planners, within the Ministry of Health, within the Planning Commission or Niti Aayog, or within the finance, that there's an issue of the fiscal space. So I think that is where we need to have the economic data, which can make a very strong case that why we need to have the rehabilitation or the spinal conditions included as a priority, because there's a very high burden of disease. Here, I just want to make a comment, because there was a lot of discussion that we need to have the data and local and context-specific data. I fully agree with that. However, there's enough data, and I think Professor Rajni showed the data from India, which is with the help of the IHME and the ICMR. It shows clearly that the rehabilitation are required. Looking at the spinal and neck pains are the problems. If they're not in the top 5, they're in the top 10. So I don't think we need more data, especially the epidemiological data, that would say that the burden of disease is very high, the magnitude of problem is serious, and we need to invest into that thing. I think if we keep on looking, we must generate more and more local and context-specific data. There's no question about that. However, at the same time, if we keep on waiting for the local and the context-specific data, we are losing time. And the time is now. We have to act. And I think for the policy engagement and the discussion, there's enough data from within the India, but also from the global, like different areas, burden of disease, GBD's data from the IHME or the WHO data, which can help us to make a case with the policymakers. The next important issue is that we talk about, even within the USC, about promotive, preventive, curative, rehabilitative, and palliative care. And as I said, there's hardly any program in most countries on the rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is seen as an afterthought, mostly after the surgery, stroke, or similar things. But it's not seen as an essential component and integral part of the health system, and primarily at the primary healthcare level. And I think the case studies shown by Rajni is important, and the publication in the WHO bulletin is a very helpful way to move forward. Then I think one of the most important point, and it may sound a little bit controversial, but I would like to make it, that there's a deep divide between health system and rehabilitation community. And the reason is very simple. Health system and the rehabilitation people are trained differently. They have different incentives. They have different career paths, and they have even different motivation. So I think if we really want to move forward, we need to organize more and more such fora where there's an opportunity to discuss, debate, and listen to each other so that there's a better understanding and engagement. And right now, all over the world, wherever I go to rehabilitation meetings, there might be one odd health system person, but most of those people are either, I think 80% are physiotherapists, and then there are some surgeons. And that is important. They are the main player. They are leading. They have done all the changes, but the time has come that we need to engage with other important stakeholders so that they understand and we can work together. The last point in the prevailing mindset is the health-seeking behavior and decision-making at the household level. We need to understand what is the prevailing mindset of the people who has a problem and need some sort of rehabilitation services. Do they realize how does it compromise to their health, well-being, and productivity? We need to understand that there was a discussion that this is the situation in G20. That's true. G20 is a club of 20 rich countries. But the reality is, even in those 20 rich and high income countries, there are huge and big pockets of poverty where people are suffering because of poverty, and that is affecting their health and well-being because of the different reasons of access. And it's may not be a geographical access, which is at least true for Indian population. There's still, India is hugely rural, and there are a lot of rural population. So there's an issue of geographical access. But in all other countries of the G20, and including India, there's serious challenges of social access and, most important, economic access. So while we are trying to change the mindset and we want to strengthen that, how can health systems and policies, we need to see how we can increase the access, but at the same time we need to work, and we need some social scientists, that how can we influence and talk to the people and the communities and the household in their health seeking behavior. The current prevailing mindset in the household is primarily based on the germ theory, infectious disease model. And there's a general belief that you go to a doctor or a healthcare provider when you have a pain and suffering, you go, they do some intervention, and that pain and suffering is relieved. But with the increased burden of chronic diseases and the aging, we all understand that these are the things which are not alleviated by an injection or a pill, but it needs some sort of continuous and sustained treatment, but also some changes in the lifestyle, including physiotherapy and the rehabilitation. So in the remaining 5 minutes which were allocated to me, there are some potential pathways to overcome stated challenges and reduce poverty. And first and foremost, as Pierre has said, we integrate, and we must try our best for integration of rehabilitation into health policy and systems, especially at the PSC level. And there are different entities, and there are different organizations, and there are different research groups who are working on this thing. So that there's a learning. How can we do that? So, but this is not an easy. It needs different designs, and because of the issues of the challenges I mentioned above, it's issue of the capacities, it's issues of the structures, it is issues of the designs, it is issues of the allocation of resources, and it is issues of legislations at the policy and the planning level. So it is not only if we can develop some good model, that's important, but then we have to have a continuous engagement, dialogue, and discussion with the policy community so that we can change. So that demands investing in generation and use of policy relevant knowledge on this topic. At this point, there's a very limited data, especially in the peer-reviewed domain, that how can we integrate rehabilitation into health policy, and especially in the health system, and that primarily at the primary healthcare level. And as I said, and other colleagues have said, we need to have more and more local and context-specific knowledge. And because this meeting is in India, even if there's a proven and effective intervention or a proof of concept in Maharashtra, that may not be, we may not be able to scale or replicate in UP or Punjab, because the context is different, the cultures are different, and access to the health services are different. So we need to have more and more local and context-specific knowledge. And then we need to, as I said, establish the mechanisms and platforms and mediums for engagement of health system and rehabilitation communities. I don't know how many people are invited in this Spine20 meeting from the health system, but we need to establish some either global or national or some other fora where we can have the opportunity to debate, discuss, and develop some of the like either guides or guidelines. I know there's a WHO guidelines, but those are primarily developed by the rehabilitation with some input from the health system division or the colleagues. But I think we need to bring them more and more at the country level and the local level. Then we need to, the biggest challenge, and I saw there was a lot of people who were talking, how can we talk to the people, like the policymaker, why would they be convinced? And policymakers are only convinced when we can present some numbers to them. Because as I said, there's always a competition for the fiscal space. The money should go to water and sanitation, to the agriculture, to the defense, to education, to police, to others. But within the health, there's a lot of power among the elite professors and the people who are dealing with the tertiary care. So we need to make a case that we need to do this more and more rehabilitation integrated in the primary healthcare facilities, but we need to generate some local evidence so that we can have that. Excuse me. And then I think the last point I want to make it, whatever we do, there's a overwhelming data that if you have a catastrophic illness or a chronic disease, it pushes the people into the poverty. And if you're poor, you become absolutely poor. So healthcare financing, in addition to access to the health services, is or should be our most important priority, that how can we advocate for and supporting healthcare financing schemes which ensure that the rehabilitation is integrated. Rehabilitation is part of the health insurance scheme, if that's the example. Pierre said, told you that I'm from Pakistan and I work in the Ministry of Health for 20 years. And I'm sure this would be likely the case, but I'm not 200% sure. But in Pakistan, if you are a civil servant, you are reimbursed for everything. You have a bypass surgery, you have a trauma surgery, you have a chronic disease, you can get reimbursed for everything related to any other surgery or medical thing. But if you want to have the reimbursement for anything which is related to the rehabilitation, that is not covered. And that is not covered if you retire as a Secretary Health or Secretary Defense or a Cabinet Secretary, because that's not part of the system. So it's a big battle, and those are the relatively smaller, but they have the huge impact if we can include rehabilitation into the rehabilitation services into the reimbursement of either the health insurance scheme, which in India is the Ayushman Bharat, but also into the public sector employee scheme. And that will completely change one of the problem of many people who are suffering from the long-term backache, neck pain, or any other spinal disorders. With this, I would like to thank you to all of you, and I would be very happy if there are any questions or points of clarification. Back to you, Pierre.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghaffar, for sharing your unbelievable experience and expertise in this field. We're very privileged to have you, and I will now pass it on to my colleague, Carlo Rossi from Italy, if we can get him online to assist. There he is. Carlo, thank you very much for joining us with the Q&A. While we gather the questions, if there are any, I just gathered a few key points from my colleagues that I would like to summarize. From Professor Rinaldi, we've heard that structural violence limits access to rehabilitation, and that poverty is indeed a form of violence in our societies. From Professor Rajani, we have learned that there is very little rehabilitation in most rural areas in India. And you have proposed a new program that was published in WHO Bulletin, and we look forward to see if it gets implemented. And then finally, from Dr. Ghaffar, you reminded us of two definitions of the WHO, universal health coverage and the definition of health. And you've challenged us to think about how we bring them together to promote the inclusion of rehabilitations within health systems. And you've made a very important point that we have enough data now to justify interventions, and then we can no longer lose time just gathering more data for the sake of gathering data. You've said a lot more, and your last bit on making sure that we make a case for including rehabilitation within the financial schemes of countries is very important. So if there are any questions, and Carlo and I will pass it on to you for your reflections and any questions to the panel. Thank you.
May I speak? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Good afternoon to all, and thank you, Pierre, for this excellent organization of this section. But first of all, I want to thank Arvind Chabra because and his support team because they organized an excellent, really excellent event. And let me also say something about Margaret, because Margaret Nordin today is the past speaker, will be the past speaker, but I must thank to Margaret for all the magnificent work they had done in these years. And for me, that now I am the president of Italian Society, it's all the Italian Society that thanks Margaret for all the works, for the past work.
I think Carlo is unfortunately frozen. Hopefully we'll be back soon. And if Margaret, oh, there he is.
Yeah. And then I want to say hello, Giuseppe Costanzo is our excellent representative in India. Also, I want to express my compliments to panelists because the speakers, because I have appointed some skills about them. To Pierre, I want to point out that he has said no integration of rehabilitation in universal health system. I think that this must be our objective to obtain this integration. Professor Rinaldi, I would my compliments with her about all the discussion about violence. And she pointed out accessibility moves us closer to justice. It is a very important citation. And also that the rehabilitation prevents the hospitalization. And this is another skill that we must point out. And Professor Rajani, that she said, strengthen rehabilitation services at primary health care. It's very important. And also that spine disorders must be public health priority. And it's also our convincement. And last but not the least, Mr. Jafar, that point out the necessity to have more data for using for express rehabilitation in primary health care. So I think that this relation are all oriented to the mission of this Spine20 and especially of this session. We must obtain from governments and with our support and also stimulation that rehabilitation really could become the one of the first solution for the disability for spine disorders, and I think that it will be a really goal to prevent or to reduce the poverty.
Thank you very much, Professor Rossi. Are there any questions from the audience? We have a couple of minutes.
Margaret, there is Margaret.
Yes.
Actually, I'm studying feminist disability studies for my PhD as well, and in that way, I'm also speaking about an interminable incarceration. And you spoke about institutionalization as a form of incarceration, almost, right? But in India right now, the way it is that I'm being taken care of by my family, and if my family is not around to take care of me, I'm just left on the streets to die. So it's a kind of mutual incarceration where I'm dependent helplessly so, and they are also in some way incarcerated because my mother is 71 years old and I'm not able to give her a retirement at all. She has to sacrifice so much so that I may live with dignity. So how would you compare this with the kind of state sponsored institutionalization that exists in the West?
Thank you for that. Testing, testing. This is good. Thank you so much for that question. Your keynote actually really moved me to think about my presentation over lunch. I don't think it is working, is it? I'll test this one. Thank you.
Rinaldi, it's working. We can hear you.
Okay, maybe this one's better. So what you're describing is profound poverty in India that would lead to requiring of families that they manage care. And a lesser form of that does exist in the Canadian context, where we're seeing families really struggle with managing care of disabled loved ones, coupled with medical assistance in dying legislation that has rerouted people into seeking death because they don't want to burden their families. And because institutional care doesn't feel like the right option for them because it moves them away from their loved ones. So it does, like, it seems like having supports in place, having services in place to support families so that they can have healthy relationships with their disabled loved ones feels so necessary, not just for disabled people like us, but for the people we love, so that we're not deteriorating those relationships and then taking the blame for that because we have needs. So thank you so much for that question.
Thank you.
Margarita, would you like to say something? I think you've raised your hand. Professor Norden.
Thank you, Carlo, for your nice words. I have a question to Dr. Ghaffar. Thank you for an excellent presentation. Do you have any suggestions for Spine20 on how to integrate rehabilitation better with all services? It has deemed difficult, both in the Western and in the rich and low and middle income country, to integrate rehabilitation with all other services, including primary, secondary, and tertiary care. And with your knowledge, could you give like 3 suggestions? Because we are currently working in silos, and one is not more important than the other. It's just needed at different times. So I would be very grateful, Dr. Ghaffar, if you could give us some suggestions.
So thank you very much. I think these are very important points. And as I said, bureaucratic systems and societies in most part of the world are organized or structured in a way that they work in silos, and they work in silos because of their training background, their motivation, which is either salaries or their internal satisfactions. And then we have to understand there's also a sort of a jealousy between the different professions. And so there are people who think we are important, there are people who think they are not important. And that is, over the centuries, that's part of our cultures, tradition, and the systems. And I'm a physician by training, but I also have a PhD. But I remember when I was in the medical school, our surgeons were always seen as the elite. even among the professors, a professor of community medicine was not seen at the same level where there was a professor of medicine, and professor of medicine was not seen at the level where there was a professor of surgery. So that's the one way, like, where we have to have it. But with the social media, with the, I think I see more and more surgeons now I'm working, they are interested in the effective surgery. And there's a group of people like surgeons, even from India. So there's a realization within the fields, like within the health system community, with the physiotherapy group community, our colleagues in the policy. The problem is when we have to talk to the bureaucracies, and we have to understand bureaucracies are trained to maintain the status quo. Bureaucracies are not established to have a change. So we have to push them. And there, I would be very honest, science is important, but I have worked with a policymaker over the last 30 years. In most countries, it is your social capital which you have to invest. It is your social contacts, which in the end, they work if you really want to get a change. And I think we should not shy away as a scientist that we need to be little bit unscientist and have to be more politician or the political. It does not look like a scientific argument, but that's a reality. That's the way the thing has worked. We have done a lot of things globally in different countries. When I was in the government of Pakistan, I was working at a senior and mid-level policy planning positions. And we have to negotiate from the Ministry of Health to the Ministry of Finance and the Planning Commission. And yes, there's an argument. That is always important, because if you don't have the science, it is very difficult to make an argument. But then is like all social contacts and the influence. And I think that's the way it works. So I just want to have it. And the last point I want to make it, Madam, is this is a fight we are picking. And we have to understand this is a fight, and we have to be very persistent. But we are picking a fight not for our personal interest. It is in the public interest. So that's the player. And if we realize that we will make a change and there will be a change, and I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I have picked up similar fights when I became the Director of Health Policy and Systems Research at the WHO, everybody will tell me health policy and system research is a fluffy science. It's a common sense because there was no RCTs, which is the gold standard for all researchers in the. So I think there are like things, and that would be my 2 cents experience, which I'm happy to share. It may make sense to some of you and it may not make sense, but that's what I have learned over the last 30 years while working in the global health.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to close the session. Otherwise, I will get in trouble. And I apologize if we ran a little bit over time. And I'm sure you have a very good question. We can address it later. But I want to thank our panelists, Dr. Ghaffar, Professor Rinaldi, Professor Rajani, and my colleagues, Professor Carlo and Professor Rajani, who were also the co-chairs, for a great session. Thank you so much. We will now break for coffee and resume at 15:45. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Hello to us. Hello to you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're right. He hasn't eaten. No. And this is the best way to eat first is sweet. So that's cottage cheese syrup. That's the way we start. Continue the because after you have your full meal, you don't really need that. So that goes into your research.
Thank you so much for great presentation. I apologize for
Oh, no. But we also got delayed by selected to Dr. Rinaldi. And suggestion, very quick suggestion. Yes, that when we and what was very interesting was that in Canada you find, and that's precisely what we do, that in Canada you probably see that when people are at the poverty brink or below, that's when they tend to be institutionalized and then face the challenges of being institutionalized. In our country, people then go back into their families and then they get locked up in the family. And so the problems are similar. Here there's an institution, here there's a family. So along with them, it's a very difficult process. So I also asked you that I'm doing this bit and I will...
For the people who remain in the please, can I have my speech, Costanzo? Can you hear me? Costanzo slides, please. Perfect. We have time, I think. See, 50 minutes. Perfect. Thanks so much.
When my computer starts. Oh, you have it here. It's my own. Actually, it's my who knows?
The large scale facility has all these conditions that happen in communities.
That's why.
Oh, it's CSR. Okay, yeah. I'm involved with the streets of the
It's very, because the same thing even with the, have a slash, very similar. Because this is the very first thing that's not covered. You know, you have to know all in the system yet. That is when you have the unified system, it's a different right, yeah. But what happened is in the US, they started because budget cuts is everything this getting. So what happened is our state, when needs, there is no, they won't find anything because there's a shortage. Now they're allowing to make them however, but you have to have beds, insurance, not everybody. And you have to know. You have to know. Because your family has to be close. So you start adding in. On paper, we have reality. So, yes, so close to what That's which is what we see. Those social that this system I'd like to having a lot of people where we need it. We have it for a building. As much resource you have, but yeah, but I mean, this is because what happens is always the same. No, because it's not easy to get. Usually you have the neighbor from the south against you, and the neighbor from the south is not very. They can gun down people. So it's like you have your nasty touch. I mean, I see people with long time. We don't have that now. But all of a sudden you see it. Exactly. What really is so it's just trigger so much that becomes like a really probably here you don't need to accept more. Quite a lot of people. No, but I mean, because I was reading when I was like the very first.
Yeah. So,
that's way too different.
so it's about time. I will present myself. I am Giuseppe Costanzo. I had the honor, as Arvinder kindly reminded me, to be chair of the second meeting in Rome in the G20 of 2021, and I have the pleasure and the honor to be chair of this very interesting symposium on digitization. And I want to introduce my two co-chairs, that they are excellent women who did an enormous amount of work to give shape to this session, and you see over there Lisa Roberts from England. Please, a big applause, because she worked very hard. And another applause for the other co-chair, who is Ana Al-Sobayel from Saudi Arabia, and both were excellent in preparing the panel and the panelists. We have also, if I can have the first slide, thanks. Digitization. Digitization today offer an enormous amount of possibilities. Jan Vlok and Ratna Devi. Jan Vlok is South African colleague of Stellenbosch University, and Ratna Devi is a chair of a charity foundation and also an expert on this kind of problem. And they will speak of a possibility of a telematic control of exercises, and particularly in online with the spirit of this foundation. She will speak of the possibility in India to follow the patient with simple methods as cell phone and so on. And Andrea Luca, who is an Italian colleague of Milan, who is part of EUSAB. EUSAB is a federation of National Spine Society for Eurospine, will speak of the advantages of registries. What we have still, a computerized control in paraplegics of gait kinematics with epidural electrodes, artificial intelligence and machine learning, virtual reality and mixed reality, and robotic surgery. Of this I will give a brief overview. Giving this speech, giving this symposium, we are facing responsibilities. Looking at new technologies, I personally, as an old man, I feel as a boy in a toy shop. But our responsibilities are that we have to understand what is good, what is bad, and what is ugly in terms of efficacy, cost and knowledge, translation in low-income population. So, at the end, we have to propose to the G20 countries cost-effective techniques, really improving the quality of the care. There is just a recent publication 1 month ago on Nature in the walking naturally after spinal cord injury using a brain-spine interface. That's really some kind of triumph of digitization. Is a group of fine researchers who are working at it in Switzerland since many years, and the last development is that they can link brain potential to electrode implanted in dura, in spinal dura, so that the patient can walk, can active a pattern of walking just with the brain. What about artificial intelligence? It's receive a booster by the mass media, attract resources from institutions and privates, $1.5 billion in the world. There are more than 90 startups in this field in healthcare, And moreover, the artificial intelligence in medicine is fostered by the health authorities. So the scientific interest is growing up very fast. But we have to ask, is it real gold, all that glitters? Have a look. Let's have a look. You see the number of publications in 5 years, they are tripled. And for the imagery, I mean the X-rays, CT scan, and magnetic resonance, there is an easy integration with the normal system of reading the images. As you see, this enhances enormously the possibility to visualize already in the X-rays, but many times more in the CT scan and the magnetic resonance of things that normally with the eyes is impossible to see. And there are easy tools to have the possibility to enhance, and you see in the graph in the right, the bigger possibility to interpret the images in the human readers at the middle and human more artificial intelligence at the right. So that's really impressive, not very much costly. Only the research and development is costly, but we know that in all that is electronics, the things are going fast, and what is costly at the start become economic at the end. What we can perform with this? For instance, we can detect just from the X-rays fracture. We can have some answer about the possibility of instability, and so we can have one more possibility to understand if we need to operate or not the peoples that have a fracture. Has been published something about the possibility that the data that you put inside are not correct, but this possibility is rare. The problem with the computer is that what you put in, you get out. So you put in, if you put in something wrong, you get out something wrong, or even extremely wrong. So we have to say that machine learning and artificial intelligence approach can be extremely useful in clinical practice, add value to the medical data analysis, but is not enough to just apply a machine learning methodology to medical data to have success. What about virtual reality? This is creating an immersive environment, both auditory and visual, and really transport you in another world, some kind of matrix, you know. The hardware is low cost, and has been demonstrated that can be effective in education, in medical examination, and has also some possibility during surgery with augmented reality instead of the navigation. That's absolutely useful for training of residents. Is in the surgery is useful to avoid a big X-rays exposition and give an impressive 97% of accuracy. But there are current limitations. There are a few real-life application studies. The initial learning curve is important. In the surgery is based on expensive technology, intra-op navigation, and there are technical limitations for technologies navigationless. What about navigation and robotic surgery? You see here one of the robotics now that we have at our disposal, and it goes together with navigation. You see that there is a trend in the industries, kind of snowball effect. I mean, up to 200 up to 20, there was only one. Sorry, in 2004, only one had the FDA approval, but nowadays we have at least 5 different kinds. There is a learning curve which is extremely important, a really important accuracy in skew placement, but there is also in this case some failure linked to the fact that robotics navigation give you the possibility to choose a perfect size for the screw. So in some cases you have to review. And in deformities in which to put a screw is particularly difficult by the torsion of the vertebra, the anatomy is terrible in the worst case of scoliosis. That's absolutely useful, as is absolutely useful for people who underwent percutaneous operation, and the problem is the cost. So has been calculated that the system is economically sustainable only for high volume of surgeries, more than 250 operations a year. So we have the risk to make too much confidence in this kind of devices. That's introduce a bias problem. You can imagine what happens if something goes wrong, the robotic is not anymore functioning in the operating room. But we have to consider that it's absolutely excellent in risky people in which you can operate only with the minimally-invasive surgery. So I will finish saying this: digitization to improve diagnostic and therapy of spine illness is not gold all that glitters, but some amazing success will become a reality in the future, and we have to remember that 20 years ago electronics wizards as cell phone and internet were for few rich. They are now widespread and accessible at low price and amazingly improved. So I hope that will be our future with this kind of machines. Thanks. And now, is you? No, call Anna. We have Anna that is linked by internet. Please, Anna.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Hello, everyone. I think up to next is Ratna Devi. She will be talking about access to care. Is Ratna on site? Or is she online? Because I don't see her online. Is Ratna with us? Is she on site? Lisa? Giuseppe?
No, I didn't see her.
No? Okay, so shall we move on to the next speaker then? We have Ian Vlok. He's going to talk to us about delivering remote consultation in spine care, including evidence, regulations, and quality. I believe, Ian, you're with us? Yes. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's virtual, it's pre-recorded, so I would ask them to just play the recorded paper or talk.
Today, my talk called Delivering Remote Consultations in Spine Care, Including Evidence, Regulation and Quality. My name is Ian Vlok. I'm a neurosurgeon from South Africa. I'm quite involved in spinal outreach and trying to provide service to more remote areas of our country and our continent. So what is remote consultation? Well, effectively, it is the practice of medicine using electronic communication or information technology with the physician in one location and the patient in another. And this is typically achieved with telephone, video, but also through applications, emails, websites, and anything that might convey information to a patient in a separate space as the doctor. So the COVID pandemic resulted in forced remote consultations. There were a lot of plans at that point in place to try and convert and increase the remote consultations. This is fueled by reducing contact and decreasing burden on medical services, but was rapidly boosted throughout the pandemic, which has certainly given us an advantage to very quickly learn what works and what does not work under the umbrella of a very unfortunate pandemic. At the time, telemedicine has been successfully implemented in disciplines such as dermatology and ophthalmology, where special investigation and images actually form the mainstay of diagnosis that you need to make. But this only was about 3.5% of OPD appointments, and this jumped up to 35% in April 2020 in the United Kingdom. But quite quickly, even amidst all the significant waves of the pandemic, reduced to 25%, indicating a correction where in-person consults were more necessary than might have been thought. So why remote consultations? Well, now after COVID, there's increased waiting time. There is 6.18 people waiting for a consult-led elective treatment in the United Kingdom. And the concept is that remote consults will free up time, which was seen in the orthopedic literature, particularly the fractures where, granted, it's easy to follow up images and to see how the patients are doing on a yes, no, or the same scale, and whether the fractures are in fact healing and following up. Market forecast shows a significant increase from 25.4 billion projected to about 55.6 billion US dollars by 2025. And this is fueled by the improvement in telecommunications, the shortage in physicians, increasing population, which comes with the prevalence of chronic illness and the need for healthcare access. So what types of remote consultation do we know? Well, telephonic is about 94% of this. And qualitative studies have shown that this is more focused than face-to-face. You phone somebody and you get right to the meat of the problem. It's got an increased efficiency, but it lacks the holistic practice of seeing a patient and being able to tease out and assess all sorts of non-verbal communications from the patients. Language is a significant barrier, and you can imagine a country like South Africa with 11 official languages. You also have significant accents amongst different languages, and if you do not speak in somebody's first language, it can be very intimidating and very difficult to convey information and also understand the urgency or convey the urgency of a medical condition remotely. Scheduling can be a challenge with patients at work, doctors at work, and also infrastructure. So is there actually reception? Is there landlines? Are there mobiles that work? Is the mobiles accessible? Is it a neighbor's mobile? All these things play a big role. Then we get video consultation. So this facilitates non-verbal communication, and it actually helps us now with picking up all these more subtle signs that we might pick up, the way the patient walks, the way they actually act themselves, getting up from a chair, sitting down, those type of things. The setup and connectivity can provide significant challenges for both parties, and this actually opens us up now to digital exclusion, which is a big ethical problem, where if this is your preferred method of managing patients, if somebody cannot do that, are you actually going to bring them in, or are you going to fall back to telephonic, knowing that you might not be able to give the exact and the same thorough sort of consult that you might have through a video consult? There are also a lack of confidence or skills for patients who are not comfortable using this, and these typically affected are the elderly. So we have the opportunity for significant unequal healthcare opportunities with video consult. When you are considering telehealth or video health, it must be brought into your primary referral, whether it's from a primary caregiver or a general practitioner to a tertiary service or to a rehab. The ability of the patient to conduct telephonic and video consultation must be included, assessed and included in that space. And also, the first referral must actually try to provide a foundation that can be worked off. So a good examination, a good history, a thorough history to try and determine something that, can you then go remotely after that, or do you still need to see the patient primarily for a thorough examination? This is a great graph or image from the General Medical Council, which gives you a good idea who is suited for remote consult and who is less suited for remote consults. If you can look at the top left, it actually touches on a few components that are very, very important. One is verbal fluency. We mentioned language and accents. Are they technology enabled and confident? Can you measure what you want to measure at home? Do they have good connectivity? What is the patient preference? But one very, very strong ethical point is the confidential space available. And if you've got people living in poverty and you have more than one person staying in a room or staying in a house, it's very difficult sometimes to actually have a confidential conversation. And people do not want to allude to the fact that they might have backache that impairs their work, that impairs their ability to generate income. It becomes a significant ethical challenge that you might force upon people if you do video or telephonic consults as a primary option. So this is the ones that are most suited. And these are follow-up consults, non-complex diagnoses. If you're communicating normal results or scan results, if your management is symptom-guided, or your post-procedural review is symptom-guided, it's easy to do telephonically or with telehealth. The ones that are not suited are new consults, complex comorbidities, if you have to break bad news, if it's a physical exam-guided management or follow-up, or if you're consenting for complex procedures. So what about spinal surgery? Well, spinal surgery has the best of both. New consultations typically has to be seen in person. It needs a thorough examination. Often they have complex comorbidities in the degenerative spine or the older population. Our management is typically physically exam-guided and not imaging-guided. Imaging usually supports our management, but the physical examination typically tees us up for what we need to be doing in the future. And post-procedural, there might be a lot of patients that you need to assess to see, in fact, are they better in muscle groups or strength or sensation or whatever. However, there are the ones that are very well suited, and these are follow-up consultations, particularly if they're symptom-guided, and you can follow that up quite easily remotely. If you need to convey normal results or blood results, it's very easy, and post-procedural review, if it is symptom-driven, can very effectively be done through remote consultations. In controversies in spine surgery, this is evaluated. The question is evaluation with telemedicine sufficient before spine surgery? And arguing for yes was Ricardo and Donnelly, and they felt that the musculoskeletal assessment can be done remotely. This is video consult, not telephonic. And they can view the gait, the strength, they can get red flags from history or imaging. And they felt that the smaller nuances of examination actually would not alter the decision-making compared to certain aspects in the history. They felt also that delaying an OPD assessment could be detrimental to the patient. They felt telemedicine allowed more time with the patients and more patients overall. And the efficacy was already at that point documented across multiple disciplines, including neurosurgery, trauma, arthroplasty, and spine deformity surgery. And patients were quite keen on video consults. It's logistically helpful, and it actually makes life very, very easy. Physiotherapy and conservative care at the time has also been shown to be effective in a remote basis. On the no side, Schroeder and Divi actually argued that spine surgery does require a thorough physical examination. Because the neurological examination requires some detailed strength and sensory mapping, for example, they felt that if you need to test these things remotely, you probably need to provide testing kits. And to do this, you need increased education, you need increased time with the patient, and you end up losing that decreased time benefit. They made a very important point that relying on history and imaging is dangerous because it provides the potential for unnecessary surgery if it doesn't correlate with exact clinical findings or, in fact, over-operating of patients. They also felt that their multiple studies showed poor reliability in diagnosing causes for low back pain via remote consultation. Now, looking at surgical plans from telemedicine compared to what they were when the patients were seen in person. And in fact, Leitzi, Ye, and Graven et al. Found significant associations with the plan made both in telehealth and in-person consultations. But Ye did comment that imaging is supplying the mainstay of the plan, and not only can people be operated unnecessarily, but also perhaps be over-operated based on what we see on the imaging. Now, to establish remote consultations affects many components. Firstly, politically, because there are many interest groups that might lose or gain from remote consults, and these are medical funders or healthcare providers, hospitals or clinics, and their financial models might be affected by this. Organizationally, economically, and technically, there's a significant impact in terms of infrastructure, the ability to see patients, high quality links, etc. Then clinically, patients are unique. Some examinations do require contact. And clinicians have deeply held habits. So for us as doctors or for rehabilitation specialists, we prefer inpatient because we're comfortable with that. And to change that also takes some mind shift on the service provider's side. This is an algorithm to plan and evaluate the remote consultation service. And this is excellent because it takes each hub and it sets up a little bit of the controversies that might include it. And it feeds to the point that if you're going to do this, you have to do it all in or very, very remotely and selectively. But to do it halfway or be digitally mature and ready and capable and have your infrastructure, even in first world spaces, it's very challenging. Some of the things that come out is the ethics behind it. And I've already alluded to video consult. If that is your preferred method, if a patient cannot do that and can only have telephonic consult, it might create a bias in you as a service provider and perhaps not provide the best care that is out there. So in South Africa, we have limited resources. Our therapists often do not have access to bulk SMS appointment systems, apps, bulk email encryption software, big databases, or funding for this. In fact, a lot of our patients do not primarily own smartphones or telephones, but often share a phone. Even though 95% of our population is contactable by phone, it's not necessarily their phone. Or do they have money for data on it? Telephonic conversation is our preferred method. WhatsApp has provided us an interesting solution and problem because WhatsApp is end-to-end encrypted, but it still comes to the device of an individual that is also perhaps a personal phone. That might be a massive contravention of personal information of the patient. And patients are in fact hesitant to provide accurate details when they see us because the numbers and the details patients provide sometimes are inaccurate because patients do not want to pay their hospital bills, and you cannot actually find them after they've been seen in some of our hospitals. So I've used REDCap, which is an electronic database and a research tool that is readily available by universities because it provides the perfect template for a potential telehealth infrastructure. Firstly, the data is secured, it's cloud-based and backed up physically. It has got allocated users, which means you have to be vetted to use it. The data is entered right into the secure database, and it's also watermarked, so you can see when somebody has actually entered a note or not entered a note. And also, if your communication is verbal or by imaging, all these things can be loaded up. So even though this is a research tool, we've used it very effectively in our back pain research and some of our neurosurgical trauma research, to create a database that can be fed off or research can be done off in the future, so operational database. But the principle of this actually creates a very, very good template. One must be very careful who manages your telehealth or remote documentation storing, because is that data secure? Is that data available to you? If the service provider ends up changing their mind or changing their policies or their financial policies, can you potentially be held at ransom for your own data? Because these things do occur. This is a couple of references to our South African experience looking at back pain, tele-rehab, how we do some of our undergrad work, some of our solutions we had in COVID-19. But one of the things that came out in this, just as an encompassing statement, is that in our metropolitan areas, we do have solutions. We can actually reach our patients and conduct telehealth for what I labeled as those green, easy, low-hanging fruit, if you want to call them that. But the moment we move into our remote spaces, it becomes significantly more challenging. But first, to get hold of patients, to have a thorough consult, and also for confidentiality of the space that the patients are working in. Policymakers want to include this. Will have to look at and make sure that the initiatives undergo thorough service evaluation before to make sure they meet the needs of the speciality and the patients. They must ensure that recommendations for telemedicine take into account the need for all types of service users, from the most poor to the most wealthy, and also take into account confounding factors, which can be researched in the future to look at both clinical and cost effectiveness. So in conclusion, a hybrid approach for spine surgery currently is the future. New patients typically face-to-face, and follow-ups symptomatically typically can be done remotely. Careful triage is required, and the patient's readiness to use telehealth must be assessed formally. Patient and clinician experience must be evaluated, and we need to start with the low-hanging fruit, the ones listed in our green list. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. And I will hand over to Lisa to present the next talk. Thank you, Ian. And Lisa is going to talk to us about available resources for patients to provide information and promote self-management. I think we have time for questions at the end of these talks. So we have Lisa and then Andrea, and then we will open the floor for discussion. Thank you so much. So Lisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hannah, and thank you to Spine20 for the invitation to be here and to our gracious hosts. It's my pleasure to talk about the important topic of self-management. And I'd like to start with a reflection for clinicians and for policymakers. How much emphasis is there in your spine care systems on self-management? We know that back pain recurrence is high, and depending who you read, it's between 40 and 69% in the first year, and clearly we've got to do something. So why is promoting self-management important? Well, the first reason is because our evidence-based guidelines and pathways say so. Along with exercise, self-management is considered the gold standard in non-invasive back pain management. And in a systematic review of practice guidelines, the World Health Organization package, 4 high-quality guidelines were identified, 2 from the United States, 1 from Canada, and 1 from the United Kingdom. And you can see in ours it recommends self-management at all steps of the pathway. However, while we should advise continuing, keeping active and keeping at work, no guidelines describe how to deliver this. And as well as following guidelines, our services are completely overwhelmed, and so we need self-management more than ever. If I take the United Kingdom as an example, we have over 10 million people with back pain. Up to a fifth of those need to manage their symptoms continuously, and we have 50,000 attendances every month to people in the emergency department with back pain. So clearly, our demand is far more than our capacity, and it's not sustainable. Now, there's no universal definition of self-management, but for the purpose of this talk, I'm describing tailored interventions and approaches that help people develop knowledge, skills, and confidence to make positive choices about their health, and really importantly, to make proactive changes in their health behaviour to help manage the impact of their condition. Now you can see it's sandwiched between self-care, which are the actions we take to stay healthy, like brushing our teeth, eating well, sleeping healthily, and so on, and symptom management. But self-management doesn't mean that people are without healthcare. It empowers people to know when to consult for diagnosis, for symptom relief, or for advice. It's complex, and to help clinicians with the process, last year we published the self-management identification tool that helps summarise what's involved. I'm not going into all that now, but I want to draw your attention to the 5 orange boxes. It's not just about providing knowledge and skills. We want patients to have the right beliefs and attitudes, and really importantly, to consider the importance of others, be that family members or employers, as they all affect outcome. Now, there are many different ways to deliver self-management. Some focus more on providing information, others on behaviour change, and here are just some examples. What we do know is that multifaceted approaches have been more effective than just single approaches. We know from the literature that there's many benefits. For patients, there are significant gains in health status, better quality of life, better outcomes. For clinicians, they're able to have more meaningful conversations with people, to have greater impact and greater job satisfaction. And importantly, for services, we know it reduces the use of doctor appointments, hospital admissions, and it's more cost effective. And the evidence is growing. National Voices summarised the best evidence from 228 systematic reviews about supported self-management and found the top things that you can do are provide condition-specific education integrated into routine healthcare, generic education courses that can be led by peers and lay people, interactive online self-management programs, telephone support, telehealth initiatives, and self-monitoring of medication and symptoms. Now, when it comes to digital health interventions, we're trying to improve that triangle of improving population health, patient experience, and reducing costs. And we know that the information needs to be easily accessible. We were just hearing about smartphones and the importance of health literacy. It needs to be structured, up-to-date, evidence-based, and tailored so that it considers barriers that patients might have to implementation. It needs to be relevant. What about cultural beliefs? Consistent, high quality, and engaging. And to get the best outcomes, patients must play an active part in their treatment. After all, they are the experts in their bodies. And it needs to be reassuring, using appropriate language. So clinicians, we need to direct patients to suitable sources of information and avoid inappropriate messages like wear and tear or discs popping out and all sorts of other nonsense. But the good news is we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's lots of guidelines to help you. For example, the World Health Organization recommendations on digital interventions, and the UK has standards for health technologies that you can audit against. So what might it include? Well, education, really importantly, promoting physical activity and exercise, behaviour change techniques, support and reassurance. It needs to be personalised and addressing patients' goals. We need to stop making people fearful, but to actually help them reassess and reflect. And we want to promote autonomy instead of telling patients what they are and aren't allowed to do. So what do we know about the outcomes of self-management? Well, despite the huge growth in the area, we still don't know the best way to do it. There's lots of heterogeneity in research studies. The methodological quality is often low to moderate, and most interventions are not well described. We know that there are literally hundreds of smartphone apps related to back pain, and most have been developed with very little scientific rigour, and they're poorly regulated. Several EU countries do have national regulation and certification systems to control the health app market, but most content is still not regulated globally. The outcomes often don't include behavioural outcomes like self-management, and after all, that's what we're trying to change. There's a lack of valid measurement tools. We don't know if self-management is better done individually or in a group. We do know, though, if people have other comorbidities or consider their back pain to be severe, they don't do as well. The evidence shows small to moderate effects on pain intensity and disability for up to a year. We know that shorter interventions of 1 to 6 weeks, or at least below 8 weeks, are more effective. Interventions with some digital content are as effective as those delivered in person, and there are claims that interventions on mobile devices are better than the internet, but we've got to remember they've not been directly compared. We need to think about when to intervene, and I'm pleased we saw this diagram earlier. We know from the literature just telling people doesn't work. But interventions with a theoretical foundation are more likely to succeed. And for an individual to change, they have to move through these 6 stages. And in the first 2 to 3 stages of pre-contemplation, contemplation and preparation, that's when they need information and education. But in the later stages, it's more about information and reassurance and positive feedback. But we know that giving information to address patients' concerns and expectations is important. There's a lot of research in the area. There's more than 40 research protocols currently registered. This is just an example of one I'm involved with, where we're trialling a web-based intervention with 825 people in multiple centres in the United Kingdom, focusing on behaviour change with and without telephone support. And we found a small average impact on back-related disability. The intervention is safe, it's scalable. Sadly, I can't tell you about its cost effectiveness because we're still analysing. And there are many others like Safe Trial, Self-Back and eHelp. There are also many free existing patient resources. For example, Eurospine have resources about spine conditions that are freely available in 11 languages. And so to conclude, self-management is a key component of any healthcare system as demand outstrips capacity. It has the potential to improve the outcome and experience of every single spine care episode, which means it is the most important skill that every clinician has in their toolkit. Resources exist to support patients and clinicians, but they're not all evidence-based, and misinformation can be harmful. But when developed well, digital self-management interventions may help achieve that triple aim of better health outcomes, better patient experiences, and smarter use of health services resources. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, Lisa. So as mentioned earlier by Giuseppe, this symposium is actually tackling the digital transformation and different aspects of digital transformation. And now I talk about the systems and how digital transformation requires the infrastructure. And this Andrea Loca will be talking to us about the infrastructure and health systems as a road to support digital transformation. So Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear chairperson. Thank you for the introduction. Ladies, gentlemen, colleagues, it's a privilege to stand here again in this exceptional context, sharing with you some of ideas that might influence the future of the spine care globally. I'm the last speaker of the session, and I will bring you my experience regarding digital transformation. First of all, I have to disclose my position as a co-founder and partner of a small startup with a specific interest in digital technologies. We already heard about digital transformation. I think it's a cultural change that concerns patients, healthcare professionals, IT professionals, regulatory bodies, and industries. And I think this is the reason why I cannot figure out a better place than Spine20 to discuss about this topic. The process itself is complex, may take a long time to bring tangible results. It consists, in my mind, of 3 different moments. Every moment has its own challenges that should be addressed to succeed. The first is the project design, the setup. It represents the foundation of the whole project. First of all, it has to be clearly defined what we want, the scope of the project. It has to fit with the needs of the local community, of course. Once it's clear the scope, we have to address the best technical tool to achieve it together with the IT professional. IT team also should identify the best infrastructure based on the project and the local needs and the possibilities. Nowadays, of course, it's a game changer in most of the projects, the possibility to have a stable and fast internet access, but it's not everywhere possible. Of course, it has to be planned also technical maintenance and the overall cost to run the project. The second step concerns all the strategies to increase the adoption of the solution by the end users, healthcare professionals, patients, or communities. The extent of changes needed is the primary aspect that impact on the adoption. What I would suggest is to proceed, if possible, step by step with a program of progressive implementation. The end users should be trained for the technology they are meant to use. But what I consider the most important aspect is the perception that the end user has of the technology. If it's perceived as redundant or poorly accurate, or jeopardizing the traditional operational process, there will be great resistance to transition. In this case, as a last resource, external factors such as regulatory requirements or audit might be considered to force the process and implement the technology adoption. The impact of digital transformation is not as clear as it may seem at a first glance. In the best ideal setting, the digital transformation should allow to overcome economic, cultural, and geographical barriers, making healthcare really democratic, improving the patient experience, mitigating the risk and reduction of mortality and morbidity, with a significant improvement of the productivity. However, in reality, there is high risk to widen the existing inequity of healthcare in favor of richer socioeconomic contexts. What the answer we should reply is: can digital transformation serve as an answer for the global pursuit of the universal healthcare coverage? I think this is the key point. The digital panorama offers a great number of solutions: artificial intelligence, telemedicine. We already heard about all those things. In the last year, I've been involved in the developments of several digital platforms, and my field of interest are mainly robotics and navigation, digital support for registries, the application of augmented and virtual reality in a clinical setting. The common denominator among these digital tools is the possibility to generate outcomes, allowing to reach a critical mass of data, which will feed what is nowadays the superstar among all the technologies, that is the artificial intelligence. The ultimate goal of this process is to create predictive models to help, not to substitute, humans in the decision-making process. I would like to share with you 2 examples of digital transformation I've been working on in the last years. The first one refers to digital platforms for 2 different registries. The first one is Spine20, the official registry of the European Spine Society, and the second is SpineReg, the domestic registry used internally in my hospital. The Spine20 registry was originally designed to harmonize the surgical and conservative treatment across the European countries in order to implement the standard of care for spinal disease. In 2018, the Spine20 committee decided to implement the digital platform to increase the adoption of the registry among the countries. The first step was the identification of a professional IT team that worked in close collaboration with the committee to create the workspace of the platform. We have to face some resistance, of course, to change, especially for the elderly users that were more comfortable in using the hard copy. So we have to revise the surgical forms and the EPROMS forms to better fit with the digital platform, obtaining a better user experience. Today, the platform is multilingual, multi-device, and user-friendly. And to improve the adoption rate, training programs, quarterly reports, and user meetings were performed and are planned to take place in the future. What's the impact of the registry? In my experience, the registry has a huge impact in our clinical practice, allowing to monitor our performance, the first step, the highest standard for risk mitigation and quality control, and to collect surgical and outcome data that, as said, are the basic elements for clinical research and to train the artificial intelligence. Another positive aspect is that the digital transition allowed in the long shot to mitigate the cost of maintenance with the goal of in the next months to generate revenues. With the Spine Rec, the internal registry of our hospital, we had less resistance because it was run directly as an online platform. We are working to implement the adoption working on the doctors. We still have a very a rate of response about 45% from the patient in long follow-up, 6 to 1 year follow-up. So we are working to improve and increase these numbers, having a dedicated staff. Just few words about the second digital project I was involved with, and it's an educational platform named Ragazzi Virtual Training. Professor Costanzo already mentioned the importance of virtual reality in training. Several studies report the shortage of healthcare professionals across the world. There is an urgent need of well-trained healthcare professionals and growing need of innovative and effective training platforms. Considering this need, with my hospital, I'm developing an elaborate VR-based training program, Ragazzi Virtual Training, for healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, or personnel and or technicians. The virtual reality simulation is embedded with artificial intelligence through a supervised machine learning algorithm. We believe that this technology may be attractive for institutions with a high educational vocation, such as universities, center of excellence, or societies, all structure that welcome students, residents, or specialists for basic or advanced training program. But we also think that the peripheral centers may benefit from this program to ensure a quality standard for the healthcare provider. The platform has been designed to be low cost, to be used everywhere without specific facilities or sophisticated labs, without internet connection if used in isolated areas. But we also recently created the technical infrastructure to run the simulation, also in a remote modality, connecting simultaneously different centers across the world. All these features, according to us, are aligned with our mission to overcome gender, cultural, socioeconomic, and geographical barriers in medical training. In conclusion, digital transformation is a procedural change that requires readiness to change, first of all, interdisciplinary approach, training, accurate planning, and most important things, a very accurate financial evaluation in the mid and long term. The positive effects of applying digital technology to specific projects with well-defined needs within a discrete interventional areas are extensively described. However, the impact of digital technology on a larger scale are still to be evaluated, and future challenges, according to us, including the application in multicultural, transnational context, ethical data mining and collection and data protection, as we have already heard today, and the sustainability on a large scale. Thank you very much, and we are open to questions.
Thank you so much. I would like to take this opportunity, Giuseppe, to thank you for allowing me to introduce the speakers from far away. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the hosts for this incredible organization for the summit. Everything is running very smoothly, whether it was on site or online. I would like also to remind everybody that we have the conversation going on social media. So please follow this conversation on Twitter with hashtag Spine20 and hashtag Spine_care. Also, I can feel the energy and the enthusiasm all the way to Saudi Arabia. And it is really unfortunate that I can't be there with you, but I can feel the energy and our hearts all with you. So I think I'll leave it to Lisa and Giuseppe to moderate the questions on site. And if we have any questions from online, I will trigger that from here. Thank you so much. So I can see that Margarita raised her hand. So if we can start with Margarita, and then we go over to the on-site audience. Thank you.
And everybody, Lisa and Ian, for an excellent session. I have a question to Andrea. You know, I say like Giuseppe, I'm getting old. But what do we do with the mentorship? I know that everything, you know, we can do a lot digital. I love it. That's not the problem. But the mentorship that we've had in the old educational system, have you discussed that in your digital education? Because for me, my mentors were, you know, they were like God, and they taught me a lot, right? And digital education is different. So if you could comment on that, I would be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Margareta. First of all, you are never getting old, of course, first of all. And I think and it's a very important topic. My story is about being under the wing of a mentor, but it was Dieter Grob at that time. And I think it's the most important aspect, having somebody to refer to, or to have just a suggestion, or just to chat with somebody in close relationship. In my vision, these tools is not substituting the human touch, the connection among people. They are giving the possibility to people that cannot access anyway the training to be part of the training program. Let's see. I think there's still a great all over the world. I would say a problem about the access to medical training. It's about gender, socioeconomic, or whatever. I think we should give the possibility to access, and this I think is the first step. It's not the final solution, but I think it can make people aware of the possibility we have, and just promote future steps that going in a place to visit a mentor or having participate to the common tools we have. I don't think virtual reality is the final solution for everything. I think it gives. We have to consider people that cannot move. Or because we know there's a problem with gender gap, and with Lisa we know this very well, and also with socioeconomic barriers or geographical barriers that we should overcome. I think this is a solution to make the first step. I definitely think it's not substituting the traditional way, being in contact with a referral person or a mentor. I think we should work on this way. We should not leave the traditional way, but we should implement with the instrument we have. The medical training. I don't know if you are satisfied with the answer, but this is my vision. And of course, I'm very ready to change my mind and to open to other option, or to open to other implementation of the system.
We're becoming more and more digital, but the touch and the discussions, that you have after a case or whatever you are doing is still very important. But we can do that digitally also. I understand that.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Margarita. Margarita, I hope that I become immortal like you, but I understand that Andrea Luca want my place, so he preferred that I die.
No, you will never get out too, Giuseppe.
And I have a question for all the panelists and a question for all the audience immediately after. The question for the panelists, as a professor, I was concerned by the attitude of the young doctors to rely almost only on the computer, I mean imagery, analysis and so on. I came from an age in which I started, the doctor started the exam, the clinical examination, and after asked X-rays or CT scan or magnetic resonance. For instance, often we see patients who arrive with magnetic resonance and don't have any X-rays. There are diseases that still now are more easily recognized with X-rays. For instance, instability. You can assess better the instability in the X-rays than in the magnetic resonance, and so on. What do you think about this? Because more and more, also for medical legal problems that are becoming an enormous problem in Italy, the doctors, the young, rely on computers. Moreover, when I want to teach, learn something on computer, I ask my grandson because he is better than me. I'm not concerned about the learning of digitalization by the youngster, you know. So I see that that Jan is his hand raised. Please, Jan.
Yeah, so yeah, thanks for bringing that up, because it ties in beautifully with the teleconsult and the ability to actually to diagnose a patient. Because if we have to rely on the MRI scan, which is the gold standard for spine, we cannot appreciate age on the MRI scan, and we all age differently. It's graying, balding. I always say we age like raisins, you know. So some of us age fast and we crinkle up quickly, and other ones of us not necessarily that much. But the difference is to distinguish between that on a scan. And you've seen this, we've all seen this, where people look at imaging and they go, you know what, I know that that's a problem, but I can see that one is looking a little bit like this, so maybe I must include it into a fusion. You know, the prophetic eye works so well for the MRI scan. It doesn't work that well in the casino, you know, and other places. The reality is, what you're saying is 100% true, is that all these special investigations that we can convey across a telemedicine or digitalized age are adjuncts to a clinical investigation. There are a minority of exceptions, and those are the guys that's been successfully doing these things for a long time. Like ophthalmology, a retinal image is a retinal image, and a dermatological lesion, even though you also need to see the evolution of lesions, but they also are more hard and fast. But in spine surgery, imaging is just an adjunct to our clinical investigation, and it has to be appreciated in the context of symptoms, the time of symptoms, the age of the patient, comorbidities, etc. And I think the MRI scan is the single most important reason why there's been so many unnecessary operations occurring. I mean, I'm not making it out as a bad thing. I'm just saying it is used inappropriately, and it's to rely on this as an entity without a proper clinical examination is putting us in very, very dangerous territory for the future.
Very well.
May I answer your question, Giuseppe?
Yeah. But only if you speak a little bit more slowly, you know.
Okay.
Because you speak, nowadays, you speak better English than Italian. So.
No, it's not true. You know that. And I think your point, I would say it's a misperception. And this is due to the age, and but I can tell this because I love you, you know. But the point is not about technology. The point is about the use of technology. So if I had a bad training and I don't know how to visit a patient, how to do my consultation, I will miss the point. Whatever I'm using, if I'm using or not the computer. The point is, I think technology gives you more chances. As it's again with the discussion we were doing with Margarita. The point is, we have an option. We can use it. We can use it in a good way or in a wrong way, despite the fact that it's that's the tool we are using. So the point is, if we are bad teachers as a teacher, and we don't give to the students the message that you have to visit the patient, probably whatever they use, they are going to do something's wrong. The point is not the computer, but the way we teach people in doing consultation and doing all the examination we need.
Very good, very good. Lisa, you think you have something to add?
Yes. Is this on? Yeah. Thank you. I think the really important thing is to keep the patient at the centre of the whole process. I think how many times do we hear of patients who've been to see a health professional who had their head in a computer and they were just tapping away? I think it's important that we're treating the patient, not the scan. And technology is an adjunct. It's part of the process. It's not the whole process. And I think the other thing that's really important is to make sure that all technology is evaluated. I just wonder how many of you would get on an aeroplane where the engineer was thinking about evaluating it in the future. So why do we do that with healthcare? So technology is important, but it's not the answer to everything.
Very good. And Anna, something to add?
Yes, well, I just want to add to the discussion that, yes, the patient is the center of our focus in the management of spine problems. And but we have great potential in technologies and digitization. And we need to evaluate this within different contexts, within different cultural backgrounds, within different spine conditions. It's supportive, not the main focus. It is supporting our clinical practice and our daily physical examination and management. That is, and I would like also to remind everybody to look at the outcome of this session, which is the recommendation. And if they have any comments on that recommendation, please do so before the end of tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Anna, do you have some question by email or by internet?
No. No.
Sami, do you want to add something?
Yes, please. I've got a question to the panelist. Now, a while ago, Pierre and Rajan were discussing spine disorder, poverty, and health system. And now we're discussing digitalization of health system. Now, there is a general assumption that when it comes to digitalization, virtual reality simulation, digital technology, this is an expensive healthcare. Is that true assumption? Is this type of healthcare would be available for low-income country? I'd like you to highlight on this. Thank you.
Jan.
Yes, I think I mentioned it in the talk, and there's quite a couple of resources I listed. So South Africa has a very, very strong, obviously metropolitan communities and very, very rural communities as well. But we realized that over 94 to up to 100% of patients in these, even in the rural spaces, has access to a telephone, not necessarily their own telephone, but a telephonic consult. So the moment you go into video consultation and all the other things such as application access, website access, it becomes a problem. But telephonic, if there's reception, they will have a telephone. So that's the one thing that you can then use as a as a consistent. Now, this is outside of the metropolitan spaces. So the impact on resources, if you're going to use telephone, is not a lot. It's easy to get that. So the second problem is if you want the patient to access data. So we did a lot of stuff on tele-rehab, but that asks that the patient be able to access rehab packages, which is PDF documents. It's made as small as it can be, but it still becomes a resource to download. So the impoverished patient does not have money for data. They can receive a call, but they cannot necessarily enter into that space. So if you, and I've proposed this to this group before as well, is if you have a zero cost information sharing, if you want to make it efficient, you need to get a funder behind you from a political point of view, governmental point of view, that is willing to share information. And that happens every single day when we get information, you know, from advertisements, from that people would send to your mobile phone to access, where they are footing the bill for that actual document. So there is a cheap way to access patients on the telephonic medium, at least at this stage, even in the most impoverished spaces. Secondly, though, the challenges are that the patients do not have any ability to extend beyond the conversation that you have. So the conversation can be teasing out enough information, then that's appropriate. But beyond that, where you have to access resources, it becomes a more expensive entity. But not even necessarily that more expensive, but it certainly does.
First Andrea and after Margaret.
Yes, I think it's all about as I tried to stress in my presentation, it's all about the design of the project. You are plenty of technology. You should choose the one who's perfect for the context where you are working. So I think you can mitigate the costs and you can make it possible in every single countries, also in underserved countries. Just you have to be keep in mind what's the goal of the project and the best technical solution for it. For example, the technical about the virtual reality training, we can deliver the workstation that it's not more than a normal computer with a visor that is very cheap one. We can deliver directly to the place, and we don't even need the internet connection. We thought about all the best solution to make it cheaper, to make it affordable for low-income countries. So I think you have to design this at the beginning, and then it would be feasible. So I wouldn't say it's a major problem. Thank you.
Margareta.
Question to the whole panel, if you could comment. There has been some legal issues with virtual consultations. Is it totally legal from UK, Saudi Arabia, Switzerland, and South Africa? Can you comment on that? I live in a conservative country, France, right now, and there has been some. It's not entirely easy to do this. So if you could comment from these formidable countries and what the status is, would be great. Thank you.
Please, Lisa.
Thank you, Margareta. I think what's important is to make sure that there is regulation. And I think what we were seeing with the COVID crisis was technology was introduced at pace with digital consultations because the alternative was nothing. And I think what's really important when you look at evaluating digital interventions, it's important to consider what period of time were they collected in. Because when we look at the literature, and it often says that particularly consultations done shortly or during the pandemic, they were seen as being preferred by patients, they were seen as effective. What was important is when they were compared to the alternative, which was nothing, they were very popular. What we are seeing in the United Kingdom is the fact that now people have a choice of whether they come in person or whether they have a remote consultation. There are less remote consultations now than there were. I think in terms of the legalities, there will always be the concerns that things will be missed, but they will be missed in person too. And I think that's an area that's really important going forward, is to look at the effectiveness as well as the cost effectiveness. And I think the literature is still evolving on that. but we do have to think about when data are collected, because that's really important in evaluating them overall.
Absolutely, absolutely. Jan.
Yeah, in South Africa, we've got a act called the Protection of Personal Information Act. So nothing that you keep on yourself must be able to be leaked out that could implicate somebody else. So if I have WhatsApp pictures or any sort of pictures on my telephone that's got identifiable factors and my phone gets stolen and accessed, that is a risk to the patient. So that's why I was mentioning it becomes an interesting conundrum, because WhatsApp, for example, is an end-to-end encrypted entity. So I can safely receive a message and there's nothing that's going to intercept it in between. But once it's on my device, it becomes vulnerable to my activities as a doctor. So if I'm using a software to make notes or record it, a record-keeping software that's got access control, it's got the patient's file and folder kept the way you would do it in an in-person consult, that is fine. I think the challenges in terms of regulation is when you expose a patient to potential harm by actually consulting with them in their, as I mentioned, a confined space. So we don't necessarily consider that as a risk, because for us, it's just picking up the phone, you're sitting in your office and you're consulting this, but the patient might be in a space where they can't actually do that. And if you're starting, hey, can I speak to Mr. X, please, about his back problem, or it's the doctor, then suddenly it opens up a problem within that social environment. And keep in mind, there's 4, 5, 6 people maybe staying in a room, or in some of our most impoverished spaces. So to get the confidential space is a big thing. And I'm sad that we missed the talk on ethics, unfortunately, because I thought that might come out there, because I think the regulation and the ethics actually go hand in hand in terms of how to keep that record safe for the patient. The other question, Margareta, was whether do you need to actually record the conversation, because even in an in-person, we don't necessarily record it, but and you get to transcribe as a doctor or as a therapist or as a managing person how you interpret that information. But once it becomes a video consult or anything, you actually have to then record it, and where do you store it? And the moment that you end up storing data, you have to be sure that that is not vulnerable to any outside entity. And there was not a landmark case yet, but there's a big situation going on with one of our doctors in a private facility close by, who's trying to move from service provider, electronic record keeping, and they are now holding him ransom for his own data. So for all his patient records, they're saying, I don't know, it's our data. We keep keeping it for you. So if you want it, you need to pay 100,000 or whatever it might be. And he says, but you can't do that. I recorded it. But they said, no, it's their software. So the question is then, who owns the data, and is that data safe? And that, at the end of the day, both ethically and legislatively, becomes a factor to consider once you enter the electronic realm.
I see Lisa reminded to me that Pierre is asking a question. Is raising.
May I? Yeah, my name is Dr. Prasad. I'm a neurosurgeon. And the points made earlier, I trained in England, and way back in 91, they were talking of mentors. Professor Hugh Griffiths would say there's a huge waiting list. Would you make a few phone calls and see who need to come in sooner? And this examination of a patient on the telephone was so important. Like if he was able to get up, can you get up from a chair? His proximal muscles are okay. Could you walk on your heels? Could you walk on your toes? Oh, fine. He doesn't have a foot drop. And I learned that 30 years ago, and that was a good way of screening. But now that I've come back to India and work in Delhi, most of the patients are coming from outside Delhi. And I've used this method of phone screening, and now with WhatsApp, to save people thousands of rupees to come, in many cases more than 1,000 kilometers, to get an opinion, to be told you don't need surgery, you need to go back and rest. So my point is that I think as a group we need to make a recommendation about telehealth as a tool, because most patients in India and other low-middle income countries would be in rural areas, and we are not reaching out to them, and 80% of them are paying out of their pocket. Now the problem with telehealth is who pays for it. Now I want to reach out to them and give neuro rehab, but then I have limited resources, and in our NGO we have 2 therapists and they can only do so much. And I went to my state in eastern India and found that 100,000 people needed rehab. And how do you reach out to 100,000 people? And then we started doing tele-assessment for wheelchairs. So we started doing wheelchair, and I called patients for wheelchair. They said, you want us to come 500 kilometers to get a wheelchair which don't fit us? And we do that. So the challenge is huge, and I think as a group, we need to recommend what is feasible for low-income countries, and rapid training of, the other thing is how to train people to deliver telehealth. That's also important. So training of telehealth, how to deliver that. Number two, who will pay the money to the person delivering telehealth? And these need to be to governments of India and other such countries. That's really important, because by the time our recommendation is to give spine care to the secondary and even the primary health, is going to be 50 years. We would have lost a lot of time and a lot of patience. So my question to the panelists is, that would be my urge to the panelists. And one last question, another point, that what do you do in telehealth when one set of doctors says if you have back pain you must rest, and another set of doctors says you have back pain, you must move? So I think we need to have a consensus about ourselves, amongst ourselves, for the most important thing, which is back pain. What does a self-management imply? Thank you so much.
In my opinion, this happens also if you consult two different doctors. They never say exactly the same thing. So that's don't change with the telehealth. Please, Ian.
Yes, thank you very much for that comment. I mean, I think you are perfectly right. So we deal with a similar problem. Patients, they walk a whole day to get to a bus, to travel a whole day to come to clinic at times. And we've also very effectively been able to do that. You phone patients, you check in on them. We've got a calendar in our system that alerts you to the timelines that we actually tele-consult the patients. And we asked a very simple question, exactly as you mentioned. You've defined the symptom or the sign of the patient, and is it the same? Is it better? Is it worse? It's a very simple stage, and we've got criteria to bring patients in. But it does ask that there is one primary assessment and a proper assessment of the patient. And I alluded to that it's either, it depends on the quality of the first referral. And the first referral, if it is something like chronic backache, see what you can do. And we get those. It's terrible. You have to get the patient under eyes. If it is somebody that has delineated the examination with a good time, a response to conservative measures, and you actually have a good understanding, then you can very, very easily conduct a teleconsult. And that's, if you might recall in the talk that I gave, there was a couple of green bars, patients that are perfectly suited for consults. And those are if you have symptomatology that's followed up. So if you've got symptoms that you can check on a better, worse, or the same scale, it's absolutely perfect. And I, in fact, support you wholeheartedly in terms of the immorality of having patients come 500 kilometers, etc., to come and see you for a simple, one-on-one, which you could have done remotely. In terms of the backache part of your question, that is unfortunately things. There are numerous resources out there to do that, and it so boils down to local training and how units that work together and areas that work together has a consensus in terms of how they approach certain things. Whether they are resting or whether they're mobilizing, it's very, very difficult to really comment on that. I wanted to make one more comment about getting patients in and coming in from very far. If you are going to have a primary referral, it is also very important to state whether the patient is able to conduct telehealth. And that is whether do they have a space to conduct it, do they have a device, whether it's video or telephonic, and that really, really helps you. So if I get a referral to say, look, the patient can conduct this and this and this, it makes it so much easier for me to access the remote spaces.
Please, I want to say something after Anna.
Thank you. Yes, it was a great question, and I would really urge all of you from India, as you are developing your national spine program, to really put digital technology at the heart of it, as long as it's evidence-based. And I think that's really important. I think you've touched on something that was crucial there about training, and nobody, any clinician of any speciality, should be recommending bed rest. It's outdated. We know that the most important thing is for people to keep active. And what's really important is if that message is still going out there for bed rest, then there is a massive need for training. Now, sometimes it can be people who've been out of practice a long time, and so there's a need to think about the continuing education and to make sure that that is still evidence-based and relevant. And in terms of technology, then digital intervention should be part of every undergraduate program and part of ongoing training as well. There are a lot of resources. We published a paper last year about the communication and how it's different in telehealth versus a traditional consultation. There's a lot of things out there that can help you from scratch, but my heart sinks when I hear you saying people are still talking about bed rest, and if you can change that, that will be great.
Let's speak, Anna, in the time that the heart of Lisa can recover.
Okay, so very briefly, just to comment on Margarita's question, the Saudi experience with digital transformation has been relatively successful, especially after COVID-19, and everyone with the access to smartphone can access applications to support their health. They can ask professionals on for consultations. They can access their medical records. So there has been a great advancement in digital transformation. Having said that, having a smartphone is not always easy for people to use this consultation. So sometimes they can use the phone for calling or messaging, but they lack the literacy for them to actually use the apps. So we have to be considerate about those people who are not able to use the applications. They can use the smartphone, but they cannot use the application. For the question from the floor regarding the finance, I think ministries of health, they have the obligation to support digital technologies to support clinical practice. So everyone should have access to proper care, whether they are in rural or in urban areas. And in regards to, again, I reiterate what Lisa is saying about training. It is very important, and currently we are about to publish modules for allied health professionals to train them on digital health and how to evaluate digital health, and it's going to be published actually in CSP, the Chartered Society of Physiotherapy, soon, and it will be readily available for everybody. It's an online module to support training in that regard. Again, our recommendation actually supports what the gentleman was referring to, that digital health transformation is the way to go to support better care.
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you to you, Anna. Absolutely. And we have to keep in mind that also the learning of the doctor is more easy with access to digital tool. There are a lot of webinar everywhere. We could study some kind of webinar to enhance the capability of the people to perform a digital consultation. Just the last question before the session close, and I want to pose this question, I want to ask this question to all the audience. Who thinks really that digitalization will improve the access of the peoples to the consultation and to care? Can you raise your hand? Who think that not? Who is contrary? So I can put this in the recommendation for tomorrow morning. Please, Koji. Has been decided democratically. Thanks to all of you. Has been a very interesting session, and thanks for the honor that I received to moderate this incredible panel. Arvinder is here. We have only half a minute of...
Thank you, chairpersons, for concluding the session in time. Very grateful to you. We have a very interesting panel discussion in store for a national spine care program. We have a huge list of panelists. May I request our floor managers to ensure that some chairs are added on. Others could stay on where they are in the front rows. We will have the mics reach out to them, because we can't possibly accommodate 17 people on the dais. But it's an important panel discussion. Giuseppe, could you stay on the dais? Right, please. Margareta is joining us virtually. August, Hadi and Rahim. Dilip Patro. Dilip is there. Yeah. Would you want to come up in front? Or would you want to speak from there? Yeah, please. Ketna is there virtually. Koji. Komal is here. Marco. Please, would you want to come up? Or would you want to, or at least in front? NS Senthil Kumar, Nikki Kaurji, Pierre, Shankar Ramanji, from IPMR, Raktimji is here, please come in front. Sami, Karsten, Dr. Sudhir Srivastava, Rajni ji, Dr. Rajendra Prasad. Right. We will have some slides also. Right. Can we have the slides on the screen, please? Yeah. So, while brainstorming on the recommendation of Spine 2023 for G20 countries, it was decided to develop a Spine 20 white paper on National Spine Care Program, and it was proposed by none other than our speaker-elect, Sami. The Ministry of Health, Government of India has also shown interest in the concept. A joint steering committee and scientific task force meeting was held on 17 July for discussions in this regard. The objective of this panel discussion is to further brainstorm on this important initiative. Since there is a lot to be covered, time available is short, and there are only 17 panelists, the questions had to be divided amongst them. Once the assigned panelists have responded, others may add on. Sankaraman, please come here, or wherever. Komal, can you shift a bit to the other side, right? Once the assigned panelists have responded, others may add on if there is anything else that they would want to highlight. Very limited time is available, and in order to cover all aspects, panelists had been requested to be very precise in the responses, and that in itself has been the essence since the morning. Nikki, please come in front. Right, so we'll move forward. Please have some mics on the floor also for Dr. Rajendra Prasad ji, for Nikki ji. Our first question, what is the rationale or need for a national spine care program? What are the main points which could get the government interested? May I ask Komal to respond first? Can we have a mic to Komal, please?
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, very much.
Okay. What is the rationale or need was the big word today for a national spine care program. So there are 4 words there. National, as I wanted to reach out to each and every person of the 140 crores that we have in India. 140 plus. Spine disorders related to spine are some of the most debilitating medical ailments, many leading to permanent disability. Care includes prevention. Look at the red flags. Look out for the red flags. Care in acute and chronic phases, as well as caring for lifelong. Program, that's the most important word. Spine-centric program, because there are vast variety of ailments within spine. Multiple agencies look at them. We have a very target audience as well as far as India is concerned. All these need a focused national program, and that's why I said #SpineCare, and a body that reports directly or is under nothing other than Niti Aayog is my personal opinion.
Thank you, Komal ji. Dilip Patra ji.
Government role is very vital, and in my experience, we work directly with the state government, and we found it quite interesting. Neither they have any database properly prepared, or they have anything else in the state-wise or district-wise, or even the public primary health centers also. So what my point will be, we have to include hand in hand with the government programs, and all these district level or state level, this report should go to a national level where we have centralized information, and this is what more about we can have it visible to spine care programs.
Thank you, Dilip Patra ji. Shankar Raman ji. Can we have the volunteers also help here in between?
There are, the huge population, and as mentioned today morning, 80% of the people have some kind of experience with the spinal issues. There are a huge population in rural areas where we also have a program over there in an interior place. And the footprint of these kind of initiatives should be there even at the grassroots levels, up to the block level. And it should be built from bottom-up approach. From the grassroots level, you have block level initiative centers and support systems available. And there are various state governments which are having programs for disability sector, and it should be integrated with that. And the private sector contributions through CSR initiatives, they also should be integrated into this. And there are essential kits that a spinal injured person after the rehab would be requiring in their homes, and that should also be part of this program. It should not be just a post-acute care or an acute care, but after the rehab, what is happening, that aspect also should be covered. It should be a holistic approach at the grassroots level, and it should be a bottom-up approach.
Thank you, Shankar Ramanji. I forgot to initially mention that each of these 17 panelists and myself represent 18 different societies, and that's how we are together here today. And Shankar Ramanji runs the Amar Seva Sangam. Amar, after my other mentor, Air Marshal A.S. Chahal, a colleague of Dr. Sajdev, is no more, but he had helped Shankar Ramanji rehabilitate. So similarly, Dilip Patra is doing work in his region, in Vizag, and now all over India. So all of them represent various societies. So the need, as we talked about, and not the want, is the magnitude of the problem, gaps and challenges, and the cost effectiveness which we need to prove to get the policy makers interested in this regard. And that all of you know, we don't need to highlight amongst ourselves the statistics of the global burden of disease of spinal ailments being the commonest cause of disability, leading cause of years lived with disability, and how it is increasing in all parts of the globe. The economic burden due to it, right, the highest number of man hours lost in the industry in the US, and how you can save, as I mentioned before, the Christopher Reeve Foundation had projected in 2011 that US could save as an estimated $400 billion by providing SCI-based preventive and therapeutic intervention. So there are a lot of gaps and challenges also, both in spine care and spinal cord injury care, and all this highlights on the need for a national spine care program. So, steps for conceptualizing and implementing a national spine care program: assessment of the current scenario, conceptualize the program proposal, forward it to the concerned ministry. The ministry then sets up a process for an interministerial approval on this, because various ministries would need to be involved to set up then an expert group to frame and finalize the program, public consultation, project implementation and initial preparation, monitoring the program, sustained program and scale up. So all these questions with their background have been circulated already to the panelists. The team which the ministry could set up could include one representative of each Indian collaborating societies. This would ensure involvement of professionals of all relevant disciplines as well as consumer representatives, representatives of various relevant ministries, IMA, that is the Indian Medical Association and Association of Healthcare Providers of India, WHO representative and Confederation of Indian Industry representative. So my question first to Sami would be, do you have any suggestions on the steps for conceptualization and implementation of a national spine program? Whereby would you want to add any other steps or modify the ones that have been mentioned?
Oh, thank you so much. I believe I echo what have been said already. I think most important things is planning. We do proper planning. We do good SWOT analysis where we know our stakeholders. That's the first thing. The second thing we need to do is do assessment need, what we call it situational assessment, why we need this program. Third important thing is set our goals and objectives and population of interest, whom we're going actually to serve. Fourth point that I feel is important also is put our strategies, forward strategies, where we want to reach in the future. And most importantly, at the end, we have to develop indicators and how we actually perform throughout the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Marco, would you want to add further to this?
Can you hear me? No, I think it's, I can only say that I think it's a remarkable project, and it's going to be a long process as well of trying and assessing how effective this would be, and I think that would show quite a bit of the rest of the world how to follow through.
Thank you. Komalji? The question, the steps which were mentioned on the conceptualization and implementation of a national spine care program. Do you have anything else to add?
I just want to know, I'm in the implementation part. I think work can begin at two levels is what we can suggest. We can talk from the top to government, media engagements, and dedicated spine care centers. Changes in the educational curriculum, I'm just emphasizing a few, and also from the grassroots level, where primary healthcare workers, the ASHA workers, and Anganwadi workers, where both ends work can begin. But the roles need to be defined as to which agency is going to do what, and the timelines and the audits have to be ingrained into the implementation process.
Thank you, Komalji. Now, should there be a common national spine care program, or should it address spine care and spinal cord injury separately? You know, even the PRIs launched by WHO have these two separate. So, Giuseppe?
For me, since we are Spine20, I think that we have to perform together the two things. If we can arrive, and since I see your enormous work to reach people's, if we can arrive to a spine federation, at this moment I think that we can perform well on both.
Right.
We have the knowledge with different society, we have the power, we have a lot of things. I think that we don't have to be afraid to manage both.
Agree, we need to manage both, but would they need separate focus, or there could be one spine care program? Because there may be difference between spine care and spinal injury care.
I think that there are some things in common that we have to mark very well, and after we have to separate the two programs.
Thank you. Ketnaji, you are there virtually.
Yes, I'm here. Very interesting question. The theme of G20 is One Future, and a national spine care program will be the most effective thing to have it as a macro umbrella under which everything related to spine comes in. I think we all have to be futuristic and magnanimous out here, though we belong to the spinal injured community, etc., because we already in India have the Fit India movement, where the sports minister is taking care of this. It's a very positive word. That means we are saying right from children in schools who are doing digital education to the geriatric population who are doing online yoga classes, everything covers in this spectrum. Definitely, we just picked for a national spine care program. Within that, club all the movements already there, because Dr. Chabra, in one of the scientific committee meetings, you did mention after your interaction with the government team that manpower is limited. If we propose something where it is going to be very difficult to get new secretaries, undersecretaries, bureaucrats, I think we need to be a little smart out here to fit in and root for a national spine care program.
Shankar Ramanji, your views?
A national program it will be more holistic. Spine care can be more focused on prevention of injuries as well, and also the management. And the spinal cord injury will be most like the acute care and post-acute care, and what happens beyond that. So it is an integrated approach it should be. Maybe you can have two different specialization within the whole gamut. One for spinal care, another one spinal cord injury.
Thank you. Now, the components of such a program, right? Starting from program objectives to development of a national registry, strategies and interventions for prevention, resources required for management of spinal ailments, the grading of the spine care centers, training of manpower, setting goals and milestones for program, and monitoring of program. Other than this, would there be other components? Koji?
I believe these components would be almost perfect. However, if you allow me to highlight one important segment, would be the educational activity. Not only the patient and not only the physician, but also the general people. For example, the spinal cord injury, the main cause of the spinal cord injury is a traffic accident. And only government can control the traffic accident using developing that specific rule or something like that. So My comments on this one is that maybe we could highlight the importance of the educational activity. Thank you.
Dr. Rajendra Prasad, can we have the mic here? You wanted to say something, please?
If I may,
Yeah.
sir, in terms of burden of care, I also want, if it's possible here, to add something for the carers. Because, my God, what the carers go through is something really tremendous. So, if it can include development, training, and possibly support for the carers, especially for chronic conditions like spinal cord injury, it would make a huge difference. Thank you.
So you are talking about something like a caregiver program to prevent caregiver burnout, right? In addition to education for not only the patients but also the caregivers. Dr. Rajendra Prasad?
Thanks. Maybe it's covered in this, but I think we need to highlight two areas as an NGO we found working in Eastern India, which is extremely poor, was the need for assistive technology like wheelchairs, even for people who had injury years ago. So I think it may be in part of that, it will be, but I think that needs to be highlighted. And because even in Jharkhand where I visited, there are 100,000 people waiting for wheelchairs, and the life is only 3 years or 5 years, so that thing in the budget has to be highlighted. The other is, as in the previous session, the importance of bringing in telehealth in spine care as early. It may be in one of those, but I think I would want to highlight that for whether for education or delivery of care, I'd want to highlight that. Thank you.
Nikki ji?
So even I feel the same, that we need to also, like Dr. Koji suggested, that we need to connect with education. So I also feel that we need to connect with all the stakeholders, and education is very important to all the educational institutions for prevention and as well as creating advocacy and awareness. And along with that, we have to take all the government stakeholders and all of them along with us to make the national movement very strong and successful.
Yeah, sure.
And that's a very good point about the caregivers, but about peer training, we found that was the online method was the quickest, fastest and most effective method. So somewhere in the wordings where the peer training would come in as well.
Pardon? Yeah, Margaret, sorry. Please unmute. Yeah. You are muted, Margaret.
Unmute? No, I'm not.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Thank you. This is such an exciting moment in Spine20. And I want to congratulate you, first of all, Dr. Shabra, and the whole Spine20 and the Spine20 India team, because this is a major step forward. My comment is that I think that there are steps that needs to be taken. One is, for example, create awareness among the government, different ministries, and then, as you have said, a plan of action for prevention, primary care, secondary and tertiary care. And this is a massive, undertaking. So I want to wish you all the best, because this is really exciting. So thank you so much for Spine20. I think it is just formidable that this is taking place. Thank you.
We would want to thank you, Margareta, because this is happening under your leadership and under your guidance, and though you may be miles apart, but your spirit continues to guide us here, and we are sure you'll be there next year in person to take this further. Thank you. So coming to the program objectives, can we have the slides once again? To implement a person-centered, people-centered, biopsychosocial, proactive, evidence-based, integrative, collaborative and self-sustaining national program of spine care. So would you want to modify this, Dr. Raktan?
Hello?
Yeah, it's, yeah.
I would like to highlight the important points of regarding the objectives that I'd like to highlight the important Hello?
Yeah.
I'd like to highlight the important points like the objective should be smart, like it should be specific, it should be measurable, should be achievable and relevant and then time bound. And it looks absolutely fine in these objectives.
So smart goals, smart objective, right? And thank you. Ketna ji?
Yes, the objective, the Government of India has the digital campaign. The thrust is on technology across all levels, whether banking, education, healthcare, everywhere. And more, when billions of people sit on their devices, we are all experiencing it. And even the surgeons are doing surgery through technology. I think the National Spine Care Program would be so relevant because along with every device, we can tell the Government of India that you have a manual and your website saying do's and don'ts and how to take care, like self-management Lisa addressed. I think it is a beautiful opportunity.
Thank you, Ketna ji. Rajni?
In order to implement, like we have said before, we need to reorganize. It would help the health task force at both primary and secondary level. At tertiary care, we do have rehabilitation task force, but at primary and secondary care, we need to introduce rehabilitation task force. And I think we have enough evidence now to reiterate the need for that. That's about reorganizing that. And the second element is about training both the healthcare task force members in order to fill the gaps in spine care, so that we don't have, for instance, anybody saying rest for chronic mechanical low back pain, just an example. So we need to bridge those gaps by adequate training. And as it was rightly pointed out, when we talk about training, we have that tremendous workforce at the community health workers, the ASHA workers, the Anganwadi workers who can be trained in the spine care as well. And thirdly is training the caregivers. At our institute, we have regular training annually for the caregivers of the spinal cord injury patients, because that's indeed required. And the third element is awareness and education, as we're talking about, at all levels of stakeholders. That is the policy makers, all the stakeholders, including the people, the general public, as Nikki ji was talking about, that we have to build in this awareness and education so that we can self-empower the people themselves to take care of problems at some level. And obviously this has to be through regulated evidence-based education. So if we have some regulation there, we know what is going out is then what should be going out as versus the Google University or the guru that we have sitting. So these three elements I think would help, particularly in a country like India, because no matter how many resources that we pour in, the need for resources is always going to be exponentially increasing with the rise in the population. So, thank you.
Thank you, Rajni ji. Yeah, sure.
Can also be, you have mentioned individual focused program, person focused. You also mentioned so many other things. But the family-centered approach is also important. It should encompass the family well-being and their priorities. And again, like Ketna has said, the technology has a very important role to play. The assistive technologies as well as technologies that can programmatically support the whole initiative. A technology which can monitor and drive the whole program in a systematic manner. So that can be a part of the objective.
And awareness and education can even make it more self-sustainable, because we are always looking for sustainable resources.
Absolutely. Sustainable is very, very important.
So it becomes all the more important in resource-constrained countries because the family has a very important role to play, like the Patna model in India, where the caregivers are trained to take care of the patients.
Recently developed TAG programs, I think, training for assistive products. That also need to be familiarized with every ASA workers or all the stakeholders in the village areas.
And we did do an interview, a focus group discussion with the ASHA workers to find out whether they would be willing to take on this task. And the answer was unanimously yes, provided they receive remuneration for the additional work. Because as we are all aware, ASHA workers get paid for specific tasks.
With the government.
Absolutely.
So there are model registries which are available for spinal cord injuries. So just Pierre, could you throw more light on any back pain registries which could serve as a model?
Yeah, so creating registries is monumental. It's extremely difficult things, and it will require the collaborations of all those that are involved in the countries. Is there models? Yes. One that comes to mind is the Swedish models of spine surgeries, and it's been a very good, very helpful registry to do analyses, have statistics, inform policy. So therefore, what I think will be very important is that all those involved in India contribute to the development of a model, and not just healthcare providers, because spinal cord injuries and back pain go beyond healthcare. They go into Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Social Affairs, pensions. I don't know all the ministries that you have here. And if you do not have a collaboration between all of them, it will fail.
The other challenge, Pierre, there is like Sweden, the New Delhi population may be more than that of Sweden, right? So with the population of the whole of India, having a registry run and having everybody, that poses a challenge. And we have to find innovative solutions on how to, maybe more a database rather than a registry, because in a registry, you need to have every person who gets the problem enrolled.
I think a smart way to go about this, given the nature and the complexity of your country, would be to run a pilot project in one of the states or even the departments within the states, and then learn from the lesson and expand it gradually. Going nationally first, I think, would be suicidal.
Thank you. Carsten, you're there virtually. Would you want to add something more on registries which could serve as a model? Yeah. You are muted. Unmute kariye, please. Just a minute, Carsten. We just want to, can you unmute yourself, please? We can't hear you. Maybe, Carsten, maybe you could just log off and log in again, and we'll wait for you for your comments. We can't hear you. Maybe your audio is not connected. They say here it's at your end. No, we can't.
Better now?
Yeah, now we can hear. There it go. There you go.
Hear me. Great. Okay, thank you. Sorry for the technical mishap.
No issue.
Just to add to what Pierre just said, is Spine Tango, the Spine Tango registry. It's been around for more than 2 decades already, and it's supranational, and it covers surgical as well as non-surgical cases. It's scientifically productive, and that would be a good role model. All these national spine registries usually have the issue that you approach them through a specialized spine care. There's one registry, the BOLD registry in the States, Netherlands, and Brazil, which covers the non-specialist entry into this registry, starting in a community-based setting. it's for elderly spine patients, but that's certainly an interesting field because especially in a huge country like India, many people might not have access to a spine specialist in the first place. So that would be a good opportunity to cover those patients as well.
Thank you, Carsten. Dr. Rajendra Prasad, do you have anything to add on to this?
I just want to say I've looked at spinal cord injury, lots of registry, but back pain itself, something suitable for our country, I haven't found, and maybe there is a need to develop that.
Right. Thank you.
So
Now,
may I say something on this? Just one.
Yeah, sure.
I just want to say that at least for spinal cord injury, can it be made a notifiable disease? Spinal condition, not disease.
Right. Thank you. So can we have the slides on, please? Now, would the Global Spine Care Initiative classification system for spine-related concerns be appropriate for a spine care registry, I would say? Should it be modified to exclude SCI or should it include SCI? So, Sami? Or would you want Margareta, who is an author to this, also to respond first, right? Margareta, you're there?
Yes, I'm here.
Right.
The Global Spine Care Initiative classification system has not been tested, but it is in effect right now in 4 countries. And it seems to work, but it has not been tested against another system. So it has to be tested. It's particularly made for low and middle income countries, has shown to be valuable in Botswana, Dominican Republic. In India, we are testing it right now, and maybe Rajani could comment on that. We also, so it has still to be tested against another system to see if it works. However, it has shown, at least for the triage for patients, that it has been very helpful in these countries.
Thank you. Sami?
Yeah, I think this is one of the tasks that we should look at during the planning stage and make sure what kind of system that we're going to follow and do it from the beginning, the most evidence-based approach. So I would leave this step at the stage of plan, so we decide which way to go.
Thank you. Now, there are various strategies and interventions for preventing back pain, but are there any examples of successful back pain and spinal cord injury prevention programs which could serve as a model? Successful back pain and SCI prevention programs which could serve as a model. Giuseppe?
Thanks for this very good and difficult question. I think that the best thing, I don't have knowledge of some super prevention program with over all the other. I think that we have to organize a group who study every program from many nations. And after a think tank, some fighting, we can choose the best basis to develop our own program.
Thank you.
Italian answer.
Right. Carsten?
There are some published reports on a mass media campaign in Australia years ago. There is none on social media-based campaigns in education about back pain and about preventive actions, especially pain education, especially activity, exercise, healthy lifestyle, these things. I did not find any spinal cord injury prevention programs. That doesn't mean there aren't any, but at least I wasn't aware of any. Basically, the whole issues, as we already talked about, like workplace safety, like traffic safety, and also awareness about degenerative cervical myelopathy that can impact the spinal cord injuries. There's certainly an educational aspect that would make some sense.
Yeah, Preeti ji. Can we have the mic to Preeti ji?
I don't know too much about spine care, but I think the first and most fundamental thing in India would be having driver's ed in schools and colleges. Because, our roads are too chaotic and there are too many things happening. So starting from that, spinal cord injury prevention would be totally multi-pronged. Go to schools and colleges and tell them that they are not invincible and immortal, and that something like this can happen and does happen, and they should not drive and drink and all those basics. And we must get the government to look at harnessing for construction sites and those kind of, when people climb trees, so many accidents are happening day in and day out just because they don't know. So lot of things can happen on those scales. I feel we need to start on a very large scale with the youngsters. I mean, India is one of the youngest countries in the world. 25% of India is less than 25. So we need to start young and get them as aware as possible and as disciplined as possible, I guess.
Yeah, very rightly said. It is very difficult to have a behavior change in an adult. So you have to start with the children to have it. Giuseppe and Carsten, I was also the chair of the Prevention Committee of International Spinal Cord Society. And we have had various sessions. We did a look into literature onto the evidence behind successful prevention programs. Ultimately, we came to the conclusion, like the parachute theory, right? When you jump for an airplane, you don't need evidence that you need to open the parachute, right? So similarly, that prevention programs need to be implemented. You don't need to test that if you don't implement prevention program, what happens. So you don't need a good level. I think it is the norm that we need to go in for prevention programs, right? Would you agree to that?
Absolutely. If I can add something. I am a little bit worried about the habits of the youngster, because they drink a lot, they use drugs, and they drive. For instance, in Italy, they put a special chapter in the penal code saying, speaking of homicide in the street. That was not existing before. For this reason, we have to examine all that we have, and at this point we can go over.
Yes, Sami, you wanted to say something? Fine. So I'll not go into the details. Now, there are important model of care principles for management of spinal diseases. Focus on interdisciplinary care, right? We talked about that. Transform from provider-centered to person-centered, system-centered to people-centered, biomedical to biopsychosocial, reactive to proactive, evidence-based to evidence-based practice, silos to collaboration, isolated to integration, fragile to self-sustaining. Also, adapt the management to the country's culture. You can't just adapt or pick something from the West and implement it in another country. So, other than this, Dr. Senthil Kumar, would there be any other important principles that you would want to point, or would you be happy with what is mentioned?
Yeah, I think some of them have mentioned about a family-centric approach and caregiver approach and so on. And along with that, I feel like we also need to look into the comprehensiveness of what we do, because you see that currently like institutions focus more on medical care and the physical care of rehabilitation, whereas the other side of it actually talks about the psychosocial part of it and the community integration actually, which plays a vital and a very important role, because like at the end of the day it is not about how much you are alive, how much you are actually contributing back to the living is what is important. I think community-based integrations approach is something which is very essential. Along with that, I also wanted to actually say that there are certain things which are already available in India. Actually, if you look into it, in 2005, the government actually put a government order talking about a state spinal cord injury center in every state, but it is active only in 3 or 4 places today. So maybe the government could be more interested with the National Care Center which is coming up, could actually direct that which are the most areas which need to be implementing this kind of a order. The second is that the unique UDID card, the PWD Act, the RPWD Act talks about having capturing spinal cord injuries to be uniquely be identified in the UDID card. However, like even today, if you see that they have been categorized under locomotor disability, so it gets diluted. By the way, though the government actually started to implement things, but unfortunately it could not be happen because of various reasons. And I feel like all of us come together and we are going to make this happen. What is more important is that I think we need to codify at this point of time whatever we have been doing, because we have different schools of thought and we come from various disciplines. So in that case, I think if you wanted to have a uniformity, codification of the practices is a must. And second is that people process and the partnership. We need to decentralize and say that what actually, who can do what and how we can bring into the momentum is something important, is what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think perhaps focus on interdisciplinary comprehensive care is what it should be appropriately mentioned as. Marco?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we heard already here is not only did the clinicians have to change, but I mean society in general has to change, and accountability should be one big issue too. We have to make our system, governments in any level, accountable for this, right?
Thank you. Rajni?
I think we have covered most of the principles, and I would only reiterate from what Marco mentioned about making it more accountable. So add one more element to say that the model of care needn't be only prescriptive, but it also is monitored. So from being more prescriptive to being more monitoring. Otherwise, like we have heard, we have a lot of things on paper and we hardly see those implemented. But otherwise, I think we have all the elements.
Sure.
Can be more collaborative and complementary model where some stakeholders provide certain provisions, including the government, where there are already some infrastructure and systems are in place, but maybe implementation is lacking. So we can take the benefits of those already existing facilities and complement them. So complementary and collaboratory approach in partnership will also be a very healthy model.
Thank you. You wanted to say something? Yeah, please. Can we have the mic there, please?
Okay, thank you so much for giving me also the opportunity to have, taken on board some point. So as we are talking about the, a community approach, why should we not go for the G20 banner, like other working community also onboarded, like C20 group? If we, send us the proposal and the care program, which we are, taking forward to the government bodies, but we are also get this, these proposals and things to the other communities which are working under C20 groups, technological point of view when it comes to community part of it. Because I have been a part of last some conferences of the C20 group. They are also coming forward and taking these, challenges on ground and taking these adversities and disability kind of issues on their platforms. So what we can do, we can also collaborate with them, and the agenda we have we can, collectively and collaboratively, we can, on the same banner, G20 banner, we can obviously, in a collaborative approach, we can move forward. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We'll definitely take it forward that way. We need to move quickly now in order to cover all the topics. Any suggestions on how to establish a pyramidal network of spine and spinal injury care centers, to cover the population of the country, right? And again, you need to have a pyramidal network in a country where even a person with common cold can walk into the tertiary level, apex tertiary level center, All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Do you have any proposal on how we can set this up? Vicky ji. Mic here, please.
So here I feel one very important aspect that we feel is that we must establish protocols and referral systems, because there have to be standardized protocols for diagnosis, treatment and rehabilitation for every level. Like for instance, there are several hospitals from acute care hospitals around Chandigarh and Punjab, and you will be surprised that none of the acute care hospitals even refer any patient for rehabilitation. So that system must flow, and there has to be a system of referrals, and that for us initially, we can't even move forward. Rehabilitation can't even be embraced by the medical fraternity itself, leave aside the population at large, if they don't consider it an important part of care post and traumatic injury.
Thank you.
That is the first thing that we feel is very important. And then of course, technology, leveraging technology, we are going on emphasizing it over here. So these are two aspects which for me are very, very important.
Dilip Patraji, quick comments. We'll need to wind up soon, right?
We can also, network with the parent organization, like hub and spoke model. That may be also work out. I believe on that.
Dr. Rajendra Prasad.
Unlike the West, where the government takes care of the pyramidal system, here where 80% are singing outside, and you're the best person, you established outside the government center. So recognition of more centers in the private sector as spine care centers, that would help.
Thank you. I think even otherwise, if you see, there are so many medical colleges in the country, right? But there are only a handful of specialized centers providing spine care. So if you just ask that there be a focus on spine care in each of the medical colleges, you have a huge, right? So it's not trying to get in resources, it's judicious use of available resources that we need to follow in order to have a successful program. That's what I think. So, right, thank you. Now, this is the Global Spine Care Initiative's recommendation for spine care grading and resources. So quickly, August, you are there online. Is it appropriate for the program?
Thank you, sir. Is it can hear my voice?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. This classification, I think, is appropriate for the programs, but maybe to make a simple for the classification, especially in 2B and 2C, 2B and 3C. So because the treatment is still same there. Then the important thing in the primary care and self-care community care, maybe Spine20 can recommendation to all health minister to propose the implementation for spine care, especially in preventive health care. Thank you.
Thank you. Koji?
I do believe this is very appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There, a spine trauma study group of International Spinal Cord Society has also come out with a grading of SCI centers. I won't go into the details. It's like the American College of Surgeons grading of trauma centers. All levels have been defined clearly. The elements of SCI care at all levels have been defined. Education and research, outreach services, everything has been defined. But now if we have to have only one care program with spinal cord injury requirements being totally different than that of spine care, how do we club the two together when we grade centers? That's going to be a challenge. But a question here, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, are you aware of any alternative grading system? There is none existent. And in this we propose that all levels need to be networked so that within a country you have all levels there, right? August, do you know of any other grading system for spinal cord injury care centers? Have we lost him? No issues. Now,
yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I use the simple thing about the spinal cord injury with the ASIA score. Before that is for the ankle. So maybe ASIA score can use implementation for SCI trauma.
Now, how to monitor, right? What are the possible outcome measures? Hana had presented this very well in our joint meeting which was there. Then we also have quality metrics in our grading system, the ISCO Spine Trauma Study Group grading system for spinal cord injury centers, where we have defined the various quality metrics. I'm afraid we need to move fast because there is another event here. Pierre, quick comments. Do you have any other suggestions on setting goals and monitoring of the program?
No, I would just organize them differently.
Right.
Want me to keep going?
Yeah, sure.
I would structure the metrics into epidemiologic metrics. You need to capture how many cases you have and how prevalent it is.
Right.
Then you need to capture the acute medical care, how many people survive. Then you need to capture the functional outcomes and how many actually access rehabilitation in different levels of care. So there's at least 4 or 5 levels of metrics that I would ask you to think about.
Thank you. Dr.
We need to identify the problems first, then we have to assess the gravity of the problems, and then we have to focus them.
Thank you. Last question, and the toughest question. Are there any clues how to work out the economics to realize the program? When I met with the ministry officials, they said, when you present, you say, what would be the economics of it? Now, unless we know what they are going to approve, I said, first, okay, let's agree to a plan and then we work on to an economics. But calculating how much it would cost to set up a national spine care program would require, I think, a whole meeting separately. But any suggestions on how to go about it? Senthil Kumarji, you've been doing very good work in not only in the whole state, maybe you have some clues to that, and we are coming to Margarita after that.
I think that the new language today is about the social return of investment is what always talks about. I think maybe we can keep that as a base and see that whatever penny we are spending and how much it could able to bring it out could be a...
What they want from us is how much will it cost, how much should we budget it to, right? And that is something which is going to be a challenge. Marco?
Well, why don't we talk their language and say how much we would save?
Yeah, but that's fine, but they will do a cost-benefit analysis by knowing how much it will cost and then how much will it save, right? So we need to calculate both and give it to them, and that's going to be a challenge.
We invert the formula. The product will be the same.
I think the activity what we are going to decide of what we are going to do will ultimately the inputs what is required will ultimately fall as guide us in terms of what resources we need to put in place. I think once we granulate into the activity level and input level, we could able to crack the answer is what I believe.
I think it would be only befitting for our speaker to give the concluding words to this question, the most difficult question of the session, and then we wind it over. Rajni ji, one quick comment, right?
Yeah, just one quick comment is that in our healthcare system framework, one district is the basic component. So all the districts make up the states, and then the states is making up the country, and we clearly have now an estimate of what the need is at a district level. So if we were to start our calculation there, then it may be that we reach somewhere a realistic figure.
Can I make 2 points?
Yeah, quick.
One, just because the government also needs how you are going to implement and what will be the outcome, and then vis-a-vis how much cost. Now, India has taken active participation in polio eradication. And for that, advertisement was so much that awareness increased in many fold. Even Amitabh Bachchan used to sell 2 drops of life. Okay? So this way we can spread the awareness. Now we have a digital information. The person who is in village, he also has mobile phone. So just the relative can tell he is not able to move the limbs after the fall, it means it is a case of spinal cord injury. So all these are positive points with us, and I think this can be done with the even existing health system which is there, or preventive program of the government of India is going on. We have to just attach one. I think in that way we will be able to convince even the cost.
Margareta, your concluding remarks to the toughest question.
First of all, I want to thank everybody for wonderful remarks that I think will help Dr. Chabra. And eventually, if you establish a council for the government, a multidisciplinary council with clinicians, economists, rehabilitation, whatever you feel is reasonable for India. But I think that, and the second thing that I would say that has been said before is to set milestones. You don't have to do everything immediately. You do steps. If you're successful with one step, you will be successful with step number 2 and step number 3. And the one thing that I want to say is you see how important it is with non-governmental organizations to help the government. I mean, we kind of forget sometimes how important we are, and we should really cap ourselves and say we do a lot of good, and we have seen that today. And the next thing I would like to say, keep it simple. Don't take too much at the same time. If you think that one program can start and then you do the next program, do it in sequence. Keep it simple, because keeping it simple makes it much more manageable. And then, as the economists say on the panel, keep some basic economics. This is what it costs today. This may be what it will cost with our intervention. It will be less expensive, because that's what the government looks at, right? They have a financial responsibility, and we don't perhaps understand all the financial responsibilities they have, but we're sharing the pie in every country. It's not just India. India happens to be the largest country, right? The largest democracy right now in the world, right? But we are all sharing the pie. And I again want to say namaste to Dr. Chabra and to the India and to also all the technical people who has been able to get all these people in and out and in and whatever, you know. So thank you so much. It has been a lovely day.
Thank you, Margareta. I think we have various national programs already which are being implemented. So, and I know a couple of ex-finance secretaries, and I was thinking I'll ask them onto how is the economics of those programs, and then try to use that to develop some sort of a budget for this national spine care program. I think, Margareta, as you rightly said, the bigger the challenge, the bigger the need to join hands. So let's join hands to promote spine wellness and care across the globe through lobbying for national spine care program in our countries. And I'm sure together we will always win. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to all who have contributed to this session and to the proceedings of the day. We wind up the scientific discussions for the day and advocacy discussions for the day, but they can carry on over a drink. As you socialize together, we give you a good ambience. We just need to move a floor above, and we have an exciting evening waiting for all of you. Do join us. We can immediately move in there, continue with the discussions, and then break early so that we can have some rest and come in tomorrow at 8 a.m. for further discussions. Thank you, everyone.
One photograph. Stop.